Let me. Gaming. We'll leave that live for now. And then ShyKnock Watch Party LCS Spring Split. Happy WrestleMania 42 day. Bro. It's like WrestleMania is going online on Twitter. I hope you enjoy it though. Can't say I'm as invested into WrestleMania this year as I was last year. All right. Believe Riot needs moderator for the community. All delete content. They do. They do. They have community people that check in with us. All right, I need to edit this video. We have an hour to edit. We have like 30 minutes to favorite WrestleMania match. I mean, I thought the initial Cody Rhodes versus Seth, not Seth, Jesus, Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. Well, I guess the WrestleMania rematch, the one where Cody finally completes the story. I just think that was one of the best of all time, personally. Anyways, we need to edit this video. FlyQuest video response. There we go. Content recordings. Skip. We got 30 minutes to do this, so I'm not going to be talking to chat as much. We will talk more before, like, I got to get this done because I have no other time. Like, I'm on a time crunch to be able to finish this. And I need to make sure everything is cohesive and edited properly. All right. All right, let me go to the FlyQuest YouTube channel, get a screenshot of that, put that here. All right, there we go. Can you make it so you can hear? Oh, yeah. Hang on. Were you not able to hear it? Hold up. Oh, yep. I muted that. My bad. Didn't realize that was muted. My bad. All right, we're good. I can play the intro well. Well, this video is going to be a little bit more introspective on the state of the LCS, North America as a whole. And then the Cadro drama happened. So we kind of need to talk about that as it relates to all this, because that was going to be the original video that this is all around. So to fill you in on important context here, FlyQuest released a video on Friday that basically goes into problems with co-streaming, the ongoing issues with co-streaming, as well as co-streaming. co-streaming, as well as their particular answers.
That basically goes into
the ongoing issues with co-streaming, as well as their particular answers for that. It is part of an ongoing series that FlyQuest has been doing for the past, I think, 3 weeks now, as the Tier 2 ecosystem, where same thing, they talked about the problem, the causes of it, and notably gave an answer. It is very much org self promo, as every video that's ever put out on an org channel should be. But Cadrill took very clear issue with this one in particular because he saw it as self-glaze. I'll let him speak for himself here. Alright, there's that. Let me... Coco, that is my legs. Hang on. If you're gonna come up, come on. Fine. Hold up. Fine. Alright, there you go. Good girl. Good girl. Alright, I'm not going to put the full Cadrill thing here, but it needs to at least be part of it.
Someone inside the org was like, guys, what's trending right now? Well, people are like shitting on co-streamers, saying that they're like killing esports. Like, oh, why don't we make a 10-minute video about how co-streaming is like affecting esports, and then we just like glaze our creators and say that they're the reason and the place that people should be. Like, this has to be rage bait. I'm sorry for crashing out. This has to be crazy rage bait. And I'm unironically, and you can like call me out and be like, oh, Cadrill's just making. Has to be crazy rage bait.
I think that's enough. Just make sure.
And I'm unironically, I haven't crashed out in a while like this, but the actual audacity to sit there to then glaze your own creators and be like, this is why we're different.
I'm gonna do that.
But the actual audacity to sit there to then glaze your own creators and be like, this is why we're different, is, when you're talking about such an important and serious topic, it is crazy. For then other people in the industry to be like, wow, this video is so epic. It's like, what are we even saying?
That's the right clip. So, I think it's important to take a step back and wonder why all of this conversation is so vitriolic right now, and why it's kind of getting to this boiling point that we are hitting. And that is because there's an underlying recognition that the current system in LoL esports is blowing up in every capacity. The interest in domestic... I need to get a screenshot from a chat. What up, what up? There's that. Why is the co-streaming argument so heated? We're just gonna do bold. We're just gonna do bold, and then we're gonna do shadow. That's gonna be blue.
Leagues just simply isn't there from a base product point of view. The co-streamer interest is now drastically different than what it was years ago. I mean, before, you'd have people that would watch Cage, and if they weren't there, they might go somewhere else. You'd have people that would do the same for Dom and Double Lift, but now it has become very clear and very vocal.
They aren't lower
from
than the LCS
community's
now.
point
It's
of
just
view
divided.
That, no, they're either going to watch that creator or they're going to leave, which has left us in a point for North America where we are currently at an average of around 50,000 viewers. Average of around 50,000 viewers, which is not sustainable. It's not good. And I don't have any more answers. We touched on this briefly a week ago on the pit as I addressed the initial week of viewership. Could there be a post-Easter bump? The answer was clearly no. It's right around the same. So it is going to call into question of like, okay, what's going to happen next? Because the reality is this isn't sustainable. It's not going to be. And something's going to happen, whether it burns down, merges, or goes from there. Like, we have no clue what's going to happen. It could be a super league that happens after this, as you've seen people start to suggest over the last 2 years. It could be the Valorant system, which means you have like an online NA, EU, beyond, which goes into like a regional cup in person, which then goes into international events, more of a tournament system where you can have more of those.
A lot,
like
John.
More major
A lot.
circuit, which basically completely eliminates domestic play, which reduces the amount of domestic play, which people are clearly signaling that they just can't get as interested in for whatever reason. The millions of reasons for that is worth a whole separate video. I don't have time to touch on it now, but we all know it's a problem. So the question becomes, what do you do? Like, what happens here? If you're a fan, you do nothing. You get the
I need. That, continue without. Albums, I need day 1. Nope, I need day 2. Hang on. Let me. I need a shot of the studio audience. There we go. All right, there's that.
privilege of just being able to watch everything that's going on. If you care about it, maybe you voice up and you say something. You pitch to something. You pitch to orgs, you pitch to creators and beyond. Like, your job as a fan is just to say what you like and don't like and enjoy it. It's not your responsibility to worry about fixing all this. For myself, for the orgs, for others, yes, that is where we are incredibly important in this moment in terms of trying to figure out solutions and trying to find the best way forward. That is an important mark that I think needs to be remembered when looking at this FlyQuest video, because again, the whole structure of it is they're stating the problem, they're stating the cause of that problem, and then they're also noting the potential.
Actually, I want to use from the FlyQuest video itself.
The key to that Mexico many which new viewers to nearly holds 5 main updates. See that the answer might just be the opposite.
Structure.
Let's do that. There we go. If you don't mind me asking, what software do I use to download YouTube videos? It's see it. I mean the Twitch one, I just used I literally go in and screenshot from my phone, and that's it. But otherwise, it's the CNV MP3, which you can then swap to MP4 and plug in a YouTube video, and it'll download it. The FlyQuest video controversy. Text, no problem. Middle.
Of it is they're stating the problem, they're stating the cause of that problem, and then they're also noting the potential answer here because there's an obligation to. Imagine watching that FlyQuest video where they state the problem and then just end it. That's it. You give the cause and the problem, and that's it. People are going to look at that, myself included. I would have called them out so quick, saying, you are literally part of this. You are an org in the ecosystem. Tell me what you're going to do about it. What are you going to do different? What is unique about your particular situation that you can help us get out of this? I have an obligation to answer the same exact questions to all of you when speaking on these particular topics. So yes, I think there had to be a third part to that video, which is inherently, okay, if we're talking about co-streaming in this particular example, it's your own co-streamers. That can of worms cannot be closed off, okay? We're never going back to a world without co-streamers. So you have an obligation to tell me how yours are going to be different. Do I agree that I think their co-streamers are going to break the mold entirely? No, not necessarily. I think they get a few more basics right, which are incredibly important. Cadril doesn't have to worry about that as proxy of not being a part of an org, or if he was an org with Los Ratonas, it was his own thing. It is not creator on behalf of somebody else. And I think that's a point that's kind of lost here is like this video is designed for two groups of people. One, groups of people that don't know anything about the problem. And two, creators looking to get into the space to try and help fix that issue. Conveniently, me and what I'm working towards longer term. It challenges us to think differently, think what value we bring. And I agree, like, and I'll use Cadril, and I'll use Cadril as his own example here. When he joined Fnatic, it never quite felt like that was going to be a relationship that worked out long term. Look at where Fnatic's at now. And just remember that Cadril was a part of that org. Like, that's a bad creator sign. I get it, gave Cadril co-streaming rights, and technically it's a little bit mutually beneficial, but long term it did nothing for Fnatic at all. Cadril obviously has continued to grow. For Fnatic, it's done nothing. And that's been the problem with these content creator signings for a decade now, is you don't have the right people that are invested in the org long term, partially because the orgs could never give them the equity, the money, and beyond that's needed to make sure that the two can grow alongside each other as time goes on. So eventually the creator would get big enough and leave to go on their own. But that was a problem that needed answered. And that's exactly the point that FlyQuest is trying to tell you when they're also advertising their creators. It's going to seem like self-glazed, but again, you have the responsibility to answer the question of how are you helping solve it. This whole conversation is just weird to me because if you watched Shox's video from this past week, when the Cadril, a thread about her got posted.
Reddit, Los Ratonas. Let's see if I can find the thread on Shox. Cadril subreddit. Pedro's Papos. No? Is that no longer? Los Ratonas. Okay. trying to find. Maybe they nuked it, but I'm trying to find where the video that Shocks was talking about. Because I don't want to put like Shocks' video front and center, because people are just gonna fucking be like really weird with it. I think I'll just leave the FlyQuest. I'll just leave this up.
Is just weird to me because if you watched Shocks' video from this past week, a thread about her got posted on Cadrill's sub.
Glazing their own people. They are at the end, yeah. That's the point. Is they're giving you an answer to the problem and the question that's being proposed. That's the intent. And that's their obligation to give you an answer. Hence what I'm saying right here. I don't know if you've been listening or if you've been listening to Cadrill's video or the original one.
Past week, a thread about her got posted on Cadrill's subreddit, and she got blasted in the replies as just basically the fans of Cadrill, or like the rat community, basically said like, no, we're either watching Cadrill or not. Fuck everybody else. Like,
okay.
That is
yeah, that
the mentality sense. When boiled down that is occurring right now. And honestly, I don't mind if you have the perspective of, no, we're just gonna mind to ourselves. You know, Shocks can do whatever she wants to do. That's fine. We ain't gonna engage.
You know what? I'll put my tweet up. That's what I think is gonna be the. Fucking people, man. There we go. There we go.
It's the dragging and negativity of anybody that's not your own community creator that I personally hate and think is toxic for the scene and the bad part of content creation right now, if not policed. And when Cadrill sits here and says, oh, you know, everybody's trying to make it out like co-streaming is this bad thing. No, like, we're obviously talking about how it can be destructive for the environment and ecosystem, as it clearly is we talk over ads and beyond. Like, there's so many inherent issues with co-streaming, but that's not going at the individual creators, that's going at the process itself. Even though some creators, after being pointed out to that, then act against pointed out to that, then act against it, which that is an issue. But like, let's not get lost in the weeds there. Pretty much everybody across the entire ecosystem agrees that co-streaming is here to stay permanently. You can't put the can of worms back. You can't put the worms back in the can, so to speak. I know I'm repeating that a little bit, but I just got to make it clear because there's so many people that just. But one of the underlying obligations that is just being negatively affect elsewhere, that is just being ignored, is the creator responsibility to make sure that you are policing your community so that it doesn't negatively affect.
I think that's getting a little bit off topic.
Think about the example. It is daunting. Speaking as a smaller creator in this space, because no matter what anybody says,
Nah.
Speaking
Where did that end?
Back in the can, so to speak. But one of the speaking personally here, okay, I'm aware that my region is slowly collapsing, and so to speak. Speaking personally here, okay, I'm aware that my region is slowly collapsing, and I'm aware that.
Yeah, I would say it's Kometo by Cadrill. I don't think that's disputed at all. I think that
speaking as a smaller creator in this space, because no matter what anybody said, what it is overall ecosystem. It is daunting not knowing what the future holds right now, because all of us can read the writing on the wall and know that massive change is going to come, which I know there's this opinion that Travis used to have of like, oh, too much change is happening and it needs to slow down. Well,
because all three of them have provided their own things to the esports space. I agree. I don't think we don't
we're
disagree
unfortunately
there.
dying, so that's not going to stop anytime soon until they find a change that actually works that prevents the dying and keeping stable as we did some, and keeping stable and keeping stable, unfortunately, is not going to help solve that. So for us smaller creators, we're kind of just left in limbo here, wondering like, how do we grow? So for us smaller creators, we're very much just kind of So for us smaller creators, we're very much just kind of left in limbo of like, okay, well, what do we do to try and help? I'm starting to get a little bit rambly, and I'm past like the outline of topics.
That's what I
to
wanted to
speak. I'm starting to get a little bit rambly, and I'm past like the outline of topics that I had here. So I just want to like kind of wrap this video up. I think I've stated most of the problems that and so to speak. I'm starting to get a little bit rambly, and I'm past like the outline of topics that I had here. So I just want to like kind of wrap this video up. I think I've stated most of the problems that I've had, some of the solutions, but I just want to like create like an overarching guide of what I want to see.
Let's do this. Backgrounds. Gray. There. That.
Happen within the league community over the next year, like things that we really need to work on to try and avoid some of the bigger problems that exist. One, we need to do a better job of making sure that our communities don't go after people. Just
out to conversations with each other. Bro, today's going to be a good day for a lot of people. You have to understand the space. But I can't really think of a relevant co-streamer that doesn't provide something to the space that's like aimed at someone. Just a blanket statement or doesn't really matter. You're not, which is why I think the debate is kind of like faltering down to everything, because it's like everybody does provide value and we just aren't having those conversations or having them well. Yes, you do.
just because we might have an issue with something. We need to bring back the idea of just directly talking to people. I know like it's going to sound very odd when I say this, because I'm the small creator asking to have a conversation with Kadril on this type of thing. And like, why would he give me the time of day? But the reality is, I'd rather just talk to you directly, man, and just have.
I don't
this
ever
shit
cook rice
out
at home,
so we
so
can challenge each other.
no,
our opinions of
but also I don't
viewpoints,
cook
and
it, so
everybody learns from it. I ain't gonna be disrespectful to you at all. Ask anybody that
I'm a
I've talked
potato
to
guy.
in the space. Like I hate being called. Ask anybody that I've talked to in the space. Ask Papa. At all. Ask anybody that I've talked to in the space. Ask Papa Smithy, who you leaked your own DMs. It was like the first one on there. You can ask him, bro. I'm gonna have an honest conversation with you. And like, if we disagree, fine. If we come to an agreement, cool. But then at least we're talking about it rather than just third-party proxying, sending like communities after each other, people raging in one way or another. It's not healthy. And we are all just like siloing and fracturing our communities even further, when the reality is I want my people to watch Cadril stuff. I want Cadril's people to watch we want the whole ecosystem to prosper. And I think we just need to do a better job on the creator front of being more communicative with each other. On the org front, second thing, I want more orgs like each other. Second thing,
Yeah, it is his face in the thumbnail, which is obviously going to make it more personal for sure. But he also, like, if somebody uses, the thing I would say is, like, if somebody uses my face in a thumbnail around, like, North American TikTok content, like, you just have to know that's coming because you are the face of it. Like, you can hate the clickbait, but that's the whole, like, that's the YouTube game. That's part of it. Like, that you just, that's it. Now, I think the part where FlyQuest fucked up, I think Jamada brought up a really good point. Cadril should have been front and center on the thumbnail, because I think if you don't have him front and center, then it's not a true conversation about co-streaming or like in any capacity. But you need to have everybody else there with him. Like, you need to have, like, they should have had their FlyQuest creators and like Tarek and others that were mentioned in the video. They all should have been there. I have no problem with Cadril being front and center, but like everybody else should have been there as well. So is the backlash? Yeah. I think the backlash is fine. Do I agree with the backlash? No, but except that they're going to fade, and they are. You haven't seen FlyQuest come out here and be like, no, this isn't right. FlyQuest has been perfectly fine with it. If anything, I'm sure they like this because all press is good press. They get that.
I want more orcs to keep putting out videos like FlyQuest had here. I don't care if other people disagree. I think it's informative for the normie, which is the primary person that this video is intended for. For those of us in the ecosystem, yes, it's restating a lot of things that we already know. I know Cadril disagreed with some of the facts in there. I'm pretty sure ES Charts confirmed all that data, but we'd have to all go back and double check where FlyQuest is pulling it from, and they could just post the source publicly. But I think this video is good for a lot of different people, including creators like myself, who are going to watch this and be like, okay, if I eventually want to, say, be a part of Team Liquid and be a...
Never. He's not... Look, don't worry about Cadril like using my tweet about it, because I'm the only one that tweeted about it. Like, I don't... Like, I get him saying... Like, him taking issue with me saying that the video is good. It's fine. Go ahead. I disagree with him. I'd rather talk about it. But the problem is, like, him and I don't have an open line of communications. Like, he's just going to see a tweet and fire away.
Content creator for them. I need to be very intentional with the unique value that I bring, rather than this just being like an individual creator signing that's just one of 500 that's already happened so far. I want this to feel like people are tangibly getting something out of that. That's a useful case for this video that you might not see as a 1% top creator in the world, or Joe Schmo who doesn't care about this topic might not see, but that's of use to me. That's why I like this video and why I think it's very good. I specifically said that in the tweet about how it's good for the creator economy, but I think that point's being just entirely missed somehow. And my third and final point takeaway for this is just be ready. Like, I know.
Hey, Lauren. How you doing? Ready. This topic. Is going to get bigger.
It's a very general overarching term, but just the more conversations I have in the space, the more I recognize that everything is going to change over the next few months. It might not for like the top creators because again, they're already like things going to change over the next few months. Going to change. It might not for like the top creators because again, they're already like, say you're co-streaming like Cage Roll is, he's just gonna co-stream a different format or setup or
Fuck me. Come on.
change. It might not for like the top creator because again, they're already like, say you're co-streaming like Cage Roll is, he's just going to co-stream a different format or setup or whatever that might be. Fine. Same with the creators of the big orgs. If you're trying to work your way up, or if you're a fan or like somebody that's genuinely passionate and cares about your region, like especially North America, like let's just be honest. I know this video is going to be viewed by a lot of your.
Did you get around to it? No,
people from
not yet.
Thailand, Australia, and beyond.
But I could talk to him when we're both co-streaming LCS too.
First and foremost, thank you for tuning in. But just know for us here in NA, our lives are probably going to change pretty drastically. But just know for us here in NA, our lives are probably going to change pretty drastically over the next 3 years if we care about LoL esports. And we're trying to grapple with that. So just be ready. I know many of you don't have to worry about that, but we do. So just be sympathetic to your North American counterparts who are trying everything that we can to figure out what comes next and try and get ahead of the ball whenever we just have no clue and there's no communication from the top down. I know this got a little bit rambly.
Yeah, quite a day. Quite a day.
Again, I know this got a little bit rambly at the end and kind of got off topic, but I just had so many things I just wanted to get out and talk about, and it's one of the few times that I have a free video to really discuss it because by the time I've filmed this, to really discuss it. Because by the time I've filmed this, edited it, and put it all out, I'm at a wedding in Boston. So I'm not even going to be there, nor am I going to see like the first few hours of the community conversation around this video. So if this goes bad, that's going to be a fun thing to come back to on Monday afternoon. But I feel like I put everything out there in a fair manner, at least in terms of my opinion, my viewpoint on it. And again, I will tell my community, be respectful when talking about all this. We can disagree on points, but you can still we can disagree with some of these things at various different about all this. We can disagree with some of these things at various different points, but you can still talk to somebody like they're a human. And don't forget that just because we're all online. Anyways, I'll be back for the Harbor on Wednesday, the Pit on Friday.
Nope, we'll not be live tomorrow.
Be sure to considering subscribing, drop a like on the video, all the normal YouTuber stuff, because we all are content creators in the space after all. Anyways, I'm done yapping. See ya. Bye.
Alright, I can't export this video purely because it will, like, exporting when doing everything or when streaming is going to crash the stream. So, can't do that. Takes up a lot of power, especially when you're exporting in 4K. So, I just need to do the outro here real quick. We're going to do -35, -18, and then put that there. All right, that's good. That's saved. Is this video about the FlyQuest video? It is. It just it doesn't go deep into like the co-streaming specific topic. It's on why I thought it was a good video, which is a completely different point than most other people are going to have on it, because I think it's good for the creator economy and like the intention that FlyQuest had on it. But all right, that's good. We need to set up the co-stream though, which also requires us to update the thumbnail real quick, and then I'll update this and we will swap everything over. Let me. Okay, matches today. Where's it at? What's the exact order of matches? I'm forgetting right now. Okay. LoL Esports. All right, so we got DSG, C9, Sentinels, FlyQuest in that order. Okay, so let's, real quick, we can get rid of Shopify, we can get rid of Dig, TL, good. FlyQuest, we move over to here. We got to bring Sentinels in. LoL Esports logos, we got to bring Sentinel. Spring settles in. There we go. I know this line's not going to be symmetrical. I apologize in advance. It just is what it is. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, there we go. What did I say the first one was? DSG C9. C9's logo is going to be very wide, which always causes an issue. C9 and DSG's logo is also very, Jesus, very vertical. Or very horizontal. So, Jesus. Okay, well, there's that. And C9, we're just going to have to make... bro. You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to put disguised up top. There we go. That's fine. Files, save as copy, watch party C9 DSG. Save that over to there. Yes, let's update the stream here real quick. Let's update the thumbnail. All right. There's that. Bang. All right. We also need to update the title of the stream here, which is going to be this is ShyKnock Watch Party C9 versus DSG and Fly versus SEN LCS Spring Week 3. Save, edit. Let's edit the stream title. Done. All right, all those are done. If you haven't done your fantasy, by the way, everybody get your fantasy in. Let's do this. All right. This camera. I need to pull this monitor out, but not block the camera. There we go. This I twist over here. This I need to drop down to this level. Wire FlyQuest. Because they need to be talking, like they have an obligation as people with co-streamers in the space to be able to talk about it. Like they have to address the problems. There we go. Bang. There we go. Bang. Giant TL. I know. I got things that trust me, there's a billion different things I would love to do to set up this a little bit cleaner, but we make do with what we got. Archie, the entire video was made from the perspective of FlyQuest. I don't know how you... If we didn't see that, we didn't watch the same video. But yeah, that 100% was, like, clearly from the FlyQuest org perspective. There's that. I'll give you guys a choice. Worlds 2023, 24, 25 in terms of the plushie. You get your choice. Oh, don't mark up the wall. I marked up the fucking wall. I heard Scuttle. Alright, we'll go with Scuttle. Scuttle Crab Worlds 2025. Bang. Today is the first day. We always go with Ash. Ash always goes on Saturdays and then Jinx on Sundays. So there's that. There's that. And then Puppy there. Yeah, blue. Stay up. Okay. I think we are officially good for the co-stream. That's my thing, Bean. Is like they're talking about the problem and they're trying to provide a solution, which is like the most important part.
Poorly against Dig. He's got
because he doesn't have enough points to get spawned.
No, I recognize his abilities as the
Alright,
former
there we
assistant
go.
coach of Team Liquid. He's supposed to keep the theme going.
Okay,
Yeah.
spiritually.
When the desk is going, we do this.
A little column A, a little column B. You can join the fantasy fun by going to LCS.
There we go. Alright.
GG. Make sure to set your rosters, hop into any of the leagues.
Require an org perspective though, because they're part of the problem.
Because this is always fun at
Like
this time of
you
year. It's only been 2 weeks.
like if you're a part of the problem, you can't like you're not unbiased. You have to like
MVP candidates discussion.
I'm ready for this one.
Ooh,
Yeah.
let me
Do we want to give our
I need to
thoughts
turn up
first,
the
'cause
lights
I
a
know
little bit
we had
brighter.
some
There
fan
we go.
takes for that As well. Azael, or Raz, if you're ready.
Let's do it.
What's your front liner or front runner?
You know what's so funny? Because when you look at Team Liquid, immediately you would think that it'd be like
best thing K-Drill brings is his bias. Agreed. I think that's the best part about co-streamers, that they are unbiased. If you want an unbiased point of view, you go to the main broadcast.
that Lee Sin game where he completely took over in what I felt was going to be a difficult game for Lee Sin to do well, and then had the Pantheon games. He's just been on fire.
You know who else I would give a nod to is I think Thanatos has been fantastic. I think Thanatos has been.
Alright,
really
I think we're officially good to go. I need to go live on TikTok though.
I think the way too early first couple weeks. Those would be the two that are kind of top of mind for me.
Has he won player of the game yet, though? I think is the big question.
Let me start the virtual camera.
Let's hear from the fans, though, because we got some fan takes on this topic.
Rebellion has been steadily improving throughout the split, and honestly, with
I love that they're doing this now, by the way.
contracts playing off of Zenny, I think they
Freaking love that they're doing this.
And my way too early prediction, I think it's going to be contracts or Zenny. Shopify is going to clutch up. I think it's going to be contracts or Zenny.
Contracts has been smurfing. I will say
Yeah?
that. Week 1, he was going crazy.
All right,
Week 2,
there we
with
go.
the loss, his poppy game was amazing.
No, the York part
So,
makes
what
sense.
are
What
you
doesn't make sense is
laughing
why it
about?
was such a small part and only tacked onto the end like promotional material. Yeah, they could have called themselves out a little bit more before then because they like
I didn't clock that at all.
they mentioned about LS and could have said more.
PSA for anybody sending in fan
He's
takes.
driving on a closed track.
In a safe
But I think they inherently did call themselves out whenever they talked about the segment that's like, oh, you know, we
It was all staged. Are we allowed to show?
what was it? We like the industry in general overpaid creators that would be a part of the brand and then just leave. And it's like,
Take on,
yeah, they did that as well. Like they're condemning themselves in that point, and like that's their problem specifically, in addition to the bigger co-streaming problem.
If we're talking MVP, can you honestly say he has been better than Quid?
Brother, I don't want to overreact from Pat McAfee. At what point does the buck stop on us, like, you know, stealing shit from each other?
Far and say that anybody at Shopify deserves it.
If you can't
It's
make it
just
so
all
hard
there.
You're the best in your role. You can't even be in the conversation.
Yeah.
I like
Unless
that
it's a
point, yeah.
future proofing, you know? Maybe
Sure.
like by the end of this.
But contracts, I could see an argument.
I could see an argument. And hey, at the end of the day, it's just trying to find the track. The track is that great
let me-
early week or two, and then maybe it gets better from
And a
there.
great early Annie, and we're gonna
Yep.
build.
I need
on
to.
that.
Oh, I wanted to message
Shadow's
Shimada.
MVP. Let's hear
That's
what
what I wanted to do.
Shadow has to say.
Do I not have?
Hi, my name is Shadows, and my weight
What up, Shadows?
early MVP for Spring
Let me
Split
DM him on
is
Twitter.
Griffin.
That might be the
And
best.
Yes, I know that's a very hot take. My reason for saying that though is because start of Spring Split Griffin and start of Winter Split Griffin look like two completely
Hey.
different freaking
Hey, someone in my chat mentioned that.
just completely different. And I think he's going to continue
said
leveling up through
you
the
wanted
split, and
to
I think by the end of the split, he will be a all-pro
what
jungler.
about the
Whether that's second team or
about the
third
FlyQuest
team,
video.
that depends on Blabber and his ability to choke.
If you wanted to do it on stream,
Top 3 jungler, and Huey's
do
going
it
to be a
during
real
LCS
All-pro.
co-streams today.
Now it's third
More
team.
than happy to.
You know, I'll say first off,
Otherwise,
he made
at a
point about
wedding,
Griffin having, like,
the
a much
next
better
2
start to
days,
spring split than back in split
I
one.
won't
Lock-in,
be
his
around.
week one was
Alright,
crazy.
I sent Dramata a
He
DM.
wasn't
We'll see.
week two necessarily, but like that week, or at least the debut on the
We'll see
volley,
if he
like,
wants
last
to
week,
chat about
maybe
anything.
The argument is more like week 2, what he did to Kryra last week. That's kind
Bro,
of
Kangas has been look maxing for a bit.
Cryer, if you could isolate it down there, he's in the conversation.
That's MVP. Yeah,
He has to do that every other week.
As a lawyer for Shadow,
Also, I don't think Griffin is MVP yet.
MVP as most valuable to his team.
I think it's.
The best player in the league. So I thought it was a fraudulent discussion.
I mean, I think you look at honestly Jose Dioto.
You know, throw that out there.
Jose Dioto, inspired.
Let's take care of this one.
Thanatos, I think would be like my 3 right now.
This better be good.
Everyone, step aside. This is gonna be the only take that you'll hear.
Uh oh.
That you'll think about and be like, this actually makes sense. It's cryogen. It is evidently cryogen. He's looked great in every
I love cryogen, but no.
mechanically outplayed all of his opponents. He looks like the best support in North America. Let's be honest, guys. Let's be real.
That was his argument.
Let's be real.
Let's be real, Raz.
Let's be real, Raz.
That's
They
funny.
have been a really good bot lane.
That's funny.
So I will say that. I think
Should have been a video separately from the FlyQuest entity, even if they made it. That I disagree with. I think you can. I think you can combine it all into one.
Especially for support, because you don't get a lot of opportunities to like mechanically show off.
Yeah, well, especially not in this meta where it's enchanter meta. I think that makes it a lot harder to kind of really shine. You know, generally when you have MVPs coming from support, it's always in like hard engaged metas where you're playing a lot of Bard and Alistar and champions like where you can be a little bit more flashy.
I'm trying to remember
I
the
think
last
Cryogen
time.
has been fantastic.
The last time we had the support MVP was probably Afromu. I'm trying to think. The last time we, well, actually, Core JJ
Core
did.
won one, I
He
think.
won, yeah. Okay.
Core and Afro, but there's not.
It rarely happens.
It's very rare.
Rarely happens, yeah.
So
I like to take
Popping up for
let's
whatever.
get some more MVP supports in there, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm pretty much supportive of that discussion. I feel like when Cord
There we
was
go.
it the split where he was just like
Let me
constantly
add.
roaming, finding the play on top lane? Like that's what he has found a lot of, I think, success off of. Is just like being able to play engaged
just
champions
added.
and then single-handedly.
All right, folks, we're gonna continue the Cadra conversation here for a minute.
I'm not really feeling with that one, but I'm interested in DJ's take on who is the way too early MVP.
Okay. Be real with me for a moment. Inspired,
real again, Rez.
old news. They're doing all right. You know who's really the most valuable player in the league right now?
Jose
The
Dioto.
number
Yep.
one player
Spoiler.
carrying the corpse
Yep,
team
agreed.
right now. The face of the Scrimbucks, Senor Jose Diodo.
We did a
All right, let me turn this down a little bit. Let me see if I can call Jamada real quick.
We're just being real in our takes right now. Okay, but he agreed. I'm also on the Jose Diodo train, so I like that take. I think that's
Good take.
the best one so far.
Random shot at TL.
Let me see if I can.
The corpse of TL. Corpse of TL, the first place team in the league. That is crazy.
Got some like Red Dead zombie
Great
going
take.
on here.
I like that, DJ.
That was good. That was actually.
Hello, hello. What up, boss? How we doing?
Good, man. How about you?
Oh, you know, Twitter replies are always fun. Fun way to randomly open up your social media app for today.
Did the horde?
Oh,
did
yeah.
the horde notice?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Okay.
so I had no clue. Originally, I opened up Twitter and just the replies to that video, like, just really, like, it's not that like people were going against it, but it's like, you know, those 30, 40 like tweets that just out of nowhere for an account that doesn't really have that many people following it. It's like, okay, what happened here? And finally, somebody was like, "Oh, Cajal reacted to it on stream," which makes sense.
Right. Yeah. It was a video of all time.
I take it
Was
you
how
didn't
I
like
felt
it.
when
I got halfway through your YouTube reaction before I had to go live and start everything here.
Oh, right. Well, didn't like it is like, how do I phrase it? I think the video packaged itself as something it wasn't. Right?
How did you see it then?
The video to me, what it presented to me was that it was going to talk about how co-streaming and like content creation and content creators subsequently, because that's what it started to kind of pivot towards. How their interactions and how they've been integrated or lack thereof, or poor integration with esports orgs, etc., has been poor, and in some instances, obviously damaging the main broadcast's ability to exist.
Yeah.
Which it did talk about, but it talked about a very surface level without really giving any nuanced angles or takes, which, considering it's not necessarily a personal video and it's like a video from an org and obviously the guy narrating it,
Yeah.
I kind of understand why it was a little bit watered down in that regard, but still, I think especially in the current landscape and kind of the discussions that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, and the timing of this upload, it just felt very tone deaf for this video to come out in its form without actually adding anything new to the conversation. It basically presented the problems, didn't even really think about presenting any kind of solutions, which the video is not obligated to do. But again, I think when it's packaged the way that it is, it's maybe like kind of suggesting it might, and it doesn't.
So that's, I guess that's where I would contest first. You don't think this video offers a solution?
Well, what it affect its air quotes solution is basically try and put content creators in position, content creators who care and air quotes provide substance.
Yes.
In positions to, I suppose, deliver content.
Is that not though? Like, this is, I guess, my crux and why I found it to personally be a good video. Is that not the whole crux of the argument from the org side? Or not even argument from the org side, but like, isn't that the biggest problem at the moment? Is like, if you're analyzing this from like a cause, effect, and solution point of view.
Sure.
FlyQuest has an obligation in this video, in my opinion, to give something. You are a part of the problem, quote unquote. You have to offer a solution. This cannot just be an informative video when you have a claim in this. So the solution is, hey, like, co-streamers are here to stay. Like, even though we're telling you the problems of it and we're telling you the pitfalls that have happened up to this point, they still are here. We still have an obligation to make sure that we're putting our best front forward on it. And we believe that our creators are going to be a more unique angle for that. Now, is that execution going to work? That's something only time can tell. But to me, that's presenting an answer to the problem with what they can do in this moment, without obviously going into the, hey, much deeper issues of like Riot systematic issues and beyond.
Well, then, from the stance that you seem to have, would you suggest, like, forward-facing completely, that people like Kadril and Dom and Yamato and some of the other like big English-speaking co-streamers and content creators haven't, like, I don't want to say this is what you're saying, but I want you to be careful with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Would you be suggesting that they haven't or don't provide substance?
No, they provide substance in a different way. They're not tied.
Okay.
Well, okay, Dom is a little bit different because he's with C9. So like, he is more in this bubble than most other people. Kadril was in that bubble when he was with Fnatic, when Fnatic gave him rights to co-stream on behalf of them, and he was part of the org. But he's not now. He's independent. He provides a completely different value than somebody whose objective is proxy of org. That's a drastically different situation between the two. Kadril has his own individual value. Orgs need to provide a completely different one through their creators.
I'm a bit lost on what you're trying to say here.
That
could you potentially elaborate a little bit from a slightly different angle, and maybe I hop on here.
I guess the angle is like, Kadril's not signed to an org. Kadril is an independent creator, which has its own individual goal of trying to make people fans of you independently, which is fine. I know people have their issues with that, but it's ultimately fine.
I'll jump in on that line first. I don't think that's inherently true. I would look at someone like Dom as an example, who spent years championing the LPL, right? Like, that was his thing, because he was passionate about the league and he liked the league.
Yes.
And I would say, and I think I do mention, it's probably in the video. I haven't watched it. My editor made it for me and then like put it out, so I don't know what is or isn't in the video. But Dom probably converted quite a few LPL people quite a few of his fans into LPL fans, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Because there weren't a lot of people, like there's obvious like context and nuance to that happening. There wasn't really a lot of widespread interest in it at the time, right? I'm kind of thinking right before, or kind of during that period where they started to get compared at Worlds, right? 2018,
Yeah.
2019. And so I would say, not to say it depends for everything, but in the case of like non-Cadral creators, I think it would be really dishonest to say that they're all simply doing it for themselves. I definitely do think there will be people that, yes, like from a cynical point of view, there'll be people that just kind of do it for the sake of.
Let me clarify that, because let me be very clear.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're doing it for themselves at all. Obviously, we're all doing it for the embetterment of our space. Like technically, you if that was the case, you could make the argument I am doing all of this for me. Like, and I'm not. Like, I'm sure. Like, my stated intention is for the embetterment of North America. So I can see what you mean. I don't intend it in a way that like everybody's inherently selfish. What I'm saying is the byproduct is that when you are not tied to an org and you are doing all this, even if you have that passion, most people will tend to latch onto you as an individual. That's just the natural effect of it afterwards. Versus there are many fans over the last year and a half that tune into Dom's co-stream, and it's a different audience because now he's seen as the proxy of C9. I'm telling you, there are a lot of people that do. Like, if I want to, like, I've talked to many. If you want to see C9's perspective, you go to Dom's stream. Like, that's the community perception of it for many.
Maybe for the casuals, which I'm not super in line with, so I can't give a full-fledged, rebuttal to that. But I can hear how people, if they're more, I don't want to say casual as in it's like a derogatory thing. It's not, but for people that maybe just don't have the time to constantly keep up, like how like someone like myself or other people are a little bit more ingrained in the space are.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I could see that for sure being a thing. So then with like other aspects of the video, then I don't want to talk about, because I think we can
we can spend 2 hours.
Just come to the agreement that like the back half of the video is just straight up an ad.
Yeah, as it's supposed to be, in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, but this is what I'm saying. So, for me, any sense of substance, or I mean, it didn't provide any nuance, right? So,
no,
like,
it's for the normies.
That video could have had. It feels like it is immediately lost the second it starts to effectively shill its own content creator. I was actually fine with just a Grim example, but then we started going like full hashtag ad, and it was like Basil and Arya and and this person, that's what, and it's like, hey, guys, maybe if we uploaded this video like a year ago when this specific topic wasn't in the conversation cycle, cool, no problem, like hashtag ad away. But I just felt like the packaging of the video, even down to like the thumbnail, right?
The thumbnail, I agree. No, I heard your point on that. I agree. Cadral should have been front and center, but you should have had Tarek. You should have had everybody else in there with
all of the
it.
people that you were talking about in that video, like
Agreed.
Just having Cadral, and also very specifically, I don't think I've ever seen this picture of Cadral ever. Like,
some people said it was AI. I don't know.
No,
I don't think it is.
I doubt it's AI. Like, I've got pictures of me looking evil like this. In fact, I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say I think I know exactly what room in the LEC studio that picture was taken. So I'm pretty sure it's real. But the fact that that's the picture that they used is
it's clickbait as hell. Yeah.
Yes, from the top down, it just feels a little bit grimy, because to me, from like a content creator perspective, like content creation perspective, right? I think one of the things when you make a video, any video really, is you're supposed to be delivering on a promise, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the? Let me get the video up so I don't like misjudge the title or misread the title again. Title of the video is they've changed the title, and they've also changed the thumbnail, which is really
did they change the thumbnail? Interesting.
They've definitely changed the they've changed the thumbnail, because I'm looking at the new change thumbnail. I'm actually going to bring it up on my
Hold up, because then they changed that recently, because I just edited my video that's talking about
I sent you the search. I'm just bringing it up on my screen. They changed the thumbnail. which I think is very, 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 very hilarious. It's very hilarious that they did this.
Oh, they made him smile.
Yeah, they made him smile.
They made him smile.
He looks not sinister and evil, and low key, you know, like he's almost got a turtleneck on in the old one. Like it's kind of crazy. Anyway,
well, at least it proves it's not AI, in my opinion, because they just took a different just took a different photo of him and just made it blurry or less blurry on the sides. All right, no.
So I think when you're making a video, you're delivering on a promise, right? That's kind of the idea of the video. When you have a thumbnail and you have a title, you're supposed to be delivering on a promise of some kind. Like it's not like inherent. It doesn't have to inherently be like a particular thing, but you're supposed to be delivering on a promise, right? You are making a promise to the viewer that something is going to be related to that title and thumbnail. Cage Rule, I think, is mentioned maybe 3 times or 4 times by name in that video.
Yeah.
It's like really kind of a passing thing. So again, even in this new thumbnail, my issue is why is he still?
Yeah, I think if they include their FlyQuest creators there on like the right side and the existing crop of creators on the left, I think non-issue.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, not to get into the minutiae of this, but I feel like it fails to do that, and it's almost again packaged as a information video. Yes, right.
Yes.
But then it starts to tee itself up as actually wanting to provide nuance and a potential solution to the actual ecosystem.
Okay.
Right? Which, from an organization standpoint, I don't think this video can ever really be allowed to do. Like, I don't really know how to say this whilst we're technically co-streaming, and I don't want to get in trouble. So, I don't think it can do that.
Let me ask, have you watched the other 2 videos that they put out like this? I know you said you wanted to watch them, but have you seen them yet?
Yeah. Funnily enough, no, because I spent the entire day streaming. Basically, I had like an hour break, and then I'm back now. So I'll probably watch it maybe either in between these games or like tomorrow.
Because I'm warning you, it's going to be the exact same cadence to other problems with the same format, which is they state the problem, they go into like 5-6 minutes of the cause leading up to it, and then it is, what are we trying to do different about that problem at the end? And the tier 2 one, you can check my tweets on this. I called them out on it because one of the things they said in the video is just like, it's not monetarily, feasible, or like the incentives aren't there. That's a whole other discussion I don't want to go down there, and we can spend 5 hours on tier 2 incentives and beyond. But like it's this exact format. So clearly, like, what they're trying to do with this series is like, they know they are a part of the system that is creating these problems, or that has them, and trying to offer their side of the solution, which to me is inherently a good video at a very casual basis. For the hardcore people, we are obviously going to be able to nitpick this into infinity because there's a billion things that they're not mentioning.
I will say, I don't think this is nitpicking. I think this is like...
No, I'm saying overarching. I think some of the problems with this video are valid, that people are bringing up. I might disagree, but that doesn't mean they're not valid. But
the way that I kind of viewed this is, I think, again, just this this is more about also the additional context of the last couple of weeks, right? Things like Cage not co-streaming the LEC because he's been busy or like just unwell or whatever it was, and it's like, all the people that are saying, all those Cage warriors are just going to watch the broadcast anyway. Spoiler alert, guys.
They didn't.
they didn't. So, all of those kind of different bits of discourse that have been going on more recently, and I always say this and I always shill it because I think she's awesome and like fucking brilliant. Pretty much anything that comes out of Shox' mouth about this topic is just spot on and correct. Can't recommend watching those videos like any more than I do, like practically daily at this point. I recommend them.
Yep.
And a lot of that stuff was just kind of proven right, and also through this video, to me, kind of shows how I feel like even if the intention is potentially good, like people who are in these positions that could come out and make statements, a la orgs. The overall tone is just that they're missing it. They're not listening. You know.
I guess
So I don't know.
my
I get
my
very jarred.
takeaway is just very different from on it. I don't, because I just don't get
Sure.
I don't see the harm that others are saying that this is doing. I think bringing any sort of, like, we can all disagree, sure, but I think bringing attention and spotlight, which ultimately this video is now going to do by proxy of this. All press, I continue to believe, is good press, unless you're Whippo and talking about things you really shouldn't be. Like, this is going to bring more eyes on the conversation from a casual crowd, because that video is aimed for a casual crowd. And if it helps us get to a solution, which they're putting their part, we can disagree with it and have better solutions in place if we want.
Well, I mean, it's basically just like, oh, hire passionate people.
I mean,
What, so
is that
people
not
are
is that
doing-
not the truth?
But the thing is, what are the people that are in these positions right now not passionate? Are they not
Not
providing
for the
community?
orgs. No, I will sit here and bluntly tell you, nobody gives a fuck about the orgs.
Well, respectfully, a lot of the orgs need to give a fuck about their investments and the positions that they're in.
I agree.
That goes very high, so it's a road that swings both ways.
I agree.
So as far as I'm concerned, because the orgs are the ones in, like, they're bought in before the people that we're talking about that need to be hired and have passion. We need to talk about the managers and the people who are making these hiring decisions in the first place.
Agreed.
Because a lot of them are sat on their hands doing fuck all. So
100%.
I would always go to the highest of the high first before I'm talking about content creators, or I'm talking about co-streamers, or I'm talking about social media managers or whatever it is. Like,
sure.
You always peck at the person who has set up the system in the first place.
Agreed.
Right?
So we all agree that Riot's the one that fucked it up from the jump on that.
Yes,
front.
100%.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
of course. Yeah.
The thing I would say to that, and this is just my unique perspective on it, is working in the corporate world, I understand that. And I 100% agree. The problem is you cannot control anybody's actions but your own. I cannot get orgs to make better decisions. I cannot get Riot to make better decisions. I can try and force their hand myself with my own actions, but that's the only thing that I can personally do. And that's going to be the perspective that I always take, is like, what can we as fans and as individuals outside of the system do? And that's live through our own example. So when I say that, like, yes, orgs, I think, need to do a better job of hiring, and there's not passionate people there around the teams, I think we can, from the outside in, force orgs' hands a little bit more. We can't force Riot's hands. That's just that's a black cloud that I'm not touching. But you can force the
look,
orgs.
you can, but I don't want to get you in trouble.
No,
I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want. Also, we're getting into the draft, so we only have a limited amount of time here. But look, I agree. If we want to go to the top, you could go to the top, which I consistently have, and I think you have, and mostly everybody else in the space has. Like, we all call it out on a pretty consistent basis. But there's only so much you can do about that.
Yeah. No,
like, in terms of actions, like, I'll complain about orgs until the end of time, but then at the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to release the 20th video complaining about it, or am I going to host a watch party here in New York and try and get fans to do something, or play like a rec league to get more involved with the game? Like, what can I tangibly do to affect change? And as it's shown over the last 5 years, just voicing an opinion online is not enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, it has to be community wide, right? That's the thing. I don't want to get too far into it, because now we're already in the second pick ban, but like, the thing that really makes Riot turn their head is the financial side, right? So getting some kind of response there, like from a broad level, and the esports like community is realistically like it's not really a big slice of the pie. That's super engaged. It's very difficult to do that. All right, well, I'm gonna go because drafts are practically almost done.
Any chance DSG wins this series or no?
It all depends on C9, bro. I'm not gonna rule anything out. This C9 team right now are willing and very happy to lose games on whims, on single mid waves.
All I'm saying is if Kryra can show up today, which he has not in the LCS stage for the past 2 weeks, we might be talking about a different result. But if that doesn't happen, then who knows? All right, thank you, man. Don't let me waste any more of your time.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. All good, man. Have a good afternoon. Have a good co-stream, bro.
You too, man. See ya. Okay. I hope you all enjoyed that. Bit of a lengthier conversation about the FlyQuest video. Yes, I am streaming today because I was wrong on... I thought we were leaving to go out to Boston today. We're not. We're leaving tomorrow morning. So now I'm live.
Yeah, and Cass is something that we have also seen APA be very, very comfortable playing. It is one of his, like, many kind of comfort picks that previously was considered off meta is now somewhat of a response to his ear. The Zac is something that Kryra has pulled out as one of his, like, kind of, again, off meta.
I am not a fan of DSG's comp, although they have enough poke at range that the Cassiopeia is not a great pick into this DSG comp. I think Volibear would be a bit of a problem. I like the range that DSG has so far, but the conversation for the video, maybe I might include it at the end there.
Although I would expect it to most likely be going there. Last pick here. Disguise taking their sweet time, running down the clock on this one.
Mundo makes a decent amount of sense. I will point out the reason C9 didn't ban Vi would have been scouting. Kryra is 0-4 all-time on Vi, so they're probably daring him to pick it, and that's why they're able to open up another pick.
You need to put out was wrong about Mundo. I mean, Mundo's into Cass is I don't think Mundo really fits with the rest of the comp, but
DSG occasionally rely on this kind of scaling, so it's not. We'll see how significant it is. We've still seen Mundo played, so it's like I still think there's a lot of value in it. It does hurt his clear a slight bit if you look at some of the nerfs that came down. And then Sion locked in as the last pick for C9, which kind of puts together this really nice team fighting comp. Kind of
if you are watching on YouTube, rewind to the pre-game segment where Jamada and I
Game 3 mid lane last series, and APA said, I get mad every time we let Thanatos play Sion because then I can't collect the free win on the mid Sion. But clearly he's not on the same page as everybody else. They like the look here with the Sion into the MF and specifically the Jace because he can get really armor.
Interesting.
Who's not going to be a huge gank threat, so makes sense for
conversation. Bang. And then I'll link the YouTube stream. There we go. Okay. I mean, I think the C9 draft is way, way better. Like, just bluntly put, way, 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 way better. But there's a chance if DSG gets ahead that it could be fine. Trying to make the scene look bigger than it actually is. I mean, yeah, but that's like a separate point, Con, in my opinion.
This Ashe Seraphine combo has proven time and time again just how effective it is.
I think it's two, like, if we're gonna go in depth on it, it is two different sides of it. But okay, I'm also really hungry, and I've got homemade hamburger helper waiting for me in the fridge to heat up after this game. Oh, Ashe. Good poke from DSG there. Although Lions gets a bad trade.
I think one of the most important things to look at is the jungle in particular.
Agreed.
Looking at Blabber being one of these all-time great.
Because Kryra had a good rebound series against Dig, although granted it's Dig. Oh, good poke.
So we've got the blasting cycle that is
not good. Not good.
Remember that Blabber blasted Griffin when they played in all of those series back-to-back, like going head-to-head back in first stand in split one. But then Griffin just last weekend blasted Kryra.
Because it logically can't be reverted.
Took him out of the game, took all his rosters. So now the question is, where does the blasting one aim from here? Can Kryra turn this into a Pokemon type of situation?
All right, let's focus on the games. We'll shift the conversation elsewhere to, or well, the conversation around like the FlyQuest video and beyond to after. For now, let's focus on the games. Let's do our So you did. I did watch like. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, let's focus on the games, which is an important part of making sure that we co-stream right. By the way,
right? Like we didn't have any sort of invade.
DSG did get dog walked by Sentinels, but they then beat Dignitas. So depending on your relative power ranking, DSG or Dig did take a game off of Lion. So we could see a world where DSG keeps this close. And Castle's been looking good lately. So against the Scion, tough. Real tough. But follow the ESL guidelines. We are following the ESL guidelines. Don't you worry.
Pretty hard. So we'll see what happens here with the first crab, because Kryra is in river quite early and Blabber is approaching. So trying to get
Kryra, good gank from behind. As long as Call Me can get some damage in here. This is a big minion wave.
All chatting so far. Immediately pops the heart stopper, but still takes a lot of damage from APA, who's down to 100 HP.
I think he gets him. Yep, there we go. Come on. Good gank. And immediately dies afterwards, but you know. Blabber could get a double here if Kryra's not careful. Okay.
So really interesting there. Was
that's fine.
Greedy from APA, but I feel like that was him and Blabber trying to pull off something impressive, because he knew he could get a ton of damage down onto the Mundo, and then Blabber probably thought he had a double crab angle right there, but
need to make sure the volume's up a little bit louder, by the way. I realize the volume's a little low on my side.
Comes in to secure the cleanup kill.
Yeah, as we see, Kryra definitely.
There we go. Volume should be a little bit better.
Window, and Blabber's all the way down in the
driver
river,
died today.
but kind of already headed up, and APA gets so much damage here. Thinks he'll be able to flash out. Call Me finishes him up, and then Blabber's here to clean up the kill onto Call Me. Kryra does end up getting.
I mean, at least Blabber trades it back.
Blabber got the bottom one too, so they still did split crabs off of that.
Ends up being pretty good for Kryra, all things considered, because his mid gank technically worked to get his mid laner a little bit ahead, and also burned the flash of APA. So
okay, 1 kill ahead, but despite not 1 kill ahead, 1 kill each, but despite first blood, it's only 100 gold advantage.
Cassiopeia, considering the mid laners are about 1/3 of the way to level 6, and we know that once Azir hits level 6, if the jungler shows up and the enemy mid laner does not have mobility to get out after he's already shuffled, all Call Me has to do is just find that angle for the shuffle. And
better trade for Seed. I think it's about equal.
Yeah, and it'll be curious.
I'd rather have the kill on the Azir than the Xin Zhao.
Pay attention to
or like a Cassio than Xin Zhao.
Here, because
okay, if he can bait it. Call Me.
Call Me forced back a little bit here. Does have to be careful about that consistent APA damage.
Kryra definitely knows it. Oh, this could not be good.
Gonna find one another here in the river. Blabber immediately jumps towards Kryra, but not getting a whole lot of value out of that one.
All right, Call Me's getting chunked here.
Blabber cannot interfere with anything here. Call Me just a minion or two away.
Which
from
patch are they playing?
We're
on live patch, so whatever live patch is, maybe.
Be careful here about the potential Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, APA wants to bluff a little bit, because if Blabber stuck around, then the Xin would also be pretty strong.
Kryra is wasting a lot of time.
As
Lions is dead.
Yeah, Lions forced to use the heal there. Very low on the Nautilus. Has to flash away, and Sven's ready to flash follow. 2 more auto attacks with a focus fire. Just take him down here in the 2v2.
Oh, he's going to go for it and die.
Doing exactly as they please down here. Sven, he might just get the second kill, and he doesn't even die. It's tragedy for Disguised here in the bottom lane. Sven Vulcan cannot be underestimated.
Sven just gliding on him right there. Perfect aggression from Vulcan Sven in the 2v2. Even the half step back to avoid the damage from the Nautilus E ends up being really crucial in that extended trade, because if he takes any little tick of damage, it would be a trade back instead of now 2 kills to 0 in the 2v2.
Yeah, and this should give them really nice bot side control, despite the fact that Lions and Kryra are now kind of hanging out, potentially stopping any sort of Drake take, since C9 did have to reset.
Yeah,
all right,
they're trying to
regroup. Come on.
Back. But even this is just Kryra's level 6, and then he can't stick around for that long, because I don't feel like DSG is strong enough to just go for clear.
Oh, good flick.
Okay, nice job there from Call Me, setting up APA. Kryra
oh, and Lions is there too. Oh, give it to Call Me.
There you go. That's what I said earlier. Cassiopeia, no flash. You punish with a Azir ulti.
Yeah, and really good recognition of that small window, like Jat set up, right? Like they had to reset after the bot lane kills came out.
By the way, Stormwind.
Around, tried to
I missed it
establish
25
off that
minutes ago, but thank you for the
and
resub.
then took advantage of that. But here is that bot lane 2v2, like you said, Jack.
Yeah, notice the hawk shot early into the bush to get the original vision, then the ward for the extra vision.
APA is
and then
not the face of the
extending
league.
trade
That
right
is
here.
inspired right now.
So Jett just loses
Anybody
vision
saying
until
that's not
Zen
inspired
decides
is
to
just
hit him
kidding
back one
themselves.
more time. Even with the health potion running, Sajed doesn't have
There's one
the
person that we've been talking about 24/7
Yeah, and here's
over the
just
last like
the shuffle,
year, and that is
flashless
inspired and
mid
only
laner.
inspired.
APA does end up getting his ultimate off, but Kryra is still able to clean him up off of that. So just really nice.
Broadcast is saying
recognition of the timing windows.
We all
Seeing
know
that
inspires
DSG
the face of the
do
league.
have
I don't
an
like.
opportunity to
There are
get
certain
something
takes from
back
broadcasts
into
that I will disagree with to a certain extent.
that was the
Many of
one
them I
place
agree
where they
with,
could
but
really go
no,
on the
it
map.
inspires
So
the
APA
face of the
does
league.
need to play more conservative in those
Period.
situations. The Scion is completely safe.
Is APA the
All
biggest
over
North
the
American
Silk
player?
House up
Yes,
against the
100%. But he's not the face of the league.
honestly,
That's
the
inspired.
bottom lane has a 25 CS advantage, and it's so difficult for Mundo to rescue that bot lane. So Calmy's absolutely right to talk his trash, because
I don't know what that means.
Killing him is their only current plan in the early game.
Well, and Calmy can just kind of become monstrous alongside this Mundo for mid to late, right? Like he is kind of their has.
I know
become
it's
kind of their
Polish, I
win
just don't know what it
condition
means.
And potentially an answer to winning some of these mid to late.
Trust
game
me,
team
I
fights
recognize
as well.
Polish language when I
I'm
see
glad
it.
that we had the little checking out. Do
Glory
we
to
have
Poland?
all chat on? Now we're gonna talk a little
Okay.
trash back and forth.
Okay, so
As somebody with a Polish last name, trust me, I recognize it when I see it.
into the game, so not particularly fast on that one.
Isn't it Dokla now?
Look at
Dokla
the
internationally, sure, but I think
It's
APA
about over a
domestically.
10,000 gold lead just in the bottom lane duos of C9, while the top side of the map goes the other way for Disguise. So C9 playing around anything on this bottom side is going to feel great. Sven and Vulcan are so accelerated. Blabber knows he should be able to take this no problem.
They have them completely jailed in that bot lane right now, and part of it is
Alright,
because
well-
of the Mundo pick, because if you're going to be taking the Nautilus MF into Ashe Seraphine, that's already a hard matchup, but it will be able to
Yeah.
win in 3v3s. It's just Mundo's
Oh,
never gonna
Nautilus
go
is
3v3,
dead.
and now they're getting punished.
Oh no.
3v2 as immediately Blabber is ready to set this up. There's the encore over the top through everybody like I was talking about back in Champ Select.
Ay,
Blabber just
caramba.
makes it so easy for Sven and Vulcan, and
Ay,
Disguise
ay, ay.
bottom lane is just crumbling to pieces.
And I love this out of C9, following the Drake take, recognizing that they can apply pressure. The bot lane's going to be coming back.
By following the NBA playoffs, you
grouping up
mean
with
did I
Blabber
see
and
the
being
Charlotte
able to
Hornets
get
get
that kill,
absolutely
in
mollywopped?
as
Yes, I did.
DSG were trying to reset.
Definitely
And
have
it's
some
fuck Trae Young all day.
About whether or not enchanters are overplayed, because in the past right now, even after the first double kill, when that MF Nautilus respawn, they're running top lane and the Jace is running bot lane, and they're trying to reset the map a little bit. But once you lose control of bot lane now, that kind of stuff can just happen to you. They can't contest Drake, they're jailed under their turret, you can't even contest your own Gromp, and they
Alright,
can
y'all
just
are
dive
letting
you on your
Lunar
way back
drag
to
you
the
down
lane. They
into
make
the
a bad
mud.
situation
Y'all need
worse,
to give
and
me a
there's no
positive
escape
take in chat. I've
because
seen nothing but
these
negative.
teams
Give
don't
me
wanna leave
anything
their role
positive
quests
right now.
uncompleted.
Come on.
Yeah, and as we see Kryra taking those grubs as kind of like the little consolation prize that they usually are, but that is where I do want to draw attention to specifically the
Smurfing
mid
tier
lane,
2 again?
right?
I mean, we
Because,
figured he
again,
would.
this now becomes their win condition. Can we get this Azir into a situation where he can potentially maybe be in a position to rip through late game team fights? It's still going to be difficult because, again, you are going against Ashe Seraphine and then a Scion Xinjiao, who are all going to be incredibly difficult.
How's Castle doing this matter? Castle's up 10 CS, which isn't bad, but like
because really nothing has happened there.
He just landed
not great for Jace.
They both queued each other. So far, top lane is pretty much exactly what you would expect it to be. Jace is up a wave or two of
Oh,
minions.
Cassio's
It's not really
got
that
prio.
much. Call me though, taking a lot of
Good
damage from APA's
damage.
Twin Fangs here. As soon as you're caught on that miasma, the slow just makes it.
There you
so
go, APA.
Cassio can land so much damage. APA still down just about 3 waves of farm here in the mid lane. Call me still with that 1,000 gold lead on his Azir. Does have to take the reset. Completes his
Oh
dash
no.
source. Now he's
Blabber's just trying to take over this jungle.
Blabber, Vulcan, and Sven in the enemy jungle.
Although Calmy's got a position. Oh, this could be a problem. Oh no, Calmy. Oh no.
But now the damage back into Calmy is there. Vulcan takes the kill, and Disguised have to complete their retreat outside of the jungle. C9 comes out on top yet again. We are quite done. Now hold on. Blabber, this time he's getting hooked in. The big bullet time over the top. Sajed is dead. Blabber's on a killing spree, and Sven's looking for even more. Nothing they do works. Disguised.
You ain't gotta go for the big flick. You just gotta deal damage, brother.
That's just the game right now. Absolutely crazy here. You thought when Blabber goes over this wall and Call Me with Nasher's Tooth Power Spike flies in behind, they're going to win. We'll say nice stun into Flash by Sven so he doesn't take damage from the Azir, and everyone just turns to focus. Very well played 3v4, which is usually a disaster by C9 because they switch targets so effectively.
Dude, just...
And then when they do try to follow up with the MF ult here, immediately are able to turn on to Sajed, and everything really, really falls apart for DSG now because...
Hey, nice guys. Really good. Going to base now.
Clean.
Because they're going to base now. And now they're going to rotate it somewhere
Oh
else.
my god. Oh god.
Sajed is level 7. Oh, it's the classic stand there and auto him because you know you're not going to get away. Thanatos. We also saw during the picture-in-picture of the replay, Thanatos almost got solo killed by Castle up underneath his tier 1 turret. Both of the top laners did have to flash for that one. Now we could have another fight up here in the
DSG is just trying to fight everything right now.
But he doesn't seem to mind whatsoever.
You opted into that fight and lost it? No.
And now Kryber could be the sacrifice. Blabber again with an audacious charge. Forces the flash over the wall from the Mundo.
Okay, again, another... This should be really good.
Castle's coming in, wants to finish off the kill, but now Lions versus
Oh no,
Blabber
Call
in the
Me.
red side pit, while
Call Me
APA
gets
does
ulted.
DPS, and a Call Me to prevent him from being able to enter into the fight. The shutdown onto Sven is
Okay.
there. As Castle picks it up, Blabber goes on a rampage, killing
Okay, wait a minute. Hold up, though. Hold up.
Barely stays alive and
Hold up. Somehow.
Way too over-aggressive there by C9. They already
Some
got away
way.
with 1 3v4. This ends up being kind of a 3.5 v5 because Sajed could redeploy after dying bot lane, Emily.
Yeah, and Thanatos is unable to join the fight, right? So as we
What?
see,
Okay, I'm so
Jace is
confused.
TPing in
I think
on the
Castle
back
smurfed
half of
this fight, but I need to
he'll
watch
be
again.
able to come around for a flank, and APA and Call Me are also both.
They do a
trying to
good
rotate
job.
up.
Can I turn the stream volume up? I cannot have the caster
volume
volume go any louder.
Now that they see him, it's kind of toast because
Otherwise, it's going to be massive in my
I
ear.
don't think Blabber would ever chase through the red buff.
I mean, I can
would
do
exit
this.
down through Call Me, but that was
And then I
ended
need
up
to
being a
turn
very
this down on
effective
my part.
flank by Castle's Jace.
Yeah.
Let me know how that is, if that's too loud, if
Who
that's-
is kind of the other power point that
I don't. The mix has to be different because I
DSG
can't hear it
have
too loud in my ear, or
potentially
I
on
can't
this
even
map.
think.
And you know that flank saves them a bit. I
So let me know how that
still
is.
think it's going to be very difficult for DSG as long as C9 are kind of traveling in this pack, especially Blabber with the Ashe Seraphine behind him, because even in that fight that they ended up losing and it was very over aggressive and the Jace TP ended up kind of cooking them a bit, you saw how long Blabber survived.
Got it.
And you can see on your screen right there, Sajed stats, career 7-0 on Misfortune, 700 DPM average. This game,
Yeah, no,
the
that ain't
anomaly,
the
having to deal with the Ashe Seraphine.
That
not
ain't the
having control in
Sajed
the lane,
MF
lost
that
his
was
footing early,
promised.
and hasn't really been able to recover that. As now that
2
bottom
dragons
lane
to
control
C9
for
now.
C9 leads to yet
You
another
have
Drake take.
10
That is their
minutes.
second of this game. They've controlled both so far. Meanwhile, Call Me should at least be able to take this tier 1 turret up here in the top side. Single auto attack should knock it over, but no, APA arrives in
APA
time
saved it.
and somehow keeps the
Okay.
turret standing. Feel like Call Me probably could have taken that one if he wanted to, but all right. C9 holds it.
Yeah,
Whoop.
Oh, good alley-oop.
This is what they wanted
Now
after
that-
all. APA
ooh,
gets
wait a
shuffled
minute.
back towards Kryra, but now
Good
the
arrow,
big
though.
arrow from across the map from C9 guarantees the hit of the Call Me, guarantees Thanatos can make
take
that
that
a
trade.
1-for-1. Meanwhile, C9
The kill
is
onto
gonna
Azir
take
went on to
another
Sion,
neutral objective.
so-
Blabber has total control over the Herald.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're just casually also just taking Rift Herald.
DSG's
at the same
getting a
time.
lot of good
really
map
nice
pressure, though, I
arrow
will say.
as a finisher from Sven to get that on to Call Me. But again, it seems like anytime DSG, like APA
Trading
coming
back
in
bot
to save
turret.
the turret, right? And then DSG are like, okay, we can make a play onto this Cassio, end up doing so, but the rest of C9 are still ready to collapse.
I'll also say, though, if I'm Dom and Arrow sitting in the back room watching this game, hi guys, first. Secondly, I'm really concerned with how things
Hi,
are going
guys.
based off how well things went in the bottom lane because Castle just picked up a full turret. He's
Oh,
2-0.
Thanatos is
He's
dead.
going to have a really strong poke onto their squishies. And then this...
Nope, never mind.
Thanatos
Oh.
able to avoid this one, but the most perplexing thing to me here is like APA keeps playing
Unshot by
so
Rebellion played
aggressively.
tomorrow.
Like he's 1,500 gold down onto this Azir.
I think
and
they're the
Call Me's
first
letting
series
you push
tomorrow,
him
if I'm
back.
not mistaken.
Aren't you a little suspicious as to why that might be happening? And then Kryra comes in and kills him once again. It's like all these things is like, wow, how could this Cassio, who's so far behind, get all these like good trades and be like, he's posturing so much, but he's been punished 4 times at this point for the 0-4, and that's part of what's keeping this game very close.
All right, Rift Herald summoned up by C9 here in mid lane. No driver on this one. There were some shenanigans with that this past weekend here in their series against Sentinels, so they're just going to leave this one on the autopilot. It's like one of those
Nebrick,
Waymos.
in case you needed to be filled in on this. We're complaining about who needs to be this, who needs to be that.
Oh yeah, you just like let it go.
Exactly.
I'm not advocating for any of them to do that.
C9's going to go ahead and pick up turret number 2 there.
I think they should both stay.
1,000 gold ahead as a team.
Because I think it's good for the league.
Your bottom lane has a 3K gold lead between the two of them, but now it's DSG moving into the C9 jungle.
DSG's in a nice little power position here, assuming they can get something going. MF is still alive with a decent angle for an ult. Castle can do some damage. Castle misses damage. Can they kill Blabber? I don't think so. Castle's about to die. He's way deep.
Tries the flank, but instead he only damns himself. APA takes out that strong Jace, and DSG's plans completely crumble. Thanatos charging in, trying to slow down Lions, and with a backup from the Seraphine, they're
I mean, you're just not going to win a 5v5 fight against a Cassiopeia, Ashe Seraphine.
But all they had was a one-way ticket to the fountain.
Yeah, they thought they had it, and I really love the team fight targeting that's coming out of C9 into this, recognizing, okay, arrow onto Sajed,
double hit,
it still ends up getting charmed up. Kryra takes a lot of damage, and even though he's still surviving as the Mundo,
Castle misses a power Q, gets stunned. Yeah,
because again, Blabber is just so strong with this Ashe Seraphine behind them. That then allows the rest of C9 to rotate onto Castle, who's looking for another Jace.
How's your LCS season going? We are winless.
Mundo's inting.
By the way, Blabber's favorite thing to do is say the other jungler is inting. You can go listen to their comms from last week. He said that all the time against Hambach. Someone is always inting on Blabber's screen. But I'll say Castle, to me, was the one inting that team fight. Because I thought it looked fine until he tried the flank. And now, you know, maybe it's Lions.
I think Lions might be inting. I think Sven is going to grab
Call Me able to get out
for free on that one. Okay. And Call Me should be able to get away here. I don't really see how Vulcan could be able to catch him by himself. So still, though, 3,500 gold lead for C9. It's rough out here for Disguise. There's your arrow.
Oh, no.
I don't think you get away from that one. Call Me. He uses the ulti. He stays
good flash from
alive.
APA.
Flash twin bang from APA finishes the
APA with
man.
a little tip-in shot on the Cassio at the end. Sven's arrows in this game have been really
Sven,
nice.
Sven on Ashe has
really
been pretty good so far.
I'm going to assume that's like not just Sven being good, but an overall team thing. But again, whenever one of these DSG players is isolated, they have to watch out for this group of Blabber with the Ashe Seraphine behind him, because he can just
like Castle and Call Me need it, and that's a missed skill shot.
Kryra's your target.
Tough.
And he's just going to go ahead and walk away from this one.
The second you miss that empowered shockwave, it's tough. Or not shockwave, shock blast.
The kill participation, 11 out of 15 for Sven, 13 out of 15 for Vulcan, only 4 for APA. You've got 9 for Blabber because he's been helping that bottom lane out a lot too. And then only 5 for Thanatos. So really so much from the bottom lane.
Positioning here is going to be
play through bot
tough.
with the Scion top lane. That's exactly what's happening. But now third
how do you
Drake,
get
Soul
enough poke
Point,
down to be relevant
exactly
in
where
this
the Ashe
fight?
Seraphine wants to be.
Okay, Disguise looking for their entry angle instead. Kryra going to lose about half HP, but the same for Blabber.
Dragon resets
Blabber
though.
Has Seraphine to keep him healed up. He's got the rest of C9 around him, so they can try to secure this, immediately move to Soul Point with it, and sure enough they will. Castle with the shock blast won't get anything.
There's not a real way for DSG to walk in.
If you can't walk in, then why not take the side pressure in other lanes?
Level 8 Nautilus with 1 item. So that is
I
your
agree.
frontline engage.
Record should probably be below the...
You don't have an engage, but actually C9, I think transitioning straight over to this Baron is a little bit bold, but I do like the play, especially if they're ready to turn a fight and they have decent war coverage.
I mean, if you're C9, you just want to force 5v5 team fights the entire time,
with shields
and
and
you're fine.
Around the Baron.
Kryra was already half health.
Try to make his way towards this, but it's already down to 1/3 of its health. C9
MF ult time for the steal.
DPS a little bit, but no, it looks like we're going to go ahead and burst it. C9 takes the Baron. Kryra's soaking some damage. Bullet time
actually not bad damage from Sajed there on that ult.
Flies through too. They want to try to use Castle to kill off Blabber, but DSG again don't have the damage. The Xinjiao stays alive as APA goes on a killing spree. Sajed
okay, wait a minute.
Made his way into the back line, and Decimating Smash does just that. Everybody on Disguise dies. They trade for APA, but what's it matter? It's a Baron +4 for just your mid lane. laner. C9 will take it.
And they'll get so much more off the back of that Baron. Their mid and top waves are already pushed. They are having their cake right now and eating it too. And I think it's DSG.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I got a little bit of flashbacks there. Watch MF here. Watch MF. Wait.
But then the fact that the Baron dies and then the Jace TPs anyway into
fine.
what's already a losing fight just makes
Off
things
to the
go
side,
from bad
trying to
worse
deal
for
damage.
DSG.
Yeah, and I like that we ended up
Yeah, I
seeing
mean, that's
that
just
really
good
nice
CC. You can't blame anybody for not getting in the way of that.
Scion combo off the back half of that fight, really making the most of how beefy Thanatos is, extending the range, getting those charms out. And this team comp can just now bulldoze through DSG
Yeah,
as if they couldn't already.
Yeah, and
DSG had to get ahead with their
healing
comp.
reduction
They did not
means
do
that
that.
Cryros Mundo isn't
At
going
all.
to be getting Giant anytime soon.
No.
He would be the one person who'd maybe be able to buy time in the back line.
You know, APA was complaining about how he doesn't get free wins on the Scion. Thanatos is 6-0 on the Scion in LCS, or career actually. So yeah, he also like give him some of those wins. You know,
He's doing pretty good, and the point about
Need
the
a
Mundo
miracle
too,
fight
Jack,
here.
Not only is
Now
it
maybe
getting
it's time
healing
for the
reduction,
miracle
you're
shuffle.
still only level 13. Level 3 ulti is
Oh my God, nope.
like, and your team's already dead on top of it. Castle, that fed Jace, is already down. So Jed has to flash away just to avoid dying here himself.
That's
C9 honestly could probably just try to push for the win right here. They've got the Baron empowered minions.
I do wonder how much fun Vulcan's having.
The Jace did
this is
nothing
no
against
Bard,
the
right?
Scion
But
matchup.
Yeah,
Who would've
1-0-17
guessed?
looks pretty fun.
Yeah, he's going to be having a great time. Anyway, Lions taking a little bit more damage here, but C9 not wanting to overcommit onto the
Oh,
Nautilus.
no.
Blabber, gonna knock up onto Call Me, forces the flash out there. Thanatos.
Oh, look at the
flying
Scion
in to
ult.
the left side. Lions
Oh,
flashes,
no.
barely stays alive himself. As Disguised all hurt, but nobody
They're all
dead
quarter
here just
health
yet,
and can't do
except
anything.
For Castle, who's still reviving
Taking
from
him,
the
go
earlier
mid.
pick. So the tier 3 turret dies in the bottom lane. Minion wave crashing into the tier 3 turret mid. Bottom lane inhibitor going to be your
Yep.
target now.
There you go.
C9 going
Nice.
after that one. It's a long range TP from Call Me. This is Disguised's potential final full send, but C9 are
Okay.
just walking off to stage left anyway.
Castle.
As Disguised can't get in position to try to set up for Call
Call
Me's flank. He
Me.
just ends up rejoining the rest of the team from the same angle, and the TP ultimately results in a whole lot of nothing. Blabber
Zinjao's
jumping right back
going
into the
in.
Lions
Oh,
here. Third
no.
Counter-Strike connects.
Oh,
There's
no.
the whip becomes lightning. Call Me's next to die. The teleport
Bye-bye.
didn't do a thing. Double kill for Blabber's Zen. Sajed finally falls. Kryra just barely hangs on here with the
Lives.
Dr.
All right.
Mundo,
Game.
but he's the only one left alive. The bottom inhibitor's already gone. The mid lane inhibitor's about to fall, and C9's on the victory march.
Playing with so much confidence, grouping up for the Seraphine heals to make them even more powerful. And then APA, 75% of the team's deaths just for good measure.
Nice
at the
ult.
end before the
Can
end
they
of
get
the
a kill on a
We'll
Mundo
see if
before the
maybe
game's
they
over?
can kill the Mundo on the steps. Teams like to
This
pad
would be
the
funny.
stats sometimes, but Mundo is a little difficult to do it on. They might
Hey,
still make
there it
happen.
is. Vulcan
yes,
gets it.
Indeed, he does. The Nexus will fall. C9 ran the game start to finish. It's a bot cap. C9 up 1-0.
We need to show the chat. I knew he would do this. If you die 6 times and your team dies 8 times, you have to say mid-gap, and he did. He knew the chat was on the whole time.
That's
Had to get that
crazy.
in there before he runs off to go to the next game. C9 dominate that game.
Picking.
Excellent.
Picking Jace.
In the first one, it's all about the bottom lane.
Jace Misfortune
That one to Sven. What are you guys thinking, Lounge?
into a comp that just.
I'm thinking Sven. I'm thinking Sven looks pretty
Ugh.
good right there. And also, I do love APA.
I didn't like that.
Right at the end. Mid-gap.
The Mundo pick is just so counter to everything else in this comp, in my opinion.
But in terms of the
Like, get some sort of like aggressive or like I don't know. Was Jarvan banned?
would have a better shot against
I'm
Sven.
assuming Jarvan had to have been banned.
Abort that narrative. That is not what happened.
I mean, roll eclipse. I just didn't understand even draft-wise what they were.
Yeah,
thinking with
no,
the Mundo
dude,
pick.
the
If
Mundo
you're
makes no
gonna
sense.
Go Nautilus plus MF. The only way you're winning this 2v2 is with ganks, right?
Yeah.
Nautilus has really powerful gank assist. You bring
How's the discussion
down
on Coach Streamers
your
going? It was
Nocturne,
fun.
you bring down
Me and
your
Jabana
Bot,
talked about
you
it for a
bring
bit.
down your whatever.
It was a good
and
time.
You gank. You spam, try to attack them and kill them. Because in the isolated 2v2, it's going to be impossible, and this is just insult to injury. I mean, Sven lived with no health.
Literal pain.
Leveled up to 5, yeah.
And from there, they were already down 20 or 30 CS plus a double kill. There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, like Lee Sin, Trundle, Vi, literally anything in which you can play towards this
see it
lane.
again.
Because like if you're playing, I like Nautilus MF in terms of just fighting for prio. You are fighting for prio. It's going to be a strong
Let me just check
3v3,
on everything.
But if you pick up Mundo, I don't really see it happening there. And
good.
also, yeah, literally level 1. We didn't show it, but literally the moment the hook came through, Barry came through from Ash, and
There we
then,
go.
like,
All right.
Alice gets
Ring up on
Arrow.
notifications. Zestin, thank you for the follow.
Even just like
Happened during the game. Thank you very much.
Mundo is zero, so you have this, like,
DSG banned J4 third. I mean, that makes sense. You don't want to give it to Blabber, but there's got to be some other jungler that you can have that works better than Mundo and tries to get you
I
ahead.
just feel like their draft made absolutely no sense.
It's funny you say that about the mid jungle because that is kind
Wukong?
of where DSG
Wukong,
were
yeah,
able to
okay,
get
Wukong's
some
a great one.
advantages, and it was from the Mundo going mid. We also have some plays of that because I feel like
I mean, the other problem is like you again, you have
differential,
Jace
it was
versus
Joseph battling, like,
Sion,
the mid diff. He was getting caught a lot, and it was called
which I know they picked the Jace before the Sion, but you had to know it was coming. Like it was very clear.
Made this easier.
I don't want to rewind because I want to let the broadcast just be what it is, but
fight through it. And I was like, okay, maybe not happening. So he made the initial mistake.
Jack is for the drip, just for the hell of it.
To set up like the Azir
I recorded a video earlier with it, and that's it.
Kill gets traded here. It's a really bad lane condition, and now
MF can be objectively good in select comps, but it's just not good in this particular comp.
Because
Not.
could have easily just walked away. I don't even know that he had to flash in the first one if he just walked straight out. But he just
Like
tried to
there's
go
there are situations where I can see MF being good. This is just not.
Isolated 1v1, but yeah, my problem
I
was
don't
just kind
know.
of conceptually how is the 2v2 going to work?
I don't think it's strong enough to be able to like win lane and beat out the
Call Me had some opportunities, but I didn't feel
beat
like
out
he
the
did well
the
with
Sion, the
opportunities.
Ash,
Obviously,
the
rest of
Seraph,
team
like
was all
just
very far behind. Blabber was up like 1,500 gold. The bot lane
Cryo Skarner game incoming, probably.
It was always going to be really, really hard. But he had the missed Emperor's Divide on
Yeah, Sven flashes
He
at bottom
had the like
jungle.
solo play.
Need a comp MF is good in 5 melee.
Where he got caught out and killed. So there was a few where it was like, maybe he could have done more, but it was always going to be an almost impossible game coming out.
I think like the argument for
5 melee
the
is
bot lane
good.
pick, and I totally agree about the jungle like not helping out. Mundo's not going to really impact that.
I would have
bot lane,
picked the
but
Amumu.
Sajed was
I know it's not a
7-0.
pro
This
pick,
works, we were
but
talking
jungle
about that in his
Amumu with
career
MF
games.
would have
Now,
been
a lot of
fun.
that, of course, you had tier 2, but
Gank a
still,
good bit,
like,
lock
coming
down
in,
that
I
ult,
was
hit the
hopeful
wombo
that Sajed
combo with
would
it.
be better in the laning phase, and then I
Okay,
see him
Jarvan
switching
was
off,
looking at
so
this
I
now.
start getting excited,
Jarvan,
thinking this is
Nocturne, Pantheon were the only junglers
But
banned.
not against Ash Seraphine.
Yeah, numbers don't lie. Ash's stats here ridiculous. So unsurprisingly, player of the game.
Yeah,
as you can
like,
see, just take
why
a
not
look at it.
Wukong?
It's actually kind of crazier that Blabber says
That's the first pick that comes to mind.
almost as much damage as the Ash.
Yeah, it is. It is
Yeah.
insane.
I'm looking at that Sajed and Vulcan damage. That Seraphine, going crazy.
Auto
That
attack
Seraphine
freely
does
with
as
no
much damage
risk.
as the MF.
That is actually wild.
I'm just
That
trying
is
to
the
think of how you
exact
get
same
like
damage.
maximum value out of your ult.
C9's
Because that's like the biggest. Your ult AOE damage is like the biggest part of her kit that you need to be able to utilize. The rest is just like trying to get her ahead.
But you know what the real discussion is? Who is the better Scion? Because I don't know if you saw the APA interview. APA was talking about, oh, I'm always mad when we give Thanatos the Scion.
Wukong got nerfed. No, yeah, but it's still a better fit into this comp. It objectively does what they need the comp to do better than Mundo. Even if Mundo's a stronger champion. And Mundo might have also gotten nerfed in time. So
it was looking pretty good. I think you have to
Unclear.
give it to Thanatos. I will say, Vulcan ended up
Unclear.
winning the fan vote.
He
in
did.
terms, yes,
It's also way too many APA votes. I'm just going to call it out right there. For how he played that Cassiopeia. I feel like he was protesting on the Cassiopeia because he wanted the
They've ruined
Scion.
their credibility by giving APA votes.
Take it out of my sight. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't want to see the fan vote after what they did in terms of 16.7%.
That's crazy. That's actually kind of crazy right there. But, not so Vulcan.
We're not
We do
mad.
like
We're just
that.
disappointed.
Just a little
Alright,
disappointed.
Jace not the Mundo. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Jace either, but
Tom's replay connected by AT&T and voted on by
got that IRS persistence. I like it. Lunar, you do kind of have to answer his question though. If you're gonna ask that, if you're gonna ask for Dokla to be changed, you do have to give an answer. You can't just say drop somebody. You have to give me the. It's one thing to say that a team, Nebrix. If you're saying that a team needs changes and saying like the general changes, fine. Like I'm down for that. But if you're saying that a particular person needs dropped, then in that case you need to be able to provide an answer of like who you would get in return. Because then you can push for it, and that's fine. I think that's fair.
That is unfair control. Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this. Yeah, this seems
Can't see. All right. The question is, if you're calling for Dokla to get swapped out, but you need to say who. That's the question at the moment. I'll say Jason the pick instead of Mundo would be better.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, Jesus. I knew that comment was coming, but still. Nah, he ain't getting another chance in NA, clearly. Otherwise, he would have had one by now.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Also, G2 2-0 SK. Nice. Dokla. I mean, that's not bad. Alright, I want to go grab my food, grab my lunch. Is there anything else I'm missing? Anybody? So I know I haven't talked to chat now that we're in between games. I haven't talked to chat about like everything that Jamada and I talked about beforehand. Is there anything that you guys want to like follow up on? Because I want to make sure you guys are included in that conversation, and you feel heard as much as you know the two of us can sit there and talk about it. I just want to check in with you all because I know we didn't have time before the game. Recap what you guys talked about. Oh, that's impossible. Just the FlyQuest stuff, the video, the obligation of teams, and like how teams go about content when talking about this and beyond. Like it's quite literally impossible for me to recap all 25 minutes of that. What was the conversation? If we're asking about the conversation, I don't need to worry about it then. I'm just asking for those that were in like there for the conversation. Like, does anybody there have any follow-ups? Because I can't recap it. I will go back and I promise you I will go back and tease it. I might post it as its own video, potential, or like add it onto the video that I did. I might just have, honestly, I might just have that replace Monday's video and just like let people listen to it, because I think that might be like a better it might just be more flushed out than what I put, just because I have somebody else to push the topic, and I think mine is very narratively like kind of thin, but I can add certain parts on it, or I could follow up on Wednesday. I don't know, we'll see. Most recent FlyQuest video about co-streamers? Yep, that's the one. All right, everybody do me a favor. Grab your water, grab your drinks, grab your stuff. Can I go give a quick summary? No, I can't. The topic was too in-depth. It's not one that I can give a quick recap on. Get your food, get your water, get your drinks. I'll be right back.
Make sure to check out the C9 Kia
grab
Champions Arena, where C9 and Sentinels will team up in an ARAM Mayhem show match.
Ooh.
You can watch those games on the Cloud9 Twitch or YouTube channel after the LCS wraps up today. I have also been told that our very own Emily Rand and Raz are going to be casting that together. Are you going to do some play-by-play, Emily?
No, Raz is going to be doing the play-by-play.
You should just I want to hear that in the middle.
Last time like, it was like neither of us were doing play-by-play. We're just kind of like yelling out stuff, which is perfect for ARAM Mayhem because a bunch of random stuff happens all the time too, right? So check it out. It's going to be a fun time. Now into draft.
I mean, kind of just yelling out stuff is what
ARAM
casting
Mayhem.
is.
I mean, that's my job.
Yeah.
My job's to just yell stuff out. That's the name of the game.
I just think with the augments, it makes it like particularly chaotic, right? Like, did you guys see the one where the Nautilus got like so much health off of the augment that gives you like both health and largeness?
Tank
he was,
Engine
like,
Goliath,
clipping
steal your heart.
through. Yeah, he was like clipping through the actual game.
I feel like every clip I've ever seen of ARAM Mayhem is just somebody bigger than the map. Like
Yeah,
walking
exactly. And it's like usually a Nautilus.
The really big and the really small stuff is the most new.
Yeah.
Right. It's just funny. All right, let's go ahead and get into our draft kit. Emily, you already mentioned it. We are underway here in game number 2.
Just lock in
C9.
first pick, flex pick Anivia.
Yep. C9 is going to go ahead and ban out the Karma, the Ori, and the Pantheon, disguised, getting rid of APA Ziggs. Ziggs alongside the Jarvan and the Varus power picks yet again. First pick, flex pick, Anivia, like you said, Jat. The bird can go a couple of different places these days as C9 responds. Last game, remember, Disguise first picked a bird, and then C9 responded with a power bot lane.
True.
And now this game, Disguise first picks a bird, and what do we get? Corki Nami from C9.
But now the bird is probably going into the bot lane. So I'm going to say I do think I'm going to make the assumption potentially going into bot. I think they should leave it up as a flex, especially since Ryze is still available. You might want to play the Anivia into that. But we did see Lions play this previously, and I actually thought that they were going to get kind of turbo stomped by that FlyQuest bot lane. They didn't. They actually played that pretty well, despite the fact that they did end up losing the game. So looking for a little bit more bot lane power on top of this Nocturne pick locked in for Cryra.
Yeah, remember that Nocturne was one of the champions banned in the second half of the draft in the previous game because C9 had their jungler in the first half. Disguise did not. This time around, since you're keeping that Anivia a flex between mid and support, you don't want to go ahead and pick your mid laner early along with it. So Disguise will get their jungler before that second part of the bans comes in, and C9 are going to go ahead, they'll say, fine, we'll switch it up from last time. We'll pick our mid laner. The jungle will remain open. It's Annie for APA.
And Blabber has the option of going with some more utility picks. He's actually been pretty successful on things like Malphite or Sejuani, so it's really hard to ban him out in this instance with them having the Annie locked in, which is also a flex pick. Annie's been getting more play in the top lane.
Yeah.
Especially over in like Korean solo queue, so Thanatos very well could play this depending on how the rest of the draft plays out.
Keep an eye on it. I always like those kind of weird flex picks as they start to emerge to see who's going to be the first person to really start adapting this, seeing if they can make it work in stage games versus just in ladder games. But that Ryze that we mentioned, that's banned away. So the Wukong going to be banned out now by Disguise as well.
Yeah, and I like that takeaway from Disguise. Obviously, Wukong, Annie fit together like insanely well in a variety of team compositions. Really great CC chain and follow-up, especially in tandem with that Corki Nami. So good of DSG to take that off the board. And also good to take the Ryze off the board because I think Ryze, especially in tandem with Nocturne, just gives you so much side lane control. So just yoinking that and being like, you know what, we're not going to pick it. We're going to take it away from you. And then taking away the Rumble from Castle, who I think has been like a bright spot, right? Like we talked about all of the plays that they were trying to make mid while C9 was kind of stomping on the bot side of the map. I thought Castle did well in his matchup. He had a few good flanks. He had some less successful flanks, we'll just say, Jat. So taking that kind of power pick away from him, I think is really good.
I like the cute Vayne ban
Wait,
hover
what am I
before
missing
actually
here?
banning the Gnar. They're thinking about the Gnar Vayne matchup in the top lane because if
What
you're
am I
C9 right
missing
now, you kill the Annie's flexibility by blind picking Gnar. So
but
it's also one of the best.
I
picks
think
for
you
Thanatos
understand
to do, so
why
understand
I
they would
think
ban it
they're
away.
no.
And if they end up actually locking in this Ambessa, they'll still be able to hold their flexibility, which keeps their options open in this draft because DSG is still not committed either, and it'll be fully committed, generally speaking, after these next two picks.
Yeah, I do like the Ambessa here.
Brother, I'm not playing fucking Whisper between two people in chat. That's not happening. If you two have each other blocked, I'm not going at it from there. Like, you're asking a 31-year-old man to play fucking telephone for you guys. Come on.
I mean, Renekton is kind of the evergreen.
If you got each other blocked, you got each other blocked, and just move on with it. Live our lives. Like, come on, what are we doing here?
Locked in there for Castle. And now for Disguise. Last time around, they cycled through a bunch of potentially interesting stuff. I've been casting League of Legends. This is my 10th year casting professional League of Legends. I know better than to get bamboozled by this now. I'm not just going to believe whatever they hover. Okay, Akali locked
Brother,
in,
just
means that
move
Anivia
on.
is 100%
Focus on the games, move on. All right, looking at this draft.
Yep, and they were going to be okay with that, locking it into the Corki.
I don't know what we're talking about in context of. Am I not streaming it? No.
Pretty happy with the
I thought I would have to be at the wedding today. I was wrong. I only have to be at the wedding tomorrow.
Whether or not they're flexing, and they are. We are going to see.
Oh, we got the Vayne top. Oh, there it is.
And we get to see Thanatos Vayne.
Akali Vayne's interesting now.
Down into jungle after the Renekton was locked in to hopefully counter it. They're trying to be sneaky.
Yeah, I love this. I think Thanatos continues to be
I'm trying. Who?
one of, if not
I've
the
never played a.
best,
Well, no,
top
because
laner
I.
in
Well, no.
LCS,
Okay, it's Renekton.
right?
Never mind. I'm dumb.
Having like this where he should be able
yeah,
to
Vayne gets
do
the better of
well
that because of range.
into this Renekton. it does take away a key component of C9's team composition, which is having a front line, which is always kind of the danger of.
I honestly kind of like DSG's comp, assuming that Vayne doesn't outscale really hard
DSG
here.
have a super heavy-duty front line either outside of the Renekton,
So here's my big thing with this, guys.
If DSG is even or ahead, I think they're able to control tempo of fights pretty good, no?
In this case, and one is ranked much lower.
You've got Anivia, you've got Nocturne to shut off the lights.
You of the power rankings, right? The team that's ranked lower, I always want to see them have more definitive go buttons. I want to see them have more engage. I want to see them be able to make choices when, where, and how they want to. But for Disguised, I'm kind of struggling to see where that happens here because I don't.
And also, Calmy's a pretty good Anivia, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be difficult, especially.
So I think this should actually be
we do
really,
not
really
get
good
this bot lane
for
right?
DSG
Like,
comp-wise.
if that does not happen, if this Caitlyn
Oh no, it's the Lions and Anivia.
and Anivia
Fuck.
lane is not able to kind of take over the bot side of
I'm
the
an
map,
idiot.
and they aren't able to make those side lane plays with the Nocturne, I think it
Alright,
gets
I like Anivia
super,
Caitlyn bot
super
lane,
difficult
personally.
for DSG pretty quickly.
I don't know if it beats Corki Nami. I
and
mean,
it
I
is
think it's
kinda
just a
sad
skill
'cause I feel
matchup
like
to get
DSG,
ahead now.
when they first came
Mid
in,
lane Akali
were
versus
the kind
Annie's
of, like,
fun.
trust me dead ass team, right? With like the Nasus top, with believing in their selves. But Clayton, we're gonna revisit the blasting cycle.
Well, our question in game number 1 was, okay, Blabber blasted Griffin.
Nebrek,
Griffin
I'm giving
blasted
you a
Kryra.
warning.
Where
Stop
does the
calling
blasting
people shit
wand
or like
aim?
names.
Now here that we get to
You can
see
talk
Kryra
about your
versus
opinions and
Blabber,
disagree with other
unfortunately
people,
for
but
the
you gotta
Sky
stop calling
side in
names.
Game number 1,
This is
the
your warning.
blasting wand was aimed right back at Kryra. That's
You wanna have a healthy conversation? That's not how you do it.
Flying out of the
That's not how you
blasting
start
wand
it.
from the bottom lane that had control the entire time. Blabber just helped them extend their lead even further, and the rest was history.
Through the Xin Zhao as well, because Blabber did the most damage in the game along with Sven. They were both around like 26,000. But Enchanter plus Xin can also be absolutely insane.
Oh, it's nasty.
On the team composition point, though, Emily, I think the Nocturne Akali is hoping to just be dive
Vayne's
buddy
gonna get
for
ahead
any
in terms of
squishy,
CS, no?
as
Okay.
long
Range is
as
able to
Calmy
poke out
can get
Renekton
into a
if
decent
Renekton
position
tries
in
to
the game.
go
So if they're
in.
set up first in an objective, and the Akali doesn't have to show, Nocturne ults as soon as the Akali shows, and they can in
And just
theory
condemn
kill
them away.
anyone in the game. So the bot lane sets all that up in the
ridiculous. I
first
have a
place,
little
but
bit of
that is
food
the
on me.
idea. It just doesn't have a good fallback pattern in terms of team composition.
All right, Nebrick,
And
I
that's
said
where
no name
worry,
calling.
Because again, when you have a team that's ranked more
Just
highly
move
than you
on.
have versus a team that's ranked lower, generally that
you're-
higher ranked team is going to be more consistent. So I kind of worry about, okay, well, if you don't have the consistency to make sure you get off to that good start, or at least the decent start that you need, and there's no fallback plan, I'm worried.
Just not dealing with
Yeah,
it.
and I'm
All
glad
right.
we're looking at top lane right now because as we see, the Renekton is not having a fun time in this Vayne lane, and I think Castle has been.
I do end
kind
up
of
wearing a
bright
majority of the
spot
things
on
I
DSG,
guess.
even when they've
But-
been struggling. He was kind of looking like one of the potential answers in the last game as well, in addition to Calmy, and he's been one of their more consistent performers, and it makes this matchup against C9
Alright.
particularly
Mid
difficult
lane.
just because of how strong Thanatos is.
No, it's not Vayne. It's Vayne into
A lot of this comes down to Kryra, and a lot of these
Vayne into Renekton.
moves that C9 is
Ooh,
pulling
and he's
off are
getting
kind
the
of daring
lead.
Kryra to
Nice.
stop you. So Thanatos takes top lane Vayne with TP, no cleanse. So in theory, if there's like a good gank timing, it's
See,
a
that's what I
fast
mean. That makes
W
it tough
from
for
the
Castle.
Renekton,
How are you
and
gonna
then
get in
Nocturne
on
walks
that?
up and kills the Vayne. But
I mean,
if
you kind of
Thanatos
just,
ends up
as a
getting way
Renekton, you
too
kind of
big
just
or
have to
health
survive
difference too
now.
big before Kryra is able to arrive on a Nocturne, who again is not a good pre-6 ganker, then that lane's going to go really heavily into the side of the Vayne.
So remember in game number 1, we did see around this level 4 point, Kryra coming mid, making that play onto APA, APA getting aggressive, trying to set something up for Blabber. APA ends up giving over the first
Yeah,
blood. This
TP
time
on
around,
Vayne
though,
is
it
kind of
looks like
interesting, especially when
Disguised,
you
they don't
naturally
wanna
get a
try
TP
to
as a
make
top
that move
laner.
against the Annie.
So-
Calmy is down to about half HP. They have to remember that C9 was
Can't
also
say I agree.
positioning
The
Blabber
good thing
there
is
in the
bot side
first
seems to
game,
be doing
so
well.
they're not going to force anything. Kryra's just going to go ahead, take his recall. You can see Blabber has already done the same.
Yeah, small little jungle optimization. Kryra knows that Blabber's going to be going Raptors Krugs. Blabber did a Raptors first start, which gets his second set of small camps to be up a little bit faster.
Oh, good
Gives
roam.
this winner to game.
Okay, Lions throws out the wall. APA sidesteps away from the Flash Frost. Calmy is down to 200
Didn't unfortunately
HP.
mean
So
much,
even though
but
Lions
that's fine.
shows up mid and provides this little bit of extra assistance, this extra pressure, Calmy doesn't have enough health to work with to follow it up and try to threaten Summoner.
How far is
spells onto
APA from 6?
So
About half?
The C9
Okay.
mid laner is still doing just fine.
Yeah, it does relieve a tiny bit of pressure, although now
Alright.
Blabber is kind
Castle's
of sniffing
finally
around
starting to get
a
back
bit.
into it, it seems.
Yeah, Blabber's not in a rush to
Probably
finish his
not.
next two
Ow, would
camps. He's
that
been
hurt
extremely
my
efficient
leg?
early
Please, no.
on. Doesn't even have his wolf spawning yet, so he can
No,
really sit
you're
here
fine.
without punishment, just so APA can get this wave in, base, and then come back with full mana.
Yeah, and meanwhile, C9 and this quirky Nami
That
have
was
kind
too big of a bite.
taken
I nearly
over the
wore all my
push
food.
on the bot side of the map. At the same time, Lions roamed up. So
Caitlyn,
that's not
despite the
really
roam, is still
coincidence,
doing
but
fine. 3 CS ahead.
And you can see
It's
as
been
both
a really
of
good
our
roam
top
timer.
laners have now gone back and shopped. Castle has already had to go back twice, actually. You can see his teleport desynced from Thanatos's. But the difference is
come here.
brown boots plus cloth armor
God
versus
damn.
full berserker greaves. Tier 2 boots versus tier 1 boots.
leg
In
and
these
tearing the
range
hair
versus
out.
melee
Hey.
matchups, the boots are
Hey.
so important, and
Don't do that.
Thanatos having the boots level advantage is pretty big.
It's just the move speed gap. Thanatos, every time he's on the C9
back for
podcast
summer
and they
release,
ask
but-
about top lane matchup,
So
he's
Jed's
always
got a
like,
ton
well,
of
if I
time.
get boots first, then it's fine. And then I win. And that's what's happening right now. Both junglers
So
as
Jed's
well, not
only
in a
gonna
rush
get better
to
as
finish
time
their first
goes
camp.
on.
They're waiting for the extra jungle
You have
cookies
to keep giving him
potentially
time.
do a smite fight over the
It's his
Scuttle Crab,
first
which is gonna be
split,
spawning top
or
side.
like first
Also,
year,
since
first
Blabber's
full
on Gromp,
split.
they kind of really clearly know each other's jungle paths right now.
I'm not expecting him to be
Thanatos with
great all the
very
time. He just needs to
reasonable
look
level of certainty can say that the Nocturne
look
is bottoming
solid
off,
enough
so
to the
that's
point
why
where
he's
you see the
pushing up so
potential.
aggressively.
Ooh, Call Me going very aggressive on the APA here.
Oh,
Uses
good
one
dodge on the
execution
ult.
to back to reset his position. Also gets the ulti there out of APA, so flash not used by either one. It is
Yes,
an
the
HP
looks
advantage
match.
for Call Me as he
You're not
continues
wrong.
to try to play aggressively here with a smoke screen, but Blabber hits level 6. Public execution is ready.
And he wants to stop Drake because he knows Nocturne's not 6, and the only job he would have is to do Drake. And since DSG left the lane, it's obvious that he's there, so they're crossing.
Yeah, Vulcan down to 300 HP here.
Okay,
He does
not
miss the
great.
Aqua Prison. But because Blabber is on the approach, because he has that
Mm-hmm.
level 6 versus level 5 that you're talking about, Jet, it means the Disguised has to back away. Now APA getting the
Man,
better
Akali's
of Call
just
Me
getting
here in the
poked
trade.
out or
as both
pushed out of
mid-laners
this fight.
Continue to fight for that pressure, fight for that control over mid. And Call Me
Too low
stays
health
back.
and you give up
It's the
first
crab
strike.
gap
Oh, you
right
give
there.
a
He knew he was
big
level 6.
tempo
He knew
difference.
there was no other job.
Uh
He's going for
oh,
it.
not good.
Immediately, Blabber's ready to follow it up. The stun
Not
from
good.
APA sets it up for Blabber.
Well
to
played
make a
from Blabber and
flash
APA.
Public execution on the target
good
that
combo.
cannot be missed, and C9 collects first blood.
Really nice to see that coming out of APA and Blabber. Again, off of the recognition from
Gotta give
Blabber,
credit
he's
where it's
able to go
where it's
down,
due.
stop
APA hit
Drake
hit that stun
push
nice.
up,
Set him up perfectly
in
for
tandem
it.
with the Annie. Didn't see the window the first time, got it down this time.
Now they do have to worry, though, about Kryra being level 6 and Blabber using his flash ult, so he's not really on the map. So
Yup.
it's definitely DSG's turn to do something, and Thanatos would be the one in danger, which is why
DSG
he's going to
should
control
try
his
and force something at Dragon now.
All right, 1,500.
If you got the
gold
timer
lead.
on it, push out
Come with
mid,
Disguised, I'm a little bit worried.
see if you
at
can push
that.
out bot
It's
and then
not
go from there.
exactly what you want to see 7 minutes into the game, but it's the opposite story of what we saw in game number 1. Because game number 1, C9's lead was entirely built through the bottom lane duo. Here in game number 2, it's all that top side of the map that favors C9, while it's actually disguised with. It feels practically disingenuous to call it a lead because it's just a minion
Hey,
bounces difference in
69
the
gold
bottom
lead.
lane,
This is
but still,
69 gold.
compared
Well,
to
90
game number
gold lead
1
now.
where you're down 30 CS and a level and a half, this is significantly better.
The absence of the deficit makes it feel like a lead.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
exactly. Compared
I'm
to the
just
first
saying,
game,
this
it
feels
is a lead.
miserable for a call.
Yeah, it's a little contrarian, but I like it. As Disguised will at least continue trying to maintain some control
Like,
over
feels
this bottom
absolutely
side.
miserable
We
for
still don't
Collie
have
so
the
far.
first Drake take. And remember that in game number 1,
She has not gone
it was
to
about
play.
8 minutes in that first Drake ended up getting felled. As
Oh,
Castle's gonna pop the
Castle.
dominance. Does
I
get
don't know.
Ruthless Predator there onto Thanatos. A little bit of extra range that lends. Means that Thanatos is
Good
under
trade.
pressure, but Thanatos, he stays calm.
There you
He
go.
doesn't pop Final Hour. He doesn't pop Flash. He's just going to take the recall here.
Yeah, he really didn't want to have to use his ultimate there.
Oh,
Blabber's gonna be
Castle, don't
covering
get greedy.
for him.
APA looks like he might be rotating
He's
up
going to
too.
give up Drake almost for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
Clara's down there at the
Fine.
Drake. He should be able to secure that one for free. Blabber's just going to make sure Thanatos can clear the
You'd
way.
be fine.
Get the reset that he wants. Blabber just playing around his vein, recognizing that if you can get this guy fed, it's going to be worth more than one Drake in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
All right,
can
good
work.
job
The
finally
top
getting the
laner's
dragon
very
for
appreciative of
DSG.
this.
Very
You never know
important
if
note
it's
for them
actually
to
worth it.
stack
The top
these,
laners will say,
especially
yes,
with the Caitlyn
absolutely
and
worth
Nivea.
it. But it's worth it if Blabber doesn't
There we go.
die on Grubbies here, since now Castle's able to move.
Well, I think it also helps out because it gave Thanatos enough HP to no longer be under the threat of getting one comboed from Castle's Renekton if they tried to dive him. So then he can safely farm up the next wave. and now he can finally take his recall here. Thanatos will be just fine.
Caitlyn now
Blabber
10
gets
CS ahead.
consolation. Grubs
What am I
disguised
eating? This
gets the
is
first break of
homemade
the game.
hamburger helper.
We'll see if they can set up a follow-up play, but it might just be a chicken steal instead. Nocturne, like most junglers, pretty adept
Emily
at
made it
stealing
last
chickens
night.
since all you
Offered
need
me
is
at like
basic
2:30
AoE.
a.m. Hey,
Going
do you
straight
want
for
some? I
Colonel.
was like, please no.
I
Let me
thought
eat
you
it
were gonna
tomorrow.
make a joke, not
I
actually
can't.
talk about how easy it is to clear.
I do not like
I guess
eating
the
right
Colonel
before I
does
go to
it
bed
first.
unless I have
Yeah.
alcohol in my
Standard
system.
11
Then I will go
spices.
to McDonald's.
Very
But like
important for
beyond
your
that, no.
Okay, but
Crier's French Canadian. How do we work this in?
what do French Canadians? How do they eat chicken with poutine?
Oh my God, flowers.
I mean, you can put a lot of stuff on poutine, I guess.
that could work. All right, chicken poutine for sure. Well, we have the Spear of Shojin completed there. MasterCard Power Spike for Blabber completed. Makes Ambessa just that much more obnoxious with all the dashing, the constant
What are
spamming
y'all
of the
doing at
spells.
2 a.m.?
So definitely not a champion.
What
that,
married
I
couples
think
do
any
at
of the
2 a.m.
front
What
line
do you mean?
wants to deal with here on the DSG side right now. Still advantages for C9 all across that top half of the map.
But neither team really has made a move to advance the game yet. It's been mostly trading back and forth with the one pick off in the mid lane. Here, Blabber got his chicken stolen, so that gives him a window to go steal blue buff. But at the same time, no one's actually contested an invade
Triple
yet,
H.
and Crier's yet to use that first Nocturne ultimate. C9 playing very conservatively with all 5 flashes up once Blabber's comes off a cooldown, but all solo lane flashes up is the more important thing to note. So
Alright,
it's really
CS
difficult
check.
for Crier to find an alt angle.
Top
that's what I've
lane
been looking out
CS is
for
pretty
as
much
well.
even,
Like,
which is
Cryer
good.
trying to find these
Mid lane
windows
quite a
to
good,
use
quite a
his
big gap for
first
APA.
Nocturne out obviously didn't need to use it at uncontested
And
Drake,
Caitlyn's still
which
10
is
ahead.
Drake fights is where we're looking at. But
Hey,
it
guess
comes
who just
down
followed me on
this
Instagram?
Bot side, and we
Turn
have a
down
little
for
bit
Walt.
more Bot lane 2v2 scrapping. He could
The guy from the
potentially look for
FlyQuest
something
video.
here, especially since they do have some deep vision.
And I feel like that's kind of the tug of war of ideas you have to have.
I hope he's ready to see non-stop chain smokers and like social life in New York shit. Because Instagram, I do not post my gaming
At the same
stuff.
time, there's that pressure of the cooldown is so long early on that if you waste it, if you pick the wrong moment, it's just you feel like you lost so much of your playmaking.
Yeah, but also their CC setup for the Nocturne is just so bad. There's no Nocturne Orianna combo.
Right, next Dragon's up in 2 minutes 20 seconds. We can still chill. DSG has actually closed the lead a little bit,
He doesn't want to spend that much time top lane,
which is
because
great.
bot lane and mid would fall apart.
Well, as we're waiting on Nocturne to find that moment
Still keeping
for
that
the
10 CS
perfect
lead.
first
Bot lane,
ultimate. Remember
she's
the
gonna have
spring
Hex
finals
Optic when she
are
backs.
going to the Mullet Arena in Arizona, June 13th to 14th. So you can go ahead and scan that QR code. Get your tickets now if you want to come out to a live event. They're always one of
Oh
my
yeah,
favorite
tickets
parts
are
of the year.
available
They're
by the way
always
for
fun
finals.
time.
If you guys have,
And,
if you
we'll
guys
see
are
which one of
planning
these
on going
teams-
out to
either
Arizona,
one of these teams. I'm expecting at
please,
least
please,
one of
please,
these
please,
teams
go get
will
your
make it
tickets.
to the
3
Mullet
teams will
Arena.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
C9 will make it.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
expecting
C9 will
C9
make
to
it.
I think most people that follow the LCS are expecting C9 to make it there, expecting them to be one of those top competitors. Disguised, of course, would love to be able to rock that boat a little bit, but they certainly
I
have
hope that
a lot
arena
of work
fills
to
out
do after the
entirely.
first game.
They've had moments of rocking the boat.
Arizona's
And
got
then
some
they just
incredible
haven't been able
golf.
to
I wouldn't even call it decent. I
sustain
say
that
straight
boat
up
rocking.
incredible.
Yeah, they never actually capsize.
Married couples at 2 a.m. to sleep, right?
And then it just goes right back
With
on
each
sale.
other.
Blabber missing the public execution down there. Had that one a little bit askew. So I don't know if you guys have heard this before. I think I remember learning this on a Whippo stream when I was just watching him play solo queue. Talking about Ambessa, with the way that the hitbox works, notice how you see most players try to take it at diagonal angles?
Yeah.
The line is slightly wider if it's diagonal because of the way it's actually
interesting.
lined up in little right angles. It gets slightly, very slightly wider at a diagonal angle versus doing it straight up and down or straight horizontally. So a lot of times, if you can, you want to angle it horizontally. Because
Don't forget, Emily works for Broadway.
clip to the
That's all
side,
she's
it
ever
will hit
comfortable
the
with me saying.
Man, I
She
really
works
wanna
for
read this.
Broadway, so
So do
she
I.
doesn't
I'm
get
not
home
sure
from work
that's
until
how
like
it works.
11:30.
We need to get
some nights,
we need to get
sometimes
free
even
Get
12.
into practice.
So
someone who knows
she is
like, how the
she is the
hitboxes
late
are
owl of the
coded.
family, which is opposite of what you would
actually that's
expect
true
given
for
that I'm the
every
gamer
build.
and playing League of Legends. But
It's just you'll notice it more on Ambessa all because it's
Yep.
so narrow.
And I think that's what
Arizona
it
is
is.
that
goes
spot.
into like
Ooh,
a
call me.
perfect
You able to get
straight
out?
line, yeah.
Call me might just die here to the solo bolo of
Oh my
APA.
God.
No, okay, he gets away from the Tibbers. Tibbers is on a crazy full send mission here. But yeah, I think Whippo, if somebody
he's
shows you
onto
this,
something.
Whippo, if somebody shows you this clip and this sounds familiar, please send me a message to confirm or deny this because I thought for sure I
That's
remembered seeing this.
interesting.
Oh no, I remember him saying this as well.
Never. You just came back.
Yeah. But yeah,
We're
you're
moving
100%
on from the
right, John. When it works
conversation.
on
We
one
could
ability,
talk
it
about it
works on all of them.
between
It's just that
games.
Ambessa's
Know the
ability is
time
like
and
a
place,
centimeter
and also you're
wide normally.
talking to a
So
muted
it
person.
feels
He's
more
not
relevant.
going to see
technically,
you.
Blabber's
I'm
rip trail
not
last
warning
week
it
did come
again.
in at the diagonal angle and still missed.
Yeah.
Which makes it even worse.
Because I still think it was aiming at the
apparently
bus.
John
I ran into Blabber backstage before this series, and I told him I was casting his game today, and he was like, hell yeah.
If you two can't take your shit to DMs and get it out of here, which at this point that's not on John because he's trying to drop it. If you two cannot take your shit elsewhere, then that's your problem.
Here. Disguised
Focus on
has
fight.
it burnt most of the way down, but Blabber's making his way forward.
Good dragon for DSG. Exactly what they needed.
Thanatos has already committed a TP.
The Thanatos TP is a
They really
problem.
want to try to find something here. Otherwise, it's just a swing and a miss. Aqua Prison
Okay,
forces the
good.
flash out of Sajed, but Disguise
Kalen gets out. I don't know if this is smart from Call Me.
looking for APA here.
Oh no, that's a good flash from APA. This could be a pro. Oh, never mind, that's a kill. But C9 can collapse. They got to get out of here. I don't know if they can.
Sajed dies to Thanatos off the side here at the same time as Call Me falls.
Oh, good wall.
Everyone here in the investor, but he's locked up, stunned up. Aqua Prison ain't gonna
Never mind, not enough.
Sven gets the kill on
Oh
and
man, what
C9
the?
once
How did
more.
that devolve?
Right when it looked like Disguised might have got what they wanted and got out with an enemy TP, C9 finds a big fight.
This is how the game breaks open? 30 seconds after
Oh,
the Drake falls.
why?
The massive fight breaks out. I mean, all credit.
I mean, I
actually
get it.
for
The
starting
like
this
the
fight
angle
does
on.
go towards APA. Like the flash that he had afterwards is huge. So essentially, what happens here is Sajed
Good play from APA to flash to get the Nocturne into the pit.
Sajed was out. He just decides to go back into a vein. He was sitting on a control ward. But the bottom of the screen more so shows APA flashing back to his team. That also gets remaining advantage. that
Well
Castle
played by
would have.
APA.
He sacrifices to try and make this play, but it's not successful since the mid laners trade, and then Blabber is just resetting his cooldowns and going so fast with his Spear of Sojin that he cleans up the extended fight.
Whenever you're up against Nocturne or Vi, any one of these types of champions that has to go with you once they click the button on the ulti, I always love to see players take advantage of that. Flashback, even against Maokai with his W on Twisted Advance, just anything you can do to drag that champion further than they wanted to extend, making the engage. It's always a big brain play that I enjoy seeing from our players. As C9 now command a 3,500 gold
I've
lead.
partied
That
with
last
Turn
fight
Down
was
for
all just in
Waltz?
time. APA just being himself.
How the fuck did I not
Yapping it up
remember
in the
this?
alt chat. Nice, guys. Nice, real nice.
Where are the muted stats at? We were having those
He's
before
friends
the
with
game.
Carl,
Actually, after
and we all
Big
went to
Cat,
LPR
does
together.
mute
Oh
split
my god,
up
are
by
you
one
kidding
in my
me?
book?
I'm an idiot. I didn't even put two and
Ton of
two
damage on
together.
that one. But no, what I was saying before APA was yapping. Hold on now. We got the engage from Cry right here in the mid lane. Flash out from Zen, keeping himself alive. Castle versus
Good
Blabber
flash.
up here in the top side of the river. Ace in the hole. That looks more like an auto attack than an ulti, but that's fine.
Yeah, and they are going to split tier 1 turrets on either side, but the big difference is C9 still have this Rift Herald, which is going to be crashed into this tier 2 turret. And DSG are not going to be able to do anything about that.
Yeah,
but that tier 1 turret does go down to the Akali.
They won the turret race by like a second, and that's while that Nocturne was trying to ult in the mid lane, knowing there was a guaranteed numbers advantage because it was just Akali on the bot lane and it was Vayne Annie up on the top side. But this is part of what not burning flashes does to kill a Nocturne's momentum. Even though he landed an ultimate, Sven just kind of flashed backwards, and no
This
one is able to
Caitlyn
follow.
is somehow behind now. Which I get because one kill on the Sven. Oh, can they get it? No.
And this is what I was saying was my concern.
I'll be honest with you,
at
I
the
think
very
Ashe
start
might
of
be
the
Sven's
game
best
is,
chance, but
where are your go buttons?
It's gonna go perfect
Nocturne
again,
can
Royo
fly
season?
in,
No,
but
I don't.
when they just do that, now DSG invading again. Looking to try to steal away that chicken camp. Perfect execution. R2 from Call Me onto Blabber.
Oh
but no
my
overload.
god, Blabber, what the
He's
hell?
doing just fine. He will outplay the enemy mid laner. Blabber's in best
Oh.
of 3-0-2, teaching Call Me the error of his ways.
The blasting cone is still on the side of Blabber, even though
Jesus
he's blasting players who aren't
Christ,
Fire.
bro,
So it's
relax.
We have to adjust the blasting one.
Another big misplay by DSG in this series is only Sajed, according to our producers, only Sajed has APA muted. So they're all just open.
So they're all just tanking
Open
the
lines of
APA
communication.
aggro.
Just psychic damage.
My favorite
at all
ADC?
points of
Bars.
the game for 0. Okay, well, Sajed's got that going for him, but honestly, I talked earlier on in the game about how the bottom lane was holding more evenly in this second one. Now, ever since that
man.
big bottom side fight,
DSG, like
everybody on
again,
DSG's
we
behind.
said all you gotta
this game
do is just
exploded open for
play
C9,
from an
as
even
has the
state
map,
and you're
right? They just
fine,
got
and
that
Call Me is
entire
just
outer
having
ring
a
of turrets
dud of a series,
all down.
unfortunately.
They can now push their vision line up. It makes it a lot safer for someone like Thanatos to just be kind of in a side lane, in addition to the
Fun fact,
that
the
he's
TLC9 is
up
the
1.5K
last regular
over,
season matchup.
His lane opponent, and
It's the
in a
final
really good
week.
position already with his Hexplate complete.
there's a world where
Yeah,
both
that
TL
actually
and
makes things
C9 are
very,
undefeated going
very
into that
scary.
matchup, and it's
also, because you have the
crazy.
extra health on it, it just makes it that much harder for Renekton to try to burst her down before she just kites you. I mean, Vayne kills anybody in 9 auto attacks, and she kills a lot of champions in 6.
I know, it's actually a real pick now, which is kind of strange. I just think it's legitimate with this Hexplate build. You're ranged enough to get away with it, and then your team fights are enhanced because of the ultimate. So, big. I mean, to close this game out, though, C9 does have to be able to secure these objectives, and this is the danger when you try and walk in because you're open to a flank. You have a big gold lead, though.
All right, C9 with a 5,000 lead.
Okay, they're going in. This is a good fight to start off, but Castle dies immediately. Oh, wait, good catch on the Thanatos.
Arrived with a teleport of his own, but
Blabber's big in the egg, bubbled up.
The CC gonna call me. He can't get what he needs from the dive. And the omelet served sunny side up. A double kill for APA. He's cooking them. Blabber's unstoppable. Yes, they finally killed the AD carry.
Nothing.
Disguised, they got their man, but at what cost?
Nothing at all.
You see the window, right? Like Castle pops Dominus, Kryra goes in, but C9 are
They
able to
all get hit by that. Like, shout out to Vulcan for that Nami wave. That was so good.
Disastrous TP from Thanatos, and then here's just where Blabber absolutely takes over the fight. You talked about how he wasn't blasting Kryra specifically. He's kind of blasting all of Disguised.
Yes, they have a big goal lead, so take what I say with a grain of salt now. But there's an old rule that I used to have with Nocturne that I feel like was violated with this draft. I think this is part of why it felt weird to me.
Okay.
When things go dark, team want group.
Yes.
Okay.
With Nocturne, pick AoE.
Yep.
But what happens if no AoE is team group and you lose?
Yeah.
So
Protect
in
the
that
president.
fight, they sure they got
Okay,
the one.
here we go.
But all
Another
of their single
fight.
target damage was gone, and then they're going to lose the fight every time.
Yeah, and we talked about this from draft.
Bro,
and
Vulcan is
by
always slept on
contrast,
in these
I feel
fights.
like
Always.
Blabber can act as follow-up CC, but also has a lot of CC coming out from his team that he can follow up with the Nami bubble
Nice Anivia,
and the
stun.
AD stun.
Well, C9 have started up this Baron, but they drop
Call
it
me,
down
give
to
it.
about 1/3.
Brother,
and then
I have
they let
Call
it go.
Me
They let it reset.
and
They
Kryra.
switch over to focus on a potential
I'm in
fight
so
instead.
much trouble.
Disguised has brought everybody to the neighborhood here for this potential 5v5.
I'm in so much
Three
trouble.
cupcake traps on that mid lane ramp into the top side river to try to cut off one of those escape angles. Thanatos gets jumped on by Call Me. The Vayne's going to be your target here with the very start.
No, they
Everybody
couldn't
on
get the
C9
Vayne.
swooping in to protect their top laner.
Oh, they got him.
Early jungler
I
down.
mean-
Call Me at least finishes the job, but again, this is the
Hey, that's
cost.
fantasy
Yes,
points.
Disguise can full send and kill
That's
one
something.
man, and one man is all they will ever get, and it costs them
But,
at least half the team every single time. Lions and
Caitlyn's
Seject
in
still
mid.
alive. Everybody else is
So-
dead. That includes the jungler. C9 back on the Baron.
Yep, they'll be able to get Baron off of this, and that's exactly what we're talking about with follow-up CC. Sven?
I think Sven's chilling.
He's got an obsession with taking mid waves.
Yeah.
Like he really wants to ego on these mid waves.
When's EWC? Continues on
and,
Tuesday.
And you can see, again, where Call Me was like, okay, I can get onto Thanatos.
Yeah.
I have the Nocturne in my back pocket. We
And then
can
watch
do
this
Look,
Nami
the rest
tidal
of
wave
C9
again.
is actually already
Just
moving
splits
up
them
here
right
to
off.
Group. The Nami wave comes out, and again, even though Call Me is able to shut down Thanatos,
Damn.
it's very at what cost with the rest of C9
Dude,
being able to
well, that
control
one was
the
a
fight.
4v4,
Yeah, I really like what
to be
Thanatos
fair.
did with his stealth timing.
Wasn't
It
it?
made it difficult for them to
I
kill
think it
him.
was a 4v4.
Lions needed to place that wall better as well because I think they could have killed him a little bit faster. That's not going to change the 7,000 gold lead and the overall result of that fight. Thanatos
Oh,
did
to be
end
fair,
up
I mean
dropping
EWC
anyway,
qualifiers.
and
I
now
don't
see
mean
what C9 can get
EWC
done
like
with this
main
Baron.
event. That's not
Yeah,
until
unfortunately
July.
for DSG, they're not even on Soul Point because C9 got that
Blabber
one
on our
dragon.
combined
It's not
team?
like
Nice.
Disguise
Good
can
for
try to
you.
do some
Happy
big
for
Hail
you.
Mary play at the next dragon
Not
spawn,
for
just
me,
get
but
themselves
happy
an
for
Ocean
you.
Soul and maybe claw back a little bit that way. So, unfortunately for DSG, it's starting to seem like the end of the show here in Game 2.
And I'd also say this is the best series that Cloud9 has played so far in spring to this point. So they had a big lead in their Sentinels game 2 as well, and then we shockingly went to a game
Alright.
3. So it's not over till it's over, but they have
They
looked
need to
very
set up
dominant in
good
game 1
fight
aside
lines
from
for this
APA's
Caitlyn
6
to
deaths.
just unload.
And
She's got
that
2
was all part of
items,
the plan. He got to save
still
mid-gap
working on the
afterwards, and
third.
Clearly the mental damage was what's leading to this.
That's
lead.
what we need.
But overall, they're just playing more coordinated, and they're team fighting really cleanly.
Yeah, I think that
And it's not gonna-
is the big thing to me, right?
Yeah.
Is like C9 being able to kind of see both the beginning and the end of a team fight, even when they're getting jumped on by this Nocturne combo.
Okay.
And, like, we already
Good side
identified part of
angle.
that.
Good
There's a
wall,
lack of follow-up
somewhat.
CC from DSG.
But now the wall's
C9,
down.
They're trying to break into the base here in the top lane, tier 3 turret. Sven's the
Vayne's
target
mid.
anytime DSG looks at anything, but when he's got Vulcan right behind him, APA and Blabber ready to immediately burst anyone that dives on
Alright.
the Corki.
Castle's
It feels
still
like an
pushing
impossible
bot.
assignment for the disguised side, as you do have Castle
I think
in
you just
bottom
give
lane
this
trying
up.
to at least grab an objective bounty on the tier 2 turret, but that's
Oh, they're
not really
going to
gonna
mid?
matter a whole lot.
Okay,
Overshooting
interesting.
in mid, however, Thanatos does get
But
picked.
can they get back
Sajet
to defend the
and
game?
Making a 2v1 angle there onto the enemy top laner, but
Don't
at
tell
the
me they traded that
entire
pick for end of the
cost
game.
Of a Nexus turret. All right, C9 with a 4-man push versus 2 defenders from Disguise.
Okay, this
But
is a
now
good
DSG's
angle,
bringing
though.
everybody in.
This is a really good angle.
This could be their full send. C9 trying to
Good
see how they want
flash.
to position here,
Good
but this time
stun.
Blabber has already missed the ultimate. C9 getting back.
Gotta get Blabber. Oh no, Call Me's already dead. Oh no, the tidal wave hits 4.
As Castle slices
Oh
forward, but
no.
he dices right into his own demise. 5v4 ain't gonna matter. C9 will slam the team fight anyway. Only Sajed's left alive, but the Caitlyn ain't getting away. That's an ace for APA and C9, 18-4, 25 minutes into the game. C9, 2-0's Disguise.
And that's the series. Blabbers and Bessa 5-0-11.
Jesus
They just
Christ.
brute force the Nexus in a 4v5 to end it.
We posed the question at the beginning of the day.
God
Is the blasting
damn.
wand a circle or is it a straight line? It is a straight line all the way through. First Griffin, then Kryra.
I mean, that's
has,
brutal. You can't even win a 5v4 in that situation. I know you're down 10k, but like,
Outside of some shenanigans in game 1, like in the mid game, this is the kind of strongest we've seen C9 come out and look.
Just so you know, John, I'm
series
stealing
where
that.
There were clear things that they were going for in their wins, and their team fighting just looked so much cleaner and more coordinated.
Yeah, completely agree. You can see they're relieved a little bit on stage. I'm not even really, just kind of happier. There's been a sense of tension in these other series when I see them win post-game, and we're going to be able to get Blabber's
Going
thoughts.
down. Okay.
Spam the chat to see who your player of the game is. My vote this time is Blabber.
Yeah, I'm going Blabber
He
as well.
controlled the crabs.
Wait,
and
that
then
means
it
we
is
control the vote,
5,
We control the vote. The player of the game is
16,
Blabber.
and
What do you
C9
think?
already beat
Didn't
DSG.
have any control. You guys had no control.
Zero
We had
control,
already
yep.
voted Blabber. Oh, he needs to. Okay, I was
yeah,
wondering.
Dear
came in
Lord.
proactively. He was so excited to say hi to you, Raz.
Oh, he was. He
Yeah.
was.
I
He
mean,
saw
it would
you
be.
though, and then he started walking away.
Yeah, we made eye contact. He's like, maybe I
Yeah.
should have a microphone to speak
Yeah.
my mind here.
That was good.
Yeah, I mean,
Blabber
great showing
just
2-0 for C9 across the board. I think this still has to expectation. We'll get Blabber and his thoughts on it shortly.
Styling
But like,
on
when you look at C9 DSG,
everyone.
I had them 2-0 as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey!
Welcome!
Get over here.
okay.
The couch is big
Series.
enough for the both of us.
We got some faces. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
where's
yeah,
your face
yeah,
on
look
And
that one?
Sven.
Do you have
Grab
a
your
face from
face.
Blabber?
We got Sven here.
Ash
Pass
White.
that down.
All right, there we go. This is
Where's
Sven.
Blabber?
Okay,
Here we
yeah.
go.
You can see
Yeah.
which one. Who
got
would you
Blabber.
give second player of the
That's
game
Kryra,
slash
right?
MVP?
That's
Well,
not-
okay, we'll just throw this to the
Second?
side.
All right.
Yeah, because like.
Because I got first.
Oh, whoa, let's calm down now. We don't have the
There we
votes
go.
tabulated just yet. But out of
Look,
all
I
the
hope
faces,
C9
who
keeps
do you
this up
think
at this
that,
point.
The biggest.
Like what I'm hoping for now, because again,
Why you guys ended up
base.
winning
Oh, dude, don't.
I think Ballin played really well.
Somebody needs to tell him to
Series.
move the
Overall, I
mic away from his
I
jacket.
would give it to both of them. For that whole series, I would say, like, the first game was super easy for me to play.
Yeah.
Because, well, they were smashing them. And I think in this last game, the matchup, I assume, is not that easy.
Yeah.
But I felt like they were neutralizing it very well and thought they just played the game well. And then, yeah, I mean, they just had a lot of pressure in the game, both games, I felt like. So I would say Ballin.
Yeah, I think so, and it's a big bounce back for bot lane because one of the things I was talking about before going into the series,
brother,
like
stop,
if you just look at the
please.
stats, like Sven shows up late game, yeah, but
Take
like,
off the
stats-wise,
jacket.
laning phase wasn't going great for C9, so maybe like DSG could actually have an avenue in here. Not how the game's played out, obviously. So I want to hear from like the team perspective. Like, is this something that the team's been working on, or what has the team been working on behind the scenes to kind of prepare for this series?
Yeah, I mean, we had like a big problem before, like maybe a couple weeks ago, where I felt like I was a bit disconnected with balling. Like we weren't pressuring at the same time. We weren't.
Hey,
getting
Cubby
vision together,
Cakes, thank
just
you for the resub.
Honestly, pretty basic stuff. I felt like there was a disconnect, and it's been
Appreciate
something that
it.
we've been working on a lot in practice previously. I actually feel like we're pretty good at that now. So it wasn't like the main focus this week, but yeah, it's definitely been something we've been working on before, just like being more connected, like us three. And I think it's been showing.
Now, we haven't had, okay, well, you're already seeing the player of the game. It's already been revealed. It was pretty
Yeah,
much
it was
just
always gonna
across
be
the
you, brother.
board, you as the vote. How have you felt about your own personal performance so far this split? Because, I mean, lock-in tournament
Look at those
goes by
stats.
pretty quickly.
Jesus.
But with this split, I mean, it's going to be a much longer one, thorough one. You get to play against every team. So how would you felt about, A, just your stage performance, but also just how scrims have been?
Well, scrims have been rough.
Okay.
They've been better this week. Honestly,
Okay.
we've been winning a lot more this week than we have been in the past couple weeks. But yeah, we've not been doing super great. I mean, we're still winning like
Of course.
majority of them, but
Yeah.
like
Sure.
super great for like what we expect for how good we think we are. And I think honestly on stage I've been playing pretty well, but I've been having like some oopsie games. I think this Juani game versus Lion I played bad, but the other two games I played well, I felt like. And versus Sentinels I felt like I played pretty well the whole series, but because I missed the Rift Herald,
That's all people think about.
well, I also killed myself at Sejuani.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dom, we got a mic. Do you want to talk about it at all? No?
Yeah, I felt like I was playing pretty good that series overall, but yeah, I ran it down with Rift Herald and then
happens.
Yeah.
Well, we got some your coach chirping you a little bit. Walking by. I'm on your side with that, by the way.
Did I miss ShyKnock snack review? No, none of them are outside, so there's been no snack reviews,
I'm on your
unfortunately.
side. I'm on your side that
a
one.
little bit.
I got to catch Jack after game number 1 because he's obviously here watching the team, cheering you on. He was referencing the similar things about how he's happy that the team's actually performing well in scrims, or at least better in scrims lately. But he was nervous about the 6K gold lead in game number 1. Were you nervous at any point during game 1 when you had this big gold lead?
I definitely felt a bit too strong. Like when we took that fight at the red buff, it was a 44, but like positioning wasn't super great, and MF was coming from base, and then yeah, I was going for a lot of fights in that game, and I mean pretty much all of them turned out well, except
minutes,
for the
which is
one
longer
at the
than
red
both
buff,
games
but
together.
I did feel extremely strong.
Plus
but
drafts
I was
and break
never
times
worried
is
'cause
so
we had all the
bro,
picks,
it's insane.
which is all that matters.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Blabber, for coming on chat with us. Congratulations on the
you so much.
2-0 clean wins right there. But a reminder that you can check out the C9 Kia Champions Arena after the LCS today, where C9 and Blabber right here, along with the Sentinels players, will play in an AREM Mayhem show match on the C9 Twitch and YouTube channels. Blabber, what do you think about your team? Because you got 3 Sentinels members on your team. We're swapping it around.
Who drafted these teams?
Oh, that's a
Who
great
did draft
question.
these teams? I feel like you would know more than us.
I have no idea who drafted these teams.
Oh, Sven and Thanatos drafted,
They drafted
these
them?
teams.
So Sven drafted you.
I was first pick?
I
all
don't
that
know. We're about to figure it out. You're
Yeah,
about
first
to,
pick.
I think you guys just need to tune into that one. I'm going to be asking that question to figure out who is actually valued in this.
Well, you can check out all that action after the show today. Make sure to stick around and check out the C9 Twitch and YouTube channels. But for now, we're going to send it to a short break before we're back for our second series of the day. Sentinels vs. FlyQuest coming up next.
Why is Clash AREM? I don't know. Sorry, I've got to go through some of the replies on the fucking to show you. I want to show you guys what I mean whenever I say that, like these. These conversations don't ever like end well.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
I've got to reply to a few of these to try and control it.
Legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Somebody said, so K-Drill, you're able to crash out. Questions your useless job? Absolutely the fuck not. either speak to someone with a shred of respect or shut the fuck up. Like, broadcast more entertaining. The base product is selfish. Whatever. Me looking at the price low and FlyQuest being Sydney. So I never understand. I mean, that's irrelevant. You can have your opinions on the situation however you want. You insult Cadril directly like this, I'm gonna call you out. That's amazing. The old jungler, inconsistent. Fred says ad campaign for FlyQuest, which it's supposed to be. Alright, I think that pretty much covers it. Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, that's just the problem. It's like... You try and have honest-to-God conversations about some of this stuff. Like, Jamada and I can have a good conversation earlier, but then... It's just annoying, because then you have to deal with the other side of it. And, like, speaking as a content creator, like, as somebody that, in the space that, like, has gotten those comments before about myself and others, it's like... The second you see those, like, you try and sit here and say, oh, you know, just ignore them. But, like, you can't. Somebody calls you a subhuman piece of crap. There's only so much you can do. No, it's 2026 and you come out and say you don't like Dokla. Never. Nobody here is saying anything about skin color as part of an argument. Everybody that I've seen here in terms of the argument about Dokla is, like, legitimately about play-based. I'm sorry, but no. Like... You have hella racists in here, and I don't want to be here. I will do you a favor. That you are accusing people of being racist when they have explicitly told you that it is about skill. That people do not like how he's playing. Period. So, you can say what you want. I'm sorry. I'm going to do you a favor. And, like, have fun. You're banned.
Hello and welcome back to our second series of the day. Sentinels versus FlyQuest. I've just blessed Raz. You're into a little cold, buddy.
Jesus Christ, man. I swear to God. Like, this is... Ugh. This is the frustrating part about online... And I gotta swap back over here. This is the frustrating part about trying to build communities both online and in person. This is why I prefer the in-person events, because, like, if we have a disagreement with each other, we talk about it. You're not gonna say half this shit to people's faces. But online, people just feel empowered to say the most crazy things and just go at it. And it's like, stop. Like, would you say this to somebody's face? No, you would not. So just like, holy shit.
The stats look a little different simply because all the action from FlyQuest side is happening through their bot lane success. So if you're asking me what I think is going to happen in this series, I kind of believe that FlyQuest will do a great job today. I have it as for me, a solid 2-1. You know? Okay. Yeah. I believe in them. I think Sentinels, they're doing the classic ramp up, but hey, Kangas.
I'm taking a chance here. So I think FlyQuest are the more obvious favorites.
Damn,
but when I look at how Sentinels play, they
whatever.
won a series,
Whatever. Anyways, I think this is going to be series of the day, personally. I think series of the entire weekend right here.
The game gets a little funky. I think that they can just close out team fights anyway. And
I think this one is going to be freaking close and hopefully good. It's all going to be a matter of whether Sentinels can neutralize Griffin or not, because I think he is just the X factor of this roster at the moment. Until somebody else massively steps up, like, he is definitely the X factor.
I'm excited. I think it could go either way. I think it's reasonable to have predictions on both
This is
sides,
going to be fun.
That is going to be pretty crazy to take Kangas' word. Yeah.
A lot of fun. Has potential to make top 4. Oh, I think one of these two has the potential to make top 3. I think as the split goes on, both of these squads are going to continue to level up a little bit and get a little bit more cohesion versus C9, Fly, and Lion, who have been together less, but, like, they're just the skill ceiling is a lot higher. I think one of these two teams has the potential to upset TL or C9.
It was crazy. It was serious.
Or, I mean, if Lion has a bad day, potentially Lion. Like, the possibility is there. So this is a battle of future hope. And I think it'd be good. Honestly, I mean, I know I'm going to be biased on this. I think it would be good if FlyQuest win. Personally. I just think it's good for the space if they do. And a continuation of what we saw earlier this week when they beat TL. I really want... Sentinels kind of has a high floor now. I think they do. They have a higher floor than FlyQuest for sure. But I think like the unknown possibilities of FlyQuest make it way more intriguing. Like, sure, we don't know about Darkwings. We have an idea of Rahel. We know about Huhi. We know about Impact. And Hanbok kind of like right in the middle. And we know a little bit. We don't know a lot. Like, but we've got a sense of his playstyle.
People are just kind of down to blind that. It feels like we're seeing a lot of just kind of Ash Seraphine getting slammed out and Corky Nami responses.
That's why, one of the reasons why the Nivea ban's good, because some Caitlyn answers into Ash Seraphine have just been pummeling it. So you can pair Caitlyn with other stuff too, and we even seen like Caitlyn Bard do really
There you
well.
go. Coco's over on the chair. Nice. Who is a massive wildcard player. He can literally carry the hell out of it. Oh, 100. I call that coin flip instead of wildcard. Like, that's how I've always said it.
Rotating that siege around, but we're gonna start out with some very normal comps here, okay?
All right, Griffin gets his early Pantheon.
This is pretty big if you follow Griffin's
Hanbok,
social media and maybe even Force with it.
Interesting. Hanbok going the Skarner route.
Pantheon discussion looks like he's gonna lock this one in again. Again, he had a really successful Pantheon game already this split, and Hanbok's Skarner is, I would say, equally as kind of like highlighted by their owner of the entire organization.
And it's actually the only champ that they have gotten wins on so far. They're 2-4. Both those wins come with him playing Skarner. Obviously, notably, the big catch on Sven against C9 last week was able to kind of turn things around. So
That
it
was
is
a
going to be.
notable one.
It was a notable one. And the other Skarner game he played, he was just monster. Start to finish, he was smurfing. That was right after the interview we had with Sentinel's owner.
Yeah, Rob Moore was like, oh, I love watching the scrims. My favorite scrim is when they have Hanbok on Skarner. So we're going to see that on stage here instead this time around. And Skarner, you kind of highlighted the amount of CC that it brings just pairs so well with the Rumble. You always want stuff to keep people on a Rumble Ultimate. And Sentinel's kind of rounding it out here with the Rise is a very flexible champion with a lot of options. As far as the mid lane counters go too, the Nivea is kind of one of the biggest one.
Yeah.
But Cassiopeia is an answer that has previously been used, and she got
I just blocked that guy.
And
Jesus
what you
Christ.
can still do would be like a
Not dealing
Talia
with
if you
it.
want to do Talia Pantheon.
Like, just not
That
dealing
kinda
with some of
sounds
the
nice to me
fucking-
for FlyQuest. Even though Talia's fallen off a little bit, it still can still answer into Rise pretty well.
I'd be okay with it, like, if they want to gank it a lot, you can go Annie, you can go aggressive options and stuff, Obviously, you can just always go, like, slamming a Azir or some sort of control mage and just kind of play to farm, but Rise obviously pretty strong, and of course, Seraphine going to get taken away. That is kind of what they are giving up by allowing their bot lane to drop to the second phase. You're not going to get that Seraphine Ashe for free. And Masu and Crygen have been super strong in the 2v2. So Rahel and Huhi are going to be knocked down a few pegs on the tier list with a lot of the heavy hitters already being banned or taken away. Varus is gone, Seraphine is gone, the Karma is gone, and you now have the Nautilus gone as well. So they're going to have to try to find some sort of a solve to be able to play against this. You could go, Yunara Lulu and that sort of style, which I think is strong, but I think we've been seeing people really feel like they've figured out how to lane against Yunara.
And personally, I want to see like a Rel for Huhi, because he has been playing all these, Enchantress supports.
Bard.
He's been in
Don't know about Bard.
But I love it when he is on primary engage.
Don't know about Bard.
And being the primary
Oh,
shot
Gamba?
caller
You're
always
right.
looks
Let's
really
put the
good.
Gamba up.
So I will take a Bard, that you can have engage and disengage with that. He can also play defensive. He can also peel.
Yeah, and I think it works with kind of what they've built up so far, right? When you have Ryze, you can play heavily towards side lanes. Skarner can go through walls.
Fly versus SEN,
you have
game
a lot of
1
ability to move around the map to try to attack people
SEN
in side lanes.
Fly.
It is going to be the kind
All right,
of
you
more
got 5
conservative
minutes in
option
Twitch
here, just
chat and
throwing
YouTube.
out
I'm putting
one
up
of
the poll
control
now.
mages here for Quad. He's one of our guys who does really enjoy playing the Hwei.
Game
and
1
Ornn would give them that go button, so I think it makes
Fly
sense.
versus
Hwei also
SEN.
got some marginal, buffs on the patch as
All
well.
right.
So a nice little boost.
Poll
there,
is
and,
up in
it's a lot of range. Is the
in
last
YouTube
here
chat.
for FlyQuest. The Hwei super long range,
And
Ornn
the
as well,
gambling
Ornn
is
ultimate.
up in Twitch.
Huge combination abilities here for both those champions. So I actually really like the rounding out of the FlyQuest comp here. They start out with very strong independent jungler, super strong bottom lane for Maso and Crouchin, which you talked about doing really well in lane so far, and they round it out with some real team fighting picks for both their solo laners.
Yeah, and I think Hwei's actually really annoying to play into for a number of these champions. For Skarner, when you're trying to go Ishal's Impact through a wall, the fear is so easy to actually just hit and be able to knock him back. You can also just throw down your root at the end of a magical journey for Bard, and you can go straight into that. So Hwei has some good answers into a lot of these champions. And
final
play
drafts.
with range quite effectively.
Caitlyn Bard,
Kind of more
I don't
mid-rangey
mind.
champions like the
This
Ryze.
comp has a
If you walk
good
too
bit of
forward,
front
you get thrown by the
line
Pantheon, bubbled
and
by,
enough
you
like
know,
protection
Nami,
for the
all
Caitlyn that I think it's fine.
Meanwhile, that
On the
Caitlyn
other
priority I
side,
was talking about at
Corgi
the
Nami
beginning
is
here
good
sneaks into
early.
game number 1 with
Like
the
it,
Bard,
but
combination we're going over. This strategy for
what was it?
super hard push on Bard.
What was it? Hwei. Maybe I like FlyQuest draft a lot better. I like the Ornn. I think Pantheon will be able to play make early, especially towards bot side, or Hwei if they're able to get an advantage. And then you have the Ornn front line with Pantheon. Yeah, I really like
Sentinels. We'll see how good that is, because Sentinels, they have been able to have some very controlled mid games to find some success for the team.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get things going the right way. Sentinels still looking for their first series win of the split here. FlyQuest, of course, having a very dominant win against DSG last week, and Griffin looking to pick up where he left off there. He is posturing for a potential fight at the Raptors here at level 1.
Yeah, gets a rock in the face. Get away from my Raptors.
Never mind.
Ward down, though. Ward is there, but Ward also seen, so they can work around that vision. And interesting thing is, when it's warded like that, especially, people are always really hyper-focused nowadays on starting Raptors, so you get your Raptors to respawn
Go for
quicker.
Caitlyn when the enemy team has a long range of
especially
Hwei.
if
Corki
enemy
is not too
knows
bad.
the
No, it's not
respawn
bad.
time of
Like,
the
there's
Raptors,
angles that
Pantheon
both of
will
these
invade
teams
all
can
day.
win. So, like, if you're FlyQuest,
Griffin
in
is
my
almost a
opinion, it's like
signature
get
for
to
him
the
now.
5v5
Just come invade
fights
your Raptors. He did
and
this,
get to
last
them
weekend,
earlier
destroyed
rather than later. Well, even
trying
though they have
to
horn
beat
scale.
down
I don't
enemy
know.
junglers at Raptors. Big hype, though, for this matchup is the age difference. Very big age differences, the biggest in the LCS, and you can see
support and top especially.
Yeah, namely on display, especially in the top lane. An interesting way to look at it is the age difference, since we always do like at 15 or 14 stats, in League, is 2015. This is the year that like impacted who he first came to America. How old were these players? When Impact and who he came over, they were 20, but now you got a bunch of babies, especially on FlyQuest side.
So Sentinels might not be favored today.
Yeah.
But in 2015,
if we played
they would be favored.
Yeah, if we played this match in 2015, we'd have a 7-year-old.
Sorry, I'm just like locking in for a minute to watch some CS, which I know might sound like the dumbest thing in the world, but just like,
got some snacks and everything.
Little goldfish,
I don't know why like early CSing is like oddly like
hey, I mean,
tense.
A lot
if
of
that
the
makes
LCS
sense.
players
Maybe
do
it's
the
because
Sippy
I'm
Cup at
so
20,
low
so
elo
there's no
that like
shame.
not missing
How was Sven scared?
early
'Cause,
CS
yeah,
is like
he
such a
spilled
big
every
thing for me, but
Still
like
scared?
I sit here
He
and
spilled every single
like
day.
Yeah, that
so
was
hyper
crazy.
fixated on it for
Yeah,
no
the
reason.
out-of-game mechanics, leaving something to be desired. The in-game mechanics, they were on point though.
Also, I appreciate the baby man
interesting with the big age difference.
Series,
We
like, oh, he's
also
done. Oh,
have
yeah, I know.
A
It's-
fairly substantial difference.
That's it.
in the
I'm
way
trying.
These teams have found success.
Trying to
in
get people to
games.
realize that somebody
And
can
it
be
shows up a
struggling
lot
right
in the
now,
early
and by all
game
means,
stats
Faker
in
is
general for
struggling,
these two
as
teams.
is most of
FlyQuest,
T1 right
you
now.
would kind of
But that doesn't
expect
mean that he
a
can't
young
bounce
team
back,
with lots of
and that's where it's
mechanics
like
and-
people just go to
I
the
feel
most
like people always just
hyperbolic answers
imagine,
for
like,
everything.
You're hot-headed
So
if you're young.
it is
and
what
you're
it
just,
is.
like, super aggro, trying to take a bunch of fights to have an early game advantage. And if you thought that, you would be right. They have had some very positive.
Paku,
early
he older
game
than the
gold
entire
stats for
bot.
themselves. And Sentinels,
Oh,
the kind of opposite. And it feeds into another one of these just like assumptions that people have, especially that are.
Yeah, so if they're
surrounded
saying
by,
that Sentinels
oh, yeah, well,
typically
the
like
older players,
loses
they've
at
gotta be,
14 and it scales,
bigger
fine.
brains or
I
something
agree.
to
I think
cause
like
them
their
to be able
comp
to come
now.
back from gold deficits, right? You have
Quirky
to-
Nami should be able to
you have
hold
be
even.
wise
Way
to
will
come
probably
back
fall
in the
behind a
later
little bit on
stages of the
Rise.
game, right?
Exactly.
Orange should
Stay
go about
calm
even.
under pressure.
But I don't know if
also
Sentinel's
crazy
comp
'cause these are
scales
at
better.
14 stats. But I
Personally.
was looking at the at 15 stats, which you can obviously see on Games of Legends, and Impact is averaging down over 700 gold at 15, and his entire team's deficit is significantly less than that.
Yeah, they chopped it. It was like 400 something. So the rest of the team's making up for part of.
And so far, hey, he's got an advantage on that top side. He's playing, first strike rumble.
Yeah, I was gonna
He's
say.
cheating a little bit, but we take what we can get, Kobe.
True. You don't really take your matchups into account when you look at stats, right? Just it's a numbers game.
Exactly.
But yeah, Rumble, of course, earning the extra gold there. Always nice to take first strike versus the tanks. Try and farm off them even more since Gakkos is just looking to sustain and scale up for his team. And we're having a lot of that so far. Everything really going according to plan so far. Just calm farm game from both sides.
So Caitlin's up 1,
pushing in,
Rise is up.
siege,
Okay, well,
and
we
you buy
got
some
6
time for a
pushing
little bard
in.
roam.
So Rise is even in
going
mid,
to-
and
Oh,
top
we have a
side
little
seems
fight
to be
here
a
on
better
the
way behind.
second chickens.
Yeah,
Griffin,
this is actually
better
really nice 'cause
run.
He has made the move. Cryogen is coming up, but you cannot be walking in like that, Griffin. He's going to give over a freebie. Flashes back. Does
Why?
get a stun onto Hambach, but he saw they were there and then just decided to go back
that's
in.
not good.
And that was really ill-advised.
Support
That's
has
really
pushing
not
bottom
good.
lane, so support roam. Mid lane also pushing, so mid lane walk over. And what we talked about earlier with the Raptor respawn timer desync, since it is the third camp.
Yo, I opened up
for
Twitter for
Hambach,
2
since
seconds
he
and I
did
got a
his,
shirtless
Red Squadron, but
Griffin
it's the
like
fourth
popping
camp
up on
for
my side
Griffin.
screen right now.
On the other side, he's able to get there for the steal.
Yeah, and now Griffin is going to be put way behind. So I want to see, how much did he actually see? I mean, you knew that Rise was walking from mid lane because you saw him leave from mid lane.
No, I don't think he saw Rise.
Yeah, there's just no way. There's just no way he can defend that because he saw the Rise walking in and they knew
Did he
that
though?
Bard is missing.
Talk
Even
with
if
the
Bard is
vision.
not there, you still should not be walking in knowing that the Rise is going to be there and the Skarner is there.
Yeah, it is. It is one of the super dangerous parts about the Caitlyn Bard.
I thought
lane.
personally, I thought
It
Rise
does
was
buy
far
the
enough
Bard
back,
a lot of roam
but maybe
time,
I'm
as we
wrong.
were kind of just talking about as we saw in the bottom lane, then push in, getting the extra roam timer. So him coming plus, very easy setup for Rise there. No flash or even ghost necessary for Dark Wings to get into range. Very nice start for the first blood for Sentinels, and we might have to readjust our early game stats, Azael. This game is definitely going
Well,
to
so
affect
far,
them
we're only
as
6 minutes in. Your stats were
very,
at
very
14 minutes.
successful early
Hold up. It ain't
game
done yet.
for
Don't worry.
Sentinels.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Hambach is now up almost an entire level. Masu
good
going
poke from
on to
Masu.
Rahel and chunk him down.
Sentinels
a
get the
bit,
dragon,
but
though.
Hambach way ahead of Griffin now at this point, and Griffin was looking for that mid lane gank, but had been warded out by
I
a
have
ward over on the
1.3K
Raptors, so
gold
he
lead
gets
and
nothing. He
first
goes and
dragon
sees, okay,
over
well,
to
can I steal away
Sentinels.
your Raptors, but those were down. So Griffin, that entire time that dragon was being taken, didn't do a single camp and didn't get a gank off or anything. So he is now down 20 CS, didn't get the kill, didn't get the dragon, and having a very ineffective early game on the Pantheon.
Okay, let's
Not
see
bad.
if he can turn it around or if it is going to be another Rob Moore favorite of Hambach Skarner highlights.
Okay.
Because, man, Hambach really is
Impact's
so good
about
on this
11
camp. I
CS
think
up
it
now
is
on
still,
Gakkos.
especially for solo queue, a bit underrated.
Again, Rumble in the Ornn,
Very good
which you
tank,
expect to be
in
Rumble
the meta
favored,
at the
but
moment. And it's set up with a really nice chance to succeed in this comp as well.
Oh, good.
Especially with the Rumble here for Impact
Bard,
doing
whatever
well,
it is.
farming up.
Chain,
you need to have some real
CC,
threat
what-
behind
I don't
the
know what
equalizer,
ability that
so,
is that like passes through, and
he's
if it
making
collides with
good
a
on
second
the first
person,
strike
it
money as well as
stuns them.
fairly healthy CS difference for himself in the top lane. So, I mean, it does look like a very nice pathway through this game for Sentinels. They've got the Mountain Dragon for the extra defense. What about this brush camp,
This could
though?
be nope.
Don't think Hambach is too scared at all about face
All right,
checking.
Quad's got first
Looks like we are
rotation
gonna
on
have
this,
the
but
Realm
top
Warp
side does have
available
early
for Dark
prio.
Wings. Does he want to use it?
Ooh.
They're going to try to go
Arnold
on to
is
Impact,
early.
I think, here. Potentially no. Instead, they're looking for Hambach, but the Realm Warp is going to
This
join them
is
up.
not
and now
good.
Gakkos has no mana, no health. They got to get
Oh,
out of here, but
good
the Impale is
play
going to be
by
able to land
Quad.
right in onto Griffin. Equalizer comes down across multiple members, but it is Hambach that that falls first. Cryogen has arrived earlier than the Bard, and they're going to try to chase for more. Huhi's still moving up for now. Griffin low on health. The heal going to come out. They're going to look for Darkwings. He flashes, but he's
Great
stunned.
play.
Dies for free
Quad,
after the flash
you
is
God.
donated as well.
He heard
just
chat
arriving to the
talking
Grubs
shit
now,
about the
and
Hwei.
FlyQuest got a couple big kills back.
The kids get some revenge
Big,
right there.
whatever the
Jungle
ability is
fight,
that
they
like
get the
collapses
chase
them
down
in.
Here, pulling back Skarner.
That was big.
Being able to finish him off. Really nice combination from a quad to have the full damage. And
Who stole the scuttle?
Oh no. Oh
He stole an
no.
auto attack, and now Griffin's got to leave.
Dude, Griffin is still
You're telling
down
me who
20
he's
jungle
bullying
CS.
Griffin
This
off
is
of this?
smite,
You're
too. I guess he
kidding.
just didn't think he needed it, or maybe didn't see the auto attack coming out of the brush.
Nah,
Maybe
fam.
it came up right
Nah.
after.
The real victory
Not a
goes
good
to
start for
Sentinels,
Griffin.
though.
Yeah. Grandpa might have taken a little bit of time to get up there, but he was on point with his auto attack once he got there.
So I'm looking back at it now. He was fully out of vision. So Griffin would have had to react to seeing the visual of the Q from the brush. So you can give him
Good to know.
You can
give him a pass.
Give him some consideration on that one. But could also say, gotta be you're so young, right?
Yeah,
You should be able to
exactly.
react to any visual that pops up. But here's another look at it. So this is a realm warp here. I thought it was going to actually be good. Consolidating the
Oh,
fight.
this is not good for Fly's bot lane.
Going to get bound into the wall, and in comes Hombach. Ishtal's
Good
impact
stun.
straight into the wall. Masu flashes back. Here comes the ulti.
I don't know if you get
still
out.
surviving
Yeah, I
for
don't think that
now,
would have been
but
worth.
Cryogen has to flash out as his AD carry falls.
Masu
Nice
should have
little
saved his
setup there
shit.
from
I think he's
Sentinels.
just
I'm not
dead
sure
there
how
no matter
Masu
what.
Initially got trapped, but the CC just kind of didn't end after that.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, now you're going to lose a lot of
I
minions
respect
here on
it,
the bottom
but,
side
like,
as well. Good gank from Hombach
relax.
here, syncing up with Huhi's Bard. And they're going to just push this Caitlyn into full siege mode, accelerate with all this extra money off the tower plates on bottom side. A lot of extra alone time there.
Okay, low key,
Still looks
quad
very
is your
good for
play
Sentinels
point this
overall.
game.
Hombach got to his heart steal.
Quad is the most on
Recalls
form.
just
I don't care what your comp says
initiation was
otherwise.
just a
You
beautiful ult
adjust
from
and you
Huhi.
play through him now.
Ult into Bard Tunnel, and then the Corki was actually close to the wall, so he was like, oh, great. Well, I'll just get a Cosmic Binding on the Corki here.
Yeah, that was really
nice little
nicely done.
setup. Huhi's making moves across the map, okay? Bard, #1 stat is annoying factor, and it's through the roof. He stole the crab on the top
Bro,
side.
Griffin is just getting
Then
blocked
got
off of
back bottom
everything
for a
right
very
now.
Successful gank, and turns out we're splitting grubs at the moment, and since looks like Hombach is going to have alone time with the last one, Sentinels will retain their control over the neutral objectives as well. Mountain Dragon in tow.
Gold lead at
for
6 minutes and
themselves.
30 seconds. If you remember correctly, was
Power spike of the
1.3k
Heartsteel
gold.
very effectively.
Or 1.3k
As
gold.
Obviously, Griffin didn't have
Now
his
down
items
to
completed
800,
just
so
yet.
500
He
gap
faced
close.
After taking that first grub and was able to grab that. And the Tempered Fate into Trap, obviously pretty strong combo. When we snapped down to there in live, we just saw him in the trap, but
Nice
hit
poke.
that Bard
Dragon's
ultimate,
up in
sets the
5
trap. I think it was pretty
seconds.
much perma-CC'd after that, because it's Bard ult into Trap, into Binding, into Ishal's Impact, into, well, you can flash, but you're not going to get out of there anyway. FlyQuest,
Alright,
though,
can he get
are
this scuttle?
first in the
The
area
answer
for this
is
Dragon, and we'll
yes.
see if Sentinels want to try to contest it. Gold lead slightly in their favor, as well as
Oh,
that
good
one
chunk out
Dragon
from
advantage.
Gakkos. That's big.
Scuttle
Both top
grab at
laners
least
do
in
not
cheap
have
for FlyQuest
TP.
to give him some vision, but might be a bit dangerous to actually fight it. So, I mean, honestly, it's only a Dragon #2. You've got Orange scaling you want to rely on, maybe. So they're going to give
Right,
this
they
one
give
up
it
for
up.
sure. Just have Darkwings push mid lane.
That's fine.
Try and get an extra little, head start on that minion wave. Maybe he can chunk out one. Oh, they're going to rotate over. Griffin's got a blast cone. He's going to ult through.
Oh, here he comes, but he's going in a little bit too late. They want to try to look for a fight, but they're not going to be able to find it. So
what?
Grand Starfall gets a bit of nothing. Gakkos had walked down pretty much all the way because neither top laner had TP and Impact equalized the wave, so they're thinking, hey,
fight-
maybe if Gakkos can get down here in time, we can
Sure.
find a fight.
Sure.
At the end of the
Screw
day,
it.
though, the Grand Starfall amounts to nothing. That is a long cooldown to be using.
Yeah, I was wondering what angle. Well, here we go. Another Bard ult.
Tempered Fate there, Binding. Trap going to be able to follow it up as well
Yep.
as he is getting CC'd.
Oh, good
The
flash
bubble
over
gets
the
flashed by Rahel.
bubble
In comes
from
Hombach
Rahel.
with the Ishtal's Impact. He's going to flash
Handle.
in for the
Yep.
Impale on Namasu, who has no flash available.
Oh,
it's
this
a
Caitlyn's
double
getting big.
for Rahel as
Oh,
Huhi
this
sets
is
him
gonna be
up,
bad.
and Rahel knocks him down.
So Huhi is one of the oldest players on the Rift right now. His mechanics looking pretty good. Setting up a lot of CC chains, a lot of plays for the team.
Alright, if you're FlyQuest again, you just gotta get to the point where Ornn and Hwei can really start putting out some damage, because right now this Caitlyn's gonna hit like a freaking freight train.
Cryogen blast cones over, but very good chain. Bard ultimate into Cosmic Bindings very
Good
easy,
flash.
and that bought enough time for Rahel to get there for the trap. And Rahel is expecting this bubble 100%, especially if you're expecting it. Very easy to flash forward on the bubbles. So it's a double for the Caitlyn. Hex optics already done.
All right, Sen. All right.
It's gonna get painful for FlyQuest.
Masu looking a little frustrated there as he goes down again. Hambach preying on that bot side. 2 visits, 2 kills onto the Corki. And Cryogen starting to feel that as well.
I think
if you're yawning, it means you need water.
The favorite Sentinels games are usually with Hambach on Skarner.
Mm-hmm. He's looking good. Can't say he's not. He has been really playing it well across all 3 of the Skarner games. He's looking very comfortable.
Yeah, Huhi.
And they are going to go in, but I mean, you're not going to get a kill.
I don't miss how 2022 went in terms
we'll
of
get
finals
the prio
for us.
around this
I will
at the
say.
very least.
Question is, who can even answer the Rise bottom right now? I mean, Ornn has teleport. They're doing kind of a hover with Hwei on top. So they are ending up with a teleport coming from Ornn. Rise already has a team here, though.
Gakkos, are you dying here for this?
Able to clear out the wave, and
okay,
they'll
no,
be
thank
able to
God.
hold on to it for another wave or two. But Griffin and Cryogen moving down here. Hambach and Huhi in the area.
It would be pretty funny, but I know Cater was live for like 9 straight hours earlier. I can't imagine.
Honestly, good play
he'd
from,
want to stream
Impact up there. He didn't play overly aggressive on the
league.
Rumble. That was the cost for FlyQuest was very apparent. We didn't get to see anything happen for them on top side. The reason they were paying that cost though is to try and make a play on Impact. They have both solo laners up there. Quad walks up. He's like, okay, if Rumble
2K gold lead at the
anything,
15-minute
we
mark.
Can make a play top side, then you
Pretty
teleport down
good
bottom
for Sentinels.
and catch up with the Rise
Pretty
wave. But,
good.
Conservative play from Impact.
Somehow, despite all the early woes,
there,
Griffin is the only
ends
one
up
with a gold lead.
Extra turret plate for the Rise. 4 Darkwings on the bottom half of the map, and teleport used.
Yeah,
Are we playing?
Griffin the one starting up this Herald for now. Masu trying
So
to
you
get
got to
his
clear
wave
out
moving
this
in the
mid
right
wave.
direction, but they just do
Oh,
not have
Griffin's
cryo
in
to start
trouble.
this up. His bot lane is pushed in. The Realm Warp's coming through. Ishtal's impact
Oh,
into
good
the wall.
flash.
Impale gonna
Wait a
get
minute,
flashed
though.
away from Darkwing's taking quite a bit
Okay,
of damage
that's a
here
lot
from
of
Masu
stuff
and
from
Cryogen.
Sentinels
They're gonna try
down.
to re-engage with the Grand Starfall.
Oh, no.
Right in onto a trap.
Oh,
Griffin
no.
is still going, but he's so low on health. Buying a little bit of time as the double knockup comes through from Gakkos. The Spiraling Despair is there as well, but Quad is knocked down. It's another 2 kills for Rahel. FlyQuest just don't have the damage to be looking for a fight like this. It seemed like a big overforce.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a rough one. I mean, so Pantheon has to flash out, and it's a good flash, to get out of the Skarner combination. Because if you let the E go into ultimate, then you're gonna get locked.
I don't know how I feel about trying to
Pantheon
run
ulting
into a
back in,
Caitlyn like
your
that.
spear goes in the ground. Caitlyn knows exactly where to put the trap. So if you ult ever close to a Caitlyn who's not like under threat or something and won't be able to cast a trap,
Maybe Griffin learned his
then it's
lesson
pretty
there. Maybe
easy
he
for the
won't
Caitlyn to
ult
put a
into the
trap
Caitlyn
right where you're gonna land.
next time.
Huhi here starts it off. Another good Bard ultimate. Into
Cryogen
the Skarner
unfortunately
chain.
missed bubble,
It's
which
just
sucked.
barely a little window there. Griffin can flash out, and you look at the chase down. Trap gets there just in time. Headshot goes through and tries to go in, but even with the Ornn ult,
I mean, he
there,
just dies.
They already burned him down, had the damage, and Impact just roasting them on the front lines here, trying to move them back. So very good kind of response from Sentinels.
Yeah, really well done by Sentinels. Just seemed like a big overforce from FlyQuest, though, to me.
It's okay, thank God and Apollo.
That fight was not even close to working.
All's
Impact
good.
just kind of dropped the equalizer between the 3 members of the backline.
You're
They
scaling,
never even got close.
right?
And Griffin,
Right?
yeah, he had to flash the Impale, but he didn't have to be there. You saw that you had lost Prio mid. You saw that they're walking over from there. He could have walked up towards Quad.
All right,
and
third
out
Dragon's
towards
a
top
bit
lane
of a
and saved
problem.
his flash. And now, you commit to that fight when you're already down.
You really wish you could get at least
lose
one,
the fight anyway,
but-
so now you're down about 4K. They're going to lose the Dragon, and now it is sole point here for Sentinels, who's taking full control of this game.
Right by the wall.
Going to look for a potential play here on a Dark Wings. Nice. The Realm Warp will be able to get out. I don't think they have the stun
That's fine.
backup
You
anyway,
should be able to
so
get
they
tower
left
for
it,
that,
but well played
as
there
long as
by
everybody's
Huhi
top
to
side.
keep his mid lane
Right?
safe.
We're going to have
Theory?
a very early Infinity Edge for Rahel on Caitlyn
Oh,
as
God,
well. And
Caitlyn's
it is
got
done now.
IE.
So 17.5 minutes Infinity Edge
Oh,
for
yikes.
Rahel's Caitlyn. And the map is kind of crumpling on bottom side. It is going to be traded with some top side pushing. Quad will eventually be able to answer and get this top tower as well. I
man.
assume.
Well,
actually, they can't even finish off the remnants of it, so recall timers go out. And we'll see, because the map is getting pretty dangerous now for FlyQuest, especially if you are a Hui. This is very good, control mage champion, good range, nice AoE for team fights. But split pushing is quite dangerous for him.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, there's a lot of tools to attack you on that side lane. With the Skarner, with the Bard, can get up there and really make things difficult. FlyQuest trying to maintain some control in this bot side here, but it is Rahel pushing up mid. And it is Quad going to get interrupted under his tower. I don't think they can look for a dive in this spot, but they do kill off another tower with the Caitlyn. They take down mid lane, and now Gakkos not going to be able to trade back. He's just going to have to back off as the gold league continues
Quad
to
makes a heroic
extend
play.
here.
I mean, Quad's
FlyQuest
been
are gonna have to
so
try to
far
find
the
some
one
plays of
play
their
that
own if they
FlyQuest
wanna
has
turn
made
this
that's
around.
good has been off of Quad.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be off of Ornn ulti at this point. You can definitely make some really good picks with that. That is a way to
I don't
put
think the
pressure
Corki's really going to matter all
like
that
a Caitlyn or
much.
something if you're going to go for a Pantheon ult play.
It's really on play to
they
set up the
really
plays.
Have to have
Because I feel like Pantheon
one of
going
those
in
big
right now is a
abilities
bit of a
plus the
problem.
Pantheon
Like
ultimate
just
and
goes in, gets
you know,
Caitlyn
try
trapped.
and go for a
Ornn
somebody.
maybe
Doesn't
with Ornn
necessarily
ult
have to
fine.
be Rahel, but that's
but
would be the biggest bounty to collect.
Yeah.
If you could possibly.
And
make
Nami's
it
a lot of
work.
disengage.
It
So
absolutely would. And I mean, if they could get one dragon, delay the game, I think they have a real chance.
Yeah,
then the
you gotta try and
ornaments
steal
are
this
all
dragon.
coming through and
This
everything.
next dragon is
Obviously, Ornn has his own.
so big.
The first ornaments are going to be coming in pretty soon, but Sentinel's moving up towards topside, looking
Oh,
to attack.
no.
This pretty vulnerable Hui, who is up here. They clear out his vision. Cryogen playing behind
Okay,
him,
we're fine.
knows that he could be vulnerable, so wants to be there to keep him safe. Masu.
Good.
That was pretty close to
What's
getting
it
caught
called?
by the Tempered Fate, but quick reactions from him will keep him safe for now.
What is
Okay.
what?
Just should
Why
buy
am I
Ornn a little
blanking?
bit
What
of
is the
time here to
Corky
get
thing
another
called?
wave on
Package?
bottom side too.
Good package over to Bartle? Yeah.
Have a rotation over to try and get some vision down around Baron. Looks like slowly move in. Cryogen and Masu are pretty safe to do so.
Flash? Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm not
just
saying it's
keep
going to
your
be easy.
defensive
I'm just
vision
saying.
alive here. Keep on farming. Keep the income
It's your
steady.
best hope.
If they, as you say, can deny the Dragon Soul.
I forgot to
and
end the
also
poll, but the
keep
poll, by the
gold
way,
lead
over
from
on the
getting
YouTube is
bigger,
53%
then
over
those
to
are your two big first things necessary
Sentinels,
for
47%
hope to stay
over
alive.
FlyQuest.
And Gakko's going to be in some trouble here. They are trying to move down and help him out, but Huhi here pretty early. Call the force shot is going to come out as well as the Grand Starfall. They're going to be looking
This
for
is good
impact,
without
but
Caitlyn there
Darkwings
to
is here,
start,
Rahel is here,
but
Hombach is
now it's
here,
gonna be a problem.
And FlyQuest are slower on the fight. Gakko's trying to run the Ishtal's impact, going to connect in onto Quad.
Oh,
Quad
wait
in
a
so
minute,
much
big
trouble.
knock-up,
The
though.
Spiraling Despair comes through. They do get one kill on the side. Masu able to sidestep the
can't kill.
Impale. Rahel stepping forward, though, looking
Not
to
good.
take
No,
the fight.
bye-bye.
Darkwings in the middle of the team, knocking them down. Sentinels running over FlyQuest.
Yeah,
they
that's
get
game.
destroyed in the bot lane.
GG right there.
Don't let
Rahel
bot lane
comes
get
in,
uber ahead
quick
next
crit
time.
on the
Maybe,
back line.
maybe that's the
And
plan.
that is going to be an ace for one. The sacrificial impact here, well worth it for Sentinels.
Hey, at least the knock-up
They
looked
start to
nice
play
for
out,
FlyQuest.
You know, him and Huhi, he knows the entire team. You can see the mini-map. They're all rotating down.
Okay.
You get Realm Warp coming in. So even when Griffin uses the ulti here, Sentinel's still on the attack, looking to punish the arrival.
back
And Rahel with his
sucks,
route, he
but
goes
it is
over
what
the
it is.
wall
Look
on
at
the
the Ornn
outside,
knock-up.
gets the Q
Ornn
over
knock
the
up on the
wall
2,
into
but they
the
have no
ult on the
damage to be able to
quad,
kill Hombach.
to kill off Hombach's target, which was a really good kind of E backwards there, and a bit of a kidnap, and Sentinels can just run it through afterwards. Flash from Darkwings, they finish the chase, and you
Yeah, it
got,
turns out the Caitlyn's pretty good.
like Caitlyn flanking around the outside of the lane there. Makes it
Uh-oh.
hard to escape.
Cryogen is...
Griffin gonna get
or
caught
that's
out
Griffin.
once again. There's no way he's getting out of this one. Masu and the rest of the team have got to run. They're trying to delay, but the Dragon is up in 9 seconds. Your jungler is
Yikes.
dead. The Baron's on the map. Sentinels crushing this one as Hombach finding more and more.
Does anyone else here,
engages. That
like,
last fight,
a Scion
able to
ult
pick off
there?
Quad at
Am
the
I
very
crazy?
start. The fight is already done as soon as that happens, and Rahel now already past his
Am I
three-item
like, am
mark.
I hearing
Masu
shit?
Just starting to work on that. He is so far ahead, nearly 4,000 gold, the individual lead down for Rahel.
Yeah.
Do I?
That
Nah,
was a
I'm good, man.
painful
Thank you, though.
Sniper. No headshots.
I'm hearing the voices.
are
Great.
gonna be
Awesome.
taken lightly.
Does Caitlyn
Good to know
have
I'm going
a new and
crazy.
upgraded Triforce?
Fantastic.
No.
Great
Good
way to end
point.
your Saturday.
You know what? That one goes in the museum, maybe. After the end of this. That's what you're holding on to, though. You're like, you know
Hambach,
what?
by the way, is
scale,
now
play
at
for late
50,
guys. We gotta make
50
a pick. You're
CS in
always
jungle.
hoping for one of these big
Top
picks.
lane is
You
even.
do, you know,
Mid lane, Quad's a
you
little bit
you got some
ahead.
capabilities here.
Caitlin's shockingly not that far ahead for being 7-0.
For items, but you do
Okay,
making picks.
this is their play, but
away, looking for a pick on
there we go.
Impact. It's gonna work because
Okay.
he belts out, and now they're gonna.
Oh,
try to
they're
go
going
the
for
Forge
this.
God. Can he find the redirect onto Rahel? Easily sidestep Rahel with that Cloud Soul move speed. Just
Okay,
able to
good pick.
easily get out of there. That would have been huge if they could have caught the Caitlyn as well. They might have been able to look for a Baron start. But Griffin now in his own jungle has been spotted by Sentinels. Rahel pushing up mid lane onto that tier 2. And Griffin just going to have to give up yet another buff here as Hambach continues to build that lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens usually when you're that far behind in the late game and you're trying to make comeback plays. Commit a lot to one side so you can get your pick. But because of the extra, gold lead that's been built up and the pushing on the map, you're allowed to get so much more for Sentinels still. So our two things that we were saying for FlyQuest hope to remain alive.
Oh, Caitlyn went
one
third
of them
item
was
rapid
deny the
fire.
Dragon
I mean,
Soul.
I get it, but like,
That
had
one
she gone like
didn't go
LDR,
so well.
oh man,
Well,
dude, she'd
the
be
other
hitting
one
so
was
hard.
keep the gold lead low at like 4K diff. That one also.
Not going so well.
Is she going Storm Racer?
Third ornament.
There you go. Those are going well.
That is going well.
Another
It's a
ornament.
3-0 ornament lead for
Man,
FlyQuest.
it's so frustrating too, Cloud Soul. When you're playing against Rise and you're already like, what do we do about this split pusher? Well,
now he runs fast.
He's super fast. The entire team is super
Blaze
fast.
Poke
Even
is
the
actually
Skarner
getting
that's
pretty
cruising
good, I
through
will
walls
say,
at you
despite AK
and
behind.
kidnapping your carries is
And then he impales you and he hits the NOS and drives away.
True.
Takes you back to the base.
True. That's actually the funnest part.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, no.
Quad.
But we'll see.
Okay, well.
Now you're praying for Elder. Let's be real, as they're going to look for an engage here.
Impact?
A lot of damage. He's going to get bubbled up. Nicely
It's a lot of
timed
abilities
Pepper Fade
down,
and use
though.
the pop there from the Spiraling Spare. Griffin trying to attack on the side. Masu getting involved here. But it just doesn't really hurt Hambach, and Hambach is
not
not
yet.
scared of this Corki whatsoever. FlyQuest looked like a decent start, but at the end of the day, they can't really find anything and do lose the tower.
Yeah, they keep
That's
going
fine
after
though. I mean,
Horn
honestly,
after-
25
or,
minutes. Sentinels
Rumble
hasn't
after
blown this game open like you
after
thought they would
Impact
for the
here.
lead that they have.
And honestly, right.
This will blow the game open though, real
Defense
quick.
from Hootie there kept him alive. Now Gakos.
Call of Forge God going to be coming out. They are looking for the stun here, interrupting the Call of Forge God, redirecting. Gakos flashed over the wall, but he's got no way out from this
That'll
spot.
do it.
It's a pretty easy pickup there for Sentinels, and immediate pings back onto the Baron.
Yeah. No way for him to waddle out of mid
Yeah,
lane.
there's no way you
That's the other
come back
really
from this
troublesome
one.
part about being super far behind in games is there's a bunch of wards from your opponents that are so deep on the map. When you move out onto the map, they have a lot of teleport
And they have Cloud Soul
locations
is the other big
to
thing,
just
so like
teleport on
Sentinels
you
has the
and
ability to
collapse
just
after a play occurs.
like
So
run around the
Sentinels
map on 'em.
make good on the trap there, the punishment. And now with Baron, I mean, you really cannot stop Caitlyn this fed with Baron buff Siege. Like, it's,
No.
you just can't do it.
It's going to be fair.
You're up 2, and a Bard that can
was a
defensively
skip,
ult.
but sure.
On
And
good
Locket
timings.
And your Soul Laners are super strong too. They're both up 2K individually, so even if you somehow magically kill Rahel,
All right,
you might just be dying to
10.5K
the
gold
Rumble
lead.
as well as the Rise.
Would be
'cause
one of the
everything would have to be
craziest
turned
throws we've
onto
ever
him. So
seen in
Sentinels
LCS
looking like they are
history.
very
Okay, maybe
close
not
to
the
being able
craziest,
to
but like
close this one out.
feels
and,
pretty crazy.
would be a big win in a game
Oh,
one here against
God, that's
FlyQuest, who I think a lot
LDR.
of people were favoring, though this obviously is one that could go either way.
Yeah.
Oh
Definitely
no.
So, yeah, Sentinels.
Caitlin's gonna be able to
looking
one-shot
pretty
anybody.
controlled here. Let's.
Oh,
good
good
win there.
buffer.
Nice Bellows Breath and he used the Tempered Fate.
Nami?
Imagine not so lucky. Stunned, suppressed, knocked into the wall.
God
It
damn,
is
okay.
fish for dinner. Cryogen's dead in a hurry as they're just trying to play for some sort of vision. You know your only chance, and it's kind of a snowball's chance in hell at this point, is stealing the Elder, right? So you're trying to get some vision in that area, but Sentinels are clearing everything out, and they do not want a 50-50
I don't know,
to decide a game like this. They
I mean,
are
Caitlin's
just
just so
looking
far ahead
to
and has
barrel
so
down the
much
mid lane
range.
and
How
see
do
if they
you
can
even
close it out with another pick.
Ooh, I think they're going to be successful in
Would
that
she
endeavor. Mid tower already
Euphoria.
down. Bot side, Darkwings has the minion wave here, ready to evaporate this tower as well. And Impact, even looking for a little bit of an angle here. Can can they get even more? Caitlyn Trap's starting to go down.
I mean, FlyQuest makes one mistake here.
The closest timer is Elder, so that's what they're thinking is nobody make any, like the only possible way Sentinels like kind of lose this game, somebody blunders at the Nexus right now, and then FlyQuest.
That headshot was 60% of his HP. Ouch.
Yeah, that's an ouch.
20 seconds until Elder, and Sentinels gets a free back.
Okay. One bullet is all it takes.
If you're Fly, I think your only chance is to like push up here and Death Bush.
Masu sent back to base. When do you think that IE is coming in for Cork? Next game?
Next game, yeah.
Right. Next game, yeah.
That sounds about right. He's got a dagger right now, so.
That's not too close to an IE.
I feel like 5v5 pushing down mid might not be the best angle. Oh no, Griffin.
Getting picked.
Yeah, just keep getting picks, play connected.
I've been loving our Huhi shot call listen-ins. We had a really good one in the FlyQuest series. That's another bullet into Masu's head. Wait a second.
Holy shit.
Nah.
He's not the president anymore. Too many deaths.
They're like, you know what?
He's been downgraded.
Nobody really wants to take that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh my god, look at Impact just
pop
going.
The barrier as impacting a ton of damage. Cryogen might just burn down. He does.
Oh,
Darkwing's
and the
side, dueling
Bartle
against Griffin. He's
stops
winning
it.
that. And the Elder is being killed at the same time.
Oh,
Sentinels
no, they don't get
loses
anybody.
No one, as it's just a couple members looking for the fight.
Oh,
now
God.
The Rumor comes through. The three-man knockup. Masu is just shot out of the air. Rahel has been unstoppable start to finish, as Sentinels dominate the first game here against FlyQuest.
Man.
Hambach and Huhi want to chase squad. They want another kill to pad the stats, but it's Impact, it's Rahel, and it's eyes on closing out this first game. Quad is going to die as well. Darkwings can't get there to steal the kill, but the Nexus will fall as it is 19-4 in just under 30
And it was never
minutes.
once
Sentinels
close.
going to be able to close it out and take game one.
Beautiful game from Sentinels. Control.
I mean, just
methodical. Big plays from Huhi, Hambach,
clean from
and
start to
honestly,
finish.
all of them quite good.
Like there was the one play around topside that, you know, Quad had a very small pop-off moment, but that was about it.
I think Hambach, he started the snowball. What do you think, Lounge?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I was going Huhi. I feel like the support.
I think we have like it's between those two.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it up in the air because I now already know the result.
Hey, I like to. Oh, we do.
So
We do. Don't look at the monitor.
I won't look at the
Don't
monitor.
look at it.
But I'm going to go over the second Drake because I think this was one of the fights that kind of broke the game open. We had that earlier invade onto Raptors that Griffin got caught out at. But then here, I think this...
That was a blowout. I got to pay out the gamble. And 65% chose Sentinels. That's pretty good. Shout out to you all for knowing your shit.
And this Pantheon ult comes in very late.
That was not a particularly close game at all.
Portal to just go out, and the rest of Sentinels are going to be able to.
This is the monster I was expecting. I mean,
but Darkwings is actually going to be able to ult into the mid lane to catch that. And now
if you're
after Hambach is
if you're FlyQuest, you have to find a way to make sure that Rahel isn't just getting massively ahead. Tonight might be wrapped up in the same amount of time that SGA at the free throw line and same amount of time as SGA spends on the free throw line in game one. Oh no. Oh no.
To kind of go all in, especially when Hambach is on this Skarner and Huhi is on a playmaker, because you can see in each of these cases. Right,
I didn't think Masu.
But they're still able to escape anyway via the
I need to pull up the stats, but I'm pretty sure Masu's not been bad in terms of his play so far this split. So let's go LCS.
He was. And so there it is.
Spring.
Winning player of the game. Hambach getting at least a nod.
Kobe voted for us. Okay.
Yeah, it was Zale to win Hambach. Okay.
I was wondering if it was going to be
casters
versus analyst lounge.
We do.
How do I?
Yeah, we do now, yeah.
I really did like the interview
go
that
FlyQuest.
episode in which Impact did talk about like how we felt like bot lane generally creates a lot of plans.
Masu.
Like, was like,
All
maybe
right,
we
well
shouldn't
that's
go
not
for,
really
like,
helpful.
this
Let's go
trap here, but,
Oracle's
like,
Elixir.
The idea of going for something that's heavily playmaking mid jungle, because like bot lane would tend to do it.
All right,
Guess
Oracle
who's
Elixir.
the major thing,
Let's go. LCS players.
The Twitch chat is on our side.
All of us.
Side is us.
Same wavelength.
Filter position, ADC. So Masu, just looking at this quickly to read this all to you. They unfortunately don't have a 14-minute stat. The only thing that I have here is that it looks like Masu overall, it looks like prior to this series, plus 313 gold differential at 15, plus 337 XP differential, and plus 8 CS differential. Looking at Oracle's Elixir, damage percentage, Masu is 26.2, which is the nope, I take that back. Yawn is no, it's gold. Never mind. Where's damage?
Griffin, and all of it is supporting Hanbok's play, and I think
damage percentage. Masu is 27.3, which is not bad. So Jed's a little bit lower. Yawn is a little bit lower as well as Sven. So sure, looks like damage is being done elsewhere. Looking at CS per minute at 15.
Make sure that you at home don't miss out on any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. On the other side of this break,
15. No, I want gold differential and
Game 2 is coming up right after this.
okay. Moss is just generally ahead early game. It seemed like prior to this series. That seems to be the numbers. Just got home from work. How's the series been? Blowouts so far. 3 games, 3 blowouts. 2 in favor of C9, 1 in favor of Sentinels. The NBA and Amazon have delayed the start of today's game to 6:17 for the Knicks first round matchup. He was not good during that time. America's coming first, Dan. No, I agree. And I think Masu so far in the first 2 weeks has been pretty good.
Is it fine? I think yeah, we should fight.
Alright, getting back to here.
I'm looking on the king. I'm looking on the king. Yeah. Wait.
Oh, man. I'm sad that I'm not going to get to watch tomorrow's series, but at the same time, I'm expecting it to be an absolute beating. I don't think Lion versus Shopify should be close, and TL versus or T-Law versus Dig should be pretty one-sided as well. But weird, not what we expected, but it was fun nevertheless. I enjoyed First Stand, I'll be honest with you. I really did. Also, JG, thank you for the follow. Also, aims it, or was that AIM? I always want to call it AIM. Oh no, AIN. Ainsid. I'm fucking that up. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see how my fantasy is doing, because I can't imagine it's doing great in any way, shape, or form. Duh. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. So okay, so I got 16 points for Thanatos because it was such a blowout. 23, and then he didn't do the Vayne game wasn't bad, but meh, it was kind of a blowout. 5 points for Kryra, 5 points rounded for Call Me. Nice, nice, love it. I'm on pace at this point. If upsets happen tomorrow, if somehow Dig and Shopify pull it out, I could actually have a week that I'm under like 70 points. Hell, I could be under like 50 points. If we wanted to try hard enough, I could be under 50 points. Like, this is just not good. This is really, really bad. Aha. Poor K. Poor K no los dos.
welcome everyone and congratulations. What? Put your damn phone down.
I didn't know we were starting.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. We're doing it live. But yeah, congratulations on.
I want to get a
being
piece
able
of
to
gum
win
real quick.
Week 2 Player of the Week. That was a pretty insane.
What's really
week
bad?
for you. You're
My
still
fantasy
ranked,
is really bad.
especially on your
That's
Nocturne
what's really
game.
bad.
How did it feel coming out of it?
Oh no, I mean it feels great because we haven't played on stage or like we haven't had a win,
By the way,
like a
this
series
gum
win in quite a
that I
long
got,
time, maybe like 2 months.
the
so it feels kind of bad
icebreakers,
because it does feel like we're
ice
improving a
cubes
lot,
with
especially after Korea.
raspberry
And then we went back
sorbet.
and faced TL.
Oh, this-
Should have won that
dude,
series.
this
To be honest,
gum
I think we
is
definitely
cracked.
if we were more disciplined. That was a free win. But yeah, and then it feels good like to get a win after quite a while.
It has to feel great that you win your first Player of the Week. During our Player Weekend interviews, we just basically have like 90 seconds on the clock, rapid fire questions. If you don't wanna
Raspberry
answer
sorbet
the question, you wanna
gum.
move on, you
Oh,
can go next. Are you ready for it?
Okay.
All right, 3, 2.
it's so
1.
good.
Who in the world would you want to duo with or hit the gym with?
Hit the gym with Owner.
Who?
Owner.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Who's your NA GOAT?
NA GOAT?
Bjergsen.
Bjergsen.
First LoL esports match you remember watching?
TSM C9. I don't know what year, but very long ago.
Yeah.
Like maybe 2015 or something.
That's perfect. Celebrity crush?
I don't really have one.
Okay, no, that's good. A jungler you believe in, but
Stop the cap.
lobbies will dodge if you play.
Stop the cap, brother. We see you flexing all over social media. Stop the cap.
That mother, he failed.
I was gonna fail.
How do you fail? How'd you
Usually
befriend
just watch
Kryra?
LCS, but try co-streaming
Kryra?
out. Love content and fly forever.
Kryra
Hey,
used to be, like,
I also
young and
completely
talented,
get if people
same
that
with,
like
like,
watch my
Cypress, so
content
me and
outside of this
them
like
were
don't
friends just 'cause we're
watch
all,
co-streams.
like,
Because whenever I
young.
watch
She was
the league,
15,
I
was
don't
13,
typically
we were
watch
challenger.
co-streams.
Okay.
So yeah, something to
Like I get it. Trust me, I do.
relate to.
What's a red flag?
But
that
I appreciate
have
you
as a
watching
person?
anything, whether it's
Oh, red
TikTok,
flag?
YouTube, Twitch, or beyond. I really do
Maybe
appreciate
I'm
it.
a bit toxic.
Okay. What's a green flag you want in a partner?
You want a partner?
Yeah.
Loyalty.
There it is.
Loyalty?
Who do you credit most
Got it.
for where you are as a player today?
Credit most?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I am gonna put the
move on
jacket
next.
on
Yeah,
that
think
one.
I'm a wee bit
Um,
cold.
Tips for the viewers out there to get swole?
Get swole.
Yeah.
Be consistent. Yeah. Be consistent. Consistency is always going to be the #1 thing that triumphs
Sure.
everything.
Nice.
Yep.
Last question on this one. Who would you rather be stranded on an island with on your team?
On my team, okay, let me think. So, Akko's low IQ, Cry low IQ, Master low IQ, no, I think I'm cooked.
You're cooked?
I'm cooked. Wait, anyone on the team? What about
Anyone.
coaching staff too?
Yeah, coaching staff works too.
Oh,
maybe
coaching
it
staff,
has to
that's
be
easy.
Apollo
Yeah,
or
it's
Thinkguard.
Apollo.
It seems like they're the most.
No,
put together.
Thinkguard ain't gonna do you well.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I love Thinkguard. He ain't gonna do you well on the
That
island.
makes sense. They may get you guys, or get you out of there
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
But no, congratulations on that one. You nailed that one. And final words for the fans.
Apollo,
out there,
I could
especially
see.
After a big week.
Sure.
Oh yeah, no. Congrats for supporting. Let's go.
Hell yeah! All right, going straight to the Sentinels games after this.
There we go.
Okay.
Great to hear from Griffin, but you know what, Kobe? I'm
Back
gonna
to the
need him
closet.
Step it up. You know, if he wants to win another Player of the Week here.
Consistency is key, he said.
Exactly. And he was not owning in this first
Oh,
game.
I agree.
Not as hard as in the last week.
No, that's
Completely agree about Raz.
inconsistent
Yeah.
with the previous week in which he earned the Player of the Week award.
Exactly.
Congratulations on getting that.
Congratulations. Well
However, Hanbok Skarner, a little bit of a jungle diff there.
It
So,
was.
there you-
Hanbok Skarner is starting to become one of those champions where I'm like, maybe you need to ban that.
I think, well, they talked about the lounge, just saying Blabber was right there saying the same thing. So if the enemy
He's
team,
building a reputation.
yeah, if the enemy teams are already saying it, then maybe it starts showing up around those early bans even.
Yeah, there's some of those player combos where people kind of like, yeah, it's meta. Yeah,
All
you
right.
don't normally ban it.
Let's
You probably
go.
should've
Come
killed
on.
this guy.
It's like the
Six.
Shaquille O'Neal free throw. It may
I
go
feel like,
everywhere, but at
Morgan
the end of the
Rack is
day,
one that a
that's
lot of people
entertaining.
talk about.
That is a great comparison.
You know, I do think
Honestly,
that this is maybe getting to
that's a
that level,
fantastic
but,
comparison. Because we get
it is
sidetracked
getting
as like a
little bit
mother.
Spooky. But we will see what the answer is going to be in the second game here for FlyQuest. FlyQuest,
No, I find it
again,
fun.
I think it's fair to say slight favorites in this matchup. Sentinels obviously had not won a series just yet. And of course, you know, like the beating one team and then having them beat another team doesn't always really matter, but it's like FlyQuest dominated DSG, DSG beat Sentinels, right? So I think that's always kind of in people's minds too.
I would also
Raz
say,
flip-flopping on internet.
if you
Oh,
see
bro.
FlyQuest get blasted,
I
don't
enjoy
let
it. I need
that,
Raz to show
you know,
up
hamper
to
your
an international
expectations,
event with
'cause I feel
literally
like this team,
just
they either snowball really well
Just
and they
flip-flops.
crush, or there is a high likelihood if they're going to lose the game, they're going to get blasted in that
On
game.
the scoreboard?
So
They're going to snowball.
Yeah,
Just for or against.
Exactly. There's going to be a large snowball
No,
in the game. Whether
They're hoping to make it.
Yeah, if they're in control of it or not.
Oh
that's
God,
the
he's
question.
literally.
And it does kind of seem like very clearly like they do so much better when they do have a good early start and an early lead.
Can somebody go
And
help
if
this
you
man?
come back
Holy
to the early
shit.
Raptor play. So Hambach and Griffin both start their top quadrants. That is red for Hambach and blue for Griffin. And that means his Raptor camp is desynced by 1 camp duration of time. And
Oh my
so
God, dude, this
they're
is
coming
wild.
for
I'm
the
watching a
second
dude get caught
respawn
on a scoreboard.
those, or the second spawn
After
of
he
those Raptors. They
parachuted
contest
down.
them with a mid and with a support there, which, to be fair, should be very easy to communicate and say, hey, these are no longer our Raptors. I can't move mid. Bot lane also has support rump timer.
You know what, Kobe? Sometimes you just gotta be willing to die for what you believe in,
Yeah, and we
I
have seen.
Yep,
These
I agree.
Raptors are mine.
Yeah,
Blackbus, we need
junglers
some
be
sort of
willing to
winning
die
or
over
like
chickens
even
and
bot
over
lane.
crabs,
Yep.
for sure. All right, well,
Gotta respect it.
Game number 2, it's a whole fresh chicken camp.
Yep.
That's what they say.
They're ready to die for it again.
Yeah.
Not giving up those Raptors.
New game, new Raptors, same me.
Same me, exactly.
All right, Orianna ban gonna be consistent here until we get some changes to the champion. I think that is just gonna stay that way. Most consistently banned champion that
Here
we
we
have
go.
had.
Come on.
Yep, waiting for the Karma ban, very likely.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Another champion that is banned quite a lot.
Vars is
Sivir
banned,
interesting.
Sivir
I'm not
is
sure exactly
banned.
what that is signifying, but Seraphine Ashe is
Oh, let me get the Gamba up.
available because it was
Let me get that
phase
up.
2 that Seraphine got banned out last time, so it's interesting to see that.
All right, Gamba is
here being
live over on
available in the
Twitch
second
and on
game. I feel
YouTube.
like
We're gonna start the
with
poll.
The 3 bans from FlyQuest, they may be the ones that want to go in towards this Ashe Seraphine.
I mean, I really like it. I super prefer it, especially when Caitlyn is already out of the game. Looks very good to me. Then I say if they do an Ashe Seraphine, then
All right, predictions
my preferred
are up.
counter with Caitlyn already being out. Would,
Put your money where your
actually
mouth is.
No longer be the Ezreal Karma and would be a Nautilus lane for kill lane. But Ezreal
no pairing that with a Mundo.
But Ezreal Karma is also still good. Karma, of course, has been getting some nerfs, but most Karma players consider them fairly small and still kind of performs what you want to do with this champion. So the early Karma pick does definitely highly signal.
Karma, it's going to be Karma
like
Ezreal, ain't
for
it?
Ezreal Karma strategy into the Ashe
Yes. Give me Ashe Seraphine.
Looks like they're happy to take the other side of it anyway.
Yeah, it looks like they will be going in towards it. Of course, if you think that there's a
You know what's coming
area, like,
next.
you could grab
The most telegraphed thing in the world. Yep.
so
Ashe
commonly
Seraphine.
paired
There it
with the
is.
Enchanters. Instead, they are going to select the Seraphine here. So I would not be surprised at all to just see Ezreal plus Zen now on the FlyQuest side. And I always find that interesting. You know, what do you think would be the thought process here?
I
for Hambach
personally
as far as,
don't
the
like
matchup you
Ezreal
would
into a
prefer?
comp that can heal up
You
like
know,
this.
If they are, in
Like
fact,
into like a
if
death
If
ball
they
comp.
did Zen, I would go Trundle into it because Trundle is very good 1v1 into Zen and can perform really well for team fights with Ashe Seraphine.
I
And
don't
if you
like
are a
this bot
Trundle
lane from
player
Fly.
With a hawk shot on your bottom lane, it feels so good because it's
Just thinking about how this draft is probably going to play out, I
that
don't like
can't
it.
really get away from you. That would be my thought process, at least, if they did,
I kind of like this because this is flexible, right? So they could go either way. So now you can't really just kind of hard assume.
I mean,
where
maybe,
it's gonna
but-
go. That might mean that the Zen is going to go the other way. And then if you are worried about the Trundle, you obviously have protection bans in phase 2. So it is opening up that. I mean, I do think when you're playing with Seraphine, you want a bruiser who's going to run in to be able to bounce the Encore off of pretty much every single time. And I feel like whether that's Wukong or Xin or whoever, I do think that's something that they'd be looking for here.
Renekton,
for
fine.
sure. And then Renekton,
Call me crazy
in
here,
case
but is
the
this
Ambessa
not
is
like an
top,
angle for like
that's gonna be a very
Ambessa
good
top?
matchup
No, it's not.
for the Renekton.
Well, I guess they could flex it now because
in case it
But I was
was,
thinking like a
you know,
Vi
I
jungle,
think
like
that,
something to.
still a possibility, of course. You know, some people just love playing Ambessa so much, anyways, that they're like, you know what, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I'll still play it into it, but. The likelihood of the jungle Ambessa went way up with the Renekton pick.
I'm
which
just trying to.
Renekton is
I don't
also
know.
Universally fairly good for blind pick when you have protection bans after the third pick here, like they're doing right now. The Gnar one of those. So you pick it, and then
like
you
Sentinels
double
is clearly going to
protection
go
here.
with the Death Ball comp.
You know, other answers are like Jax and stuff like that.
Even
but,
Sion, I quite like Sion into it. Even though you're losing early, I just don't really think it matters.
Yeah, my only danger, like I still think the Trundle would be.
You don't think there's a world where they go the
possibility
Gnosis, do you?
If they then did try to do Sion into Renekton, and then you have like a team counter. But
'Cause Ezreal Karma have push.
It definitely is another viable, good viable pick.
I don't think. Well, I guess
and
no, because Renekton
you're
gets the
talking about
push on
bruisers with
Mbessa,
the
so
Seraphine.
it probably wouldn't be
Serves
the
that,
best
doesn't have
idea.
to just be the jungler, top laner as well here too. So the Annie, they don't want the explosive engage to really set up. You know, Annie and Mbessa is very, very dangerous as far as the super quick engage, and they don't want, you know, Ashe or Seraphine getting blasted super early on, and that's definitely a combo that could do it.
I mean, I think it's really smart because when you're thinking about FlyQuest, it's like, all right, well, when you think about the best engagers from top lane, it's already Ornn, and Ornn's already gone, right? So you're thinking about these kind of picks that are going to give you some sort of snap engage.
Ahri
Right now,
Vi.
FlyQuest doesn't really have any.
Yeah.
Sure, you can start a fight with public.
But I feel like
execution,
Ahri.
but
The
without
problem with
setup,
Ahri
you're
Vi
not
is like
guaranteed
again,
to
you
hit
put
that,
your put your comp on a
it's not
timer.
that reliable as a go.
That you have to
Also,
win
if
by
you're
because you're not going to be
thinking
able to
about the
kill
actual players, too,
whatever the hell
Annie is
Sentinels
the
drafts
only,
now.
like real mid lane engager that Quad plays. Most of Quad's other.
I'm
full
assuming it's going to be
champion
like
pool,
in some sort of
way
engage
more,
in jungle.
You know, control mages, way safer, much more range stuff, regular.
Yeah,
like,
you can't go Ahri Vi now.
Victor style stuff.
You will never be able to get
and
through
so
the
Annie
Sentinels
is kind
comp.
of the explosive engage champ that he has put time in on.
All right, Panico, I
Take
did
that
not.
away. So really beefy, you know, 5-on-5 being set up here. 4 Sentinels. They get their Sejuani and Renekton synergy. Ain't no way you're playing Mbessa top into a Renekton and a Sejuani. Like, that is crazy. You lose the 2v2 also, no matter what. No matter what jungler you pick.
God.
So, I'm going to say that is 100% now a Griffin Mbessa, and they're going to go with the Jace into the Renekton. Okay. Gakko's Jace, definitely a lot of confidence there.
I don't know what you go mid here. You got to have something interesting because, like, I mean, at this point, you kind of have to. You have to index into the early game win con.
Protective of your flash and have to put in some good jungle tracking and warding here.
I'm really struggling to think of a fifth pick from FlyQuest that will make me like their draft.
No, there's
I mean,
nothing that makes me like it.
They have good kite, but I do think if they do not really do well early, it's going to be so hard. There's a lot of ways for Sentinels to start fights.
Oh,
whether
God.
It is an Ashe
Oh,
or
no.
an Encore
Yep,
or
nope.
Renekton flank, a Sejuani ult, you know, there's so many good tools there. And Mel is going to be the answer
Yikes.
into the Aurora. And FlyQuest basically have no way to start a fight besides just kind of running at you. It's got to be poke and maybe like an Aurora flank, but they're just so light on engage,
Well,
and I don't even necessarily think they're
I hate to
guaranteed
be the
win
one
in
to
the
say
side
it,
lanes where
but,
you want to, right? Because Sejuani Renekton is such a powerful 2v2, and
I think we're
Ashe plus
getting out of here
Seraphine
early
really
today,
powerful
folks.
2v2 as well. Of course,
I
that
think
bot lane
today's
can
going to
go
be a
either
really,
way, but if their bot lane doesn't win,
really
I'm very
early
worried
day.
for them.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I always really like the super strong teamfight comps.
Let me end the poll now before it goes on.
Just
YouTube for way
regardless,
too
but
long.
especially with these actual.
The YouTube poll ended
players, too.
60% in the favor of FlyQuest with 5 votes.
I was like,
40% to Sentinels.
Real explosive
Over on Twitch,
engaged
it's
champ that he has
79%
played, and
Sentinels
I'm looking
with
at
10K points bet. 21%
career play game. So
to FlyQuest with only
and he's
with
the only one
5K
that he has
points
put
bet.
previous time into.
Interesting.
People, of course, always can practice new stuff and definitely can bring it out on stage, but it does make you a little hesitant to have a lot of faith in it.
I don't
So
know how you make
quad
this work for
career
FlyQuest
first
unless you
Aurora
like
here into a very
really
strong
come out
teamfight
and
comp
turbo
from
stomp.
Sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Lanes feeling very important for FlyQuest in this one. If they can't get some early advantages,
specific, like, you gotta
do
get
worry
ahead.
that it could just be a very quick 2-0. And Sentinels, they've got a lot of power in the early game. They've got great team fight, great scaling, so many ways to actually pick fights and engage that don't even have to be a lot of commitment, right? You can just throw an Ashe Arrow out, throw a Glacial Prison out, and look to start a fight in that way. So pressure, I think, on Gakkos as well as Masu and Cryogen to try to create some isolated advantages and to try to avoid the ganks that Hambach will be looking for, because he was fantastic finding those in the Skarner game 1.
I will say, though, you know, the Ezreal Karma, they should still, you know, have some advantage here into the Ashe Seraphine despite the nerfs. So the last 2 patches, you know, we had Karma nerfs of First one was nerf to the shield, the upgraded shield, which
Sentinels
is
lose
much
this.
more
IDK would
relevant
say.
for
I mean,
later
there is a
on,
world where Sentinels
rather than
loses
in
it,
lane
and that's
phase,
by
but
like
then the most recent one
individual
was the base
outplays
attack
from
damage
FlyQuest
down by
part
2,
early,
and
which they
the
have the
growth,
hands and the craziness
as
to be able
well
to do.
as the mana
But
cost nerf, so
still
we'll
a tough
see if
ask.
the mana actually is anything real, or if like the 2 base attack damage ends up adding up from all the trading, but they should still be able to accomplish the same goal of the Ezreal Karma. Get the poke, get the push, try and have it, push on bottom side and then poke them while they're trying to CS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ezreal Karma can be a really strong lane, but we know it's literally hit or miss, right? You know.
I mean, I'll tell you
all
this:
your skill
if
shots,
Sentinel's comp
and
has
you
a
were looking
10K
powerful,
gold lead,
you
they
miss a
ain't
few in
losing.
a row, and the trades start to go
There-
bad. And
there's
you can get
no
punished
world.
so heavily, on a bad trade from Ashe and Seraphine because their chase down is so powerful, right? The amount of slows they have. Can be very difficult
God,
to
that's
deal
so
with.
annoying.
Masu and Cryogen definitely started the split very hot. Were incredible, I felt like, against TL last week. More up or down.
Bot
definitely
lane,
not
they're a
as
little bit
dominant as
ahead.
people were kind of
Nice.
expecting in their 2v2s, even though they won the series.
All right, so
pretty hard.
FlyQuest does have
And then
push in
here,
all
we
lanes
come
right
into
now.
that last game, and of course it was, not just an isolated 2v2 thing. It was a lot about Hanbok, but they again got put down pretty far compared to where Rahel and Hui were.
Yep. Rahel, Huki having a pretty good series for themselves.
Quad
so
getting a
far.
bit of a
So
lead
much
here
more
on the
up
Dark
there.
Wings.
And both junglers are progressing towards the bottom side. Top down clears again, second game in a row.
Ooh,
Same thing.
That's a heal.
Heal does
Heal
go
and a
out.
barrier.
So we have both
Okay.
heals and an extra summoner spell for Rahel with the barrier being blown. 2-for-1 bonus trade
Not
here
bad
for
at all.
FlyQuest. So everything going according to plan. Karma with the -2 AD doesn't really care, seems like. Again, if you miss your skill shots, then you're going to want that 2 extra AD bro, and make up with auto attacks, but they don't really care. They're still accomplishing
Nice
their goals here.
roam.
Push in,
Never mind, it's
force
not
the
a roam,
recall.
It's just Griffin
and
being
it's a
there.
pretty
And Dark
heavy
Wings is going to be able to
CS
stop his
deficit
back,
at the
which fucks
moment.
up his tempo.
Rahel is heading back to lane right now and should be able to, make up
He
some
didn't
of the
stop
deficit,
him.
But no
Really?
barrier as well if they do get some jungle action
That's
down there.
crazy.
Hanbok on the cruise, though, went back for the top side crab to be able to trade
Surely
with
you stop
Griffin.
that,
Takes
no?
him a bit of extra time. And still going to be able to get off on a pretty easy recall
Oh,
here.
good poke, good trade.
Masu getting pretty aggressive. Shifts in.
Nice.
The flash there from Rahel. And they're going to flash in for the tether. It's going to land onto Hui. Don't think they'll have the damage to kill. But Rahel and Hui going to
Okay.
be sent back to base again.
Masu and
still hasn't
Cryogen
even
getting
based
ahead in
yet.
this bot lane.
The bot lane going amazing for FlyQuest in the 2v2.
This is what we've been seeing
But
the
I wanted
last
to
2
take a moment
weeks.
to talk about Impact, who is holding up well so far on that top side in the top lane, has been having a pretty darn rough split. This is his laning stats. 8 out of 8 as far as gold difference at 14. He got kind of blasted in a couple of his series, but he was going up
Yikes.
against Castle and Thanatos, 2 of the best laners in the league. And he did well in game 1 in the Rumble, created a nice little gold advantage for himself. Team fought well. And here in the second game, of course, it is early minutes, but is holding on very well against the Jace
Okay.
of Dakos again. So Impact, getting back to what we expect from him, which is that really
Griffin
super
going for this
solid top
invade
lane play.
again.
Yeah. And to me, too, it's
Well,
like
this-
a lot
well,
of
he got
the
invaded
plays that
last game. Now
contributed
he's
to
going
the
for the
gold
invade.
difference were the reason
make a difference.
to be
He's a little bit
worried
behind.
for Impact. Not, top lane itself, if you're like just the stats, sometimes top lane is one of the most heavily influenced by lane matchups. And like, okay, you're always taking, losing matchup, play for team, style
on, Gakko,
matchup,
show me
then,
some.
yeah, okay, you're going to have a lot of losing CS deficits and stuff, but some of the things were like lazy recalls or getting outplayed.
Oh,
and Hanbok
no.
up here with the Sejuani.
Yeah, Gakko's
That's
just
not what I
jumped
wanted you to
in,
show
and
me.
He is gonna regret that. Hanbok was waiting for him. Easy bait there
that's
by
me.
Impact.
That's on me. I'm
Gets
sorry.
the first blood for Hanbok.
He's looking good. Old
My
man
fault.
out here knows how to call jungle
I did
at
that
a
too.
good time.
Help.
Honestly, though, you're always expecting Sejuani, Renekton synergy whenever these two are on the same team. But
Jin, Jace,
I mean,
Bad Omens,
that is a
I
very,
agree.
very, very efficient and effective lane gank there for Hanbok. Like, wastes 0 time at all. Instantly gets the kill for the top lane. They don't have to use flashes, but Gakos doesn't decide to use waste his after the jump in. But it's perfect timing. You come up through the lane. Impact has his stun ready for Gakos. Low health, like perfectly
Yep.
baited, man. Nice acting there for
Jay Shungle's.
Impact.
Hey, don't insult
and
him.
good timing
Pick
for
that I'm
Hanbok. It was
like
just
semi-decent at. If Hama gets this kill again, I
so he's
swear
right now.
to God.
Maybe they want to get past Ezreal onto the Karma. Karma has no flash. Ezreal's standing in the way here with cleanse and flash. Yeah. You really want the Karma there? Because that's like a guaranteed kill.
I mean, I still
with
think you
no
throw it
flash
though. You're
and,
also worth his cleanse.
They didn't have eyes on Griffin for a long time, so maybe they were nervous about a potential 3v3. You know, if you go for Masu, and even if you just get the cleanse, it's not bad, right? Like if you're actually looking for that, you can relieve some pressure on the bot side. But if Griffin's behind, then you might be destroyed in the 3v3. So. Was a little bit nerve-wracking for them. They had a ward on enemy Raptors, but they hadn't seen Griffin on that, so I think that was maybe
Masu's up
a bit
20
hesitant.
CS, by the way.
And so Masu and Cryogen will continue to enjoy their freedom on that bot side and keep that pressure going up. 22 CS now in that 2v2. No kills to their
good
name,
poke.
but still looking very good.
Yeah, they still have the flash advantage down there.
Gold is
Rahel's
officially
barrier
even. You
has
need
come
to be
back
looking
off
for a
cooldown
play here for
from
FlyQuest in the
early
next like
usage,
2-3
but
minutes to bust this game
still
open.
A very nice, healthy advantage and lead for the Karma.
You need
Ezreal,
something.
undeterred by the small nerfs. Interesting show here from Griffin to cross for Raptors. He's got the mid lane push, so Mbessa can annihilate these things so quickly. All you need is the early cross, and
nice.
He immediately annihilates
something.
it.
Griffin's getting a little bit ahead in CS.
If, there's not even any time for like a Seraphine to roam up there and contest or anything.
Yeah, it was interesting because Hui immediately started walking. He started walking from bot lane right away, and then, as you say, they just killed it too fast, but it was kind of reminding me of last game on that Bard roam. Was able to get up there, but this time Griffin kills it off no problem, had mid prio, and Cryogen is behind quad. As Griffin just continues power farming away, Hambak, of course, still does have that gold advantage,
really big
but it's not
bubbles with
much
this
of
jump,
one considering the fact that he did get that first blood gold.
Seraphine helping out with the push here to get the early move for Darkwings in mid lane. Sentinels.
I mean, Darkwings can't put that much pressure
See
on.
what they
No,
can
he's a
do
Mel.
with any sort of extra mid vision control here. Who he's doing his best to clear it out. The
I would assume
defensive
that Mel's
pink wards
not
here
going to have the most amount of pressure
for
early,
them
right?
to fully clear any sort of vision. Again, when your Ashe and Seraphine both hit level 6, this is such a tremendous amount of CC with that plus Sejuani. You have to be very, very careful about the engage from Sentinels and handling this moment in time for FlyQuest. How they handle this is going to be critical. So if they are going to pull the
Impact's
dragon,
going in.
The early dominance popped here from Impact. We'll get him a pretty nice trade onto Gakos, but of course, now you're going to have to be worried about a potential dive.
FlyQuest gets the dragon.
Doing the dragon.
Yeah, and with the
So is
trade
Claw going to go for a
these
steal?
grubs,
Nope, you can't.
Looks like it's just going to be the 2 for Hambak. Wants to get
That's
back
fine,
out
though.
to the other side immediately after. And teleport return for Gakos. Just go back to base and invest the teleport timer here instead.
We need to see something here.
Trading up.
I mean, the bot lane's getting really far ahead, which is nice.
Over onto Rahel. But they
Ooh,
do
good
get the
flash.
out of Cryogen. As Hambak was seen on that ward, blast coning over. He knew he was going to be in the area, and now Quad going to go between worlds here, trying to get the damage down onto Darkwings. Definitely will not be able to finish him off, but the weirding does connect, and he gets a good trade.
That ward is so good. That ward over the back of the Dragon Pit. I think it was Cryogen himself that put it, that we saw him when he was clearing out enemy vision in Dragon Pit, and then he put that one too. Because this...
Oh, flash forward,
he got him.
Gets him with the final auto, goes
Oh,
across the
he
veil
got him.
and dodges out from the
Okay,
glacial prison.
this is what.
Quad
Oh, and the
in his
flash
career
out.
first
Okay,
game on
this
the
is picking
Aurora.
up real
Gets
quick,
a
real
solo
fast.
on Darkwing.
Khalid right there gets the summoner spell.
Just don't
as
die here
well
if you're
too.
Griffin, and
The
all's
flash
fine.
And the death. Here we go on top side.
Griffin probably went too far here. He's trying to stay around. They do get the camp. Impact is running back to the tower. Seraphine is coming up here. Quad is on the roam. Gakos is going to have to flash the wall. Will do
Oh, they both get out. Wow.
And does
Okay.
get out at the end of the day. But Griffin overstaying perhaps as Huhi trying to walk back towards mid and thinks better of it.
Oh man, explosive mid
That's
game
great.
here.
That's exactly what you
FlyQuest making
needed.
Good defensive plays.
If you're picking
and
this kind of
offensive
comp, you're
plays in
expecting
quick
individual
succession
leads to happen in lanes.
to earn
You got a
themselves
big lead in
this
bot
gold
lane. You got
lead.
Quad out playing right now.
See how they can keep
Good.
this one up. Again,
Good.
Sentinel's comp is really at its best when it's nice and balled up here. Really big team fighting, beefy front line with Ashe Seraphine bouncing over the top. But FlyQuest can shine now, and he hits the pullback after the flash. Flashes in for the auto, and then he still had the pullback damage too. So he gets Darkwing's flash 1 for 1, and gets the kill. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
And
maybe we're not going to be done so early today.
Ult at the end was used also to try and punish, but couldn't quite do it.
Oh, what an arrow.
Gakkos, they saw that going through mid lane, through the top lane. Gakkos, I guess, just didn't see it. Griffin is up here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get out. Knocks him back, impact, slice, dice forward, can't quite catch.
There's no way you lose that if you're impact.
That's got to be so frustrating for him, but in comes Hambach trying to help turn it around.
Oh,
Griffin finishes him off, though, and Hambach is not going to be able to win the 1v2. We'll be able to push them back, but damn, that's frustrating for Impact. I thought he was going to have Gakkos in that 1v2.
Yeah, I wanted to use the slice and dice there on trade too. I was thinking, might want to use that defensively to get out, but he really wanted to make good on the kill off of the Ash arrow. But
not good impact.
Slice and dice, he's for sure toast.
Maybe we're going to 3, folks.
Up there, so
maybe we're going to 3.
They're building on this lead. I mean, this is good for fans that do want the 3rd game here. FlyQuest looking much better with the early lead and going in on Dark Wings again.
Got him. Bang.
Nice pullback.
Okay.
Easy kill.
Yeah,
It's
Quad is
another.
on one today.
We're not going to call it a solo.
Quad played well in that game 1. He's already ahead in game 2. Just let him ride it
out. The reflect from Darkwings on an early trade, and he knows, you know what, I can just send it. Even if I don't kill you here, you're going to be so low that you have to base.
Yep, nicely done from Quad again. First Aurora game of his career. Looking good.
We'll give him 1.5 solo kills.
Okay.
I think we can compromise.
You only get a half for that?
I mean, the Karma Shield, it's technically not one, but I mean,
down. Tragic.
Give him something, right?
1.8.
1.8.
1.9.
I could be convinced.
Yeah. Let's up the percentages here a little bit.
Karma deserves what percentage of that kill?
Yeah.
Like 3% maybe? You know? Hey, I was there too.
Well,
honestly,
I would say Quad's playing well on Faker is better than, or if Quad's playing well on Aurora,
out of the air, so
that's better than Faker's Aurora.
Beautiful shield right there.
Gorgeous shield. Really made the play.
That's with the nerfs to the Karma shield.
Don't be a game 1 Andy.
Crazy stuff.
Well, I mean, with the LCS so far this year, I think it's fair to be a game 1 Andy.
The AD nerf for Karma. Still able to take down the enemy mid laner.
Don't fall for this.
Beautiful
Okay, nice.
Stuff.
Incredible. Incredible stuff.
Handling those patch changes.
Like a champ. All right, well, now it's a 2.4K gold lead here for FlyQuest. Hasn't been that many kills, but it's a bigger gold lead for Masu with no kills than it is for the 2 pretty much solo kills there for Quad, because they have been hammering the bot lane in the 2v2, farming plates and building a big CS advantage.
You think Quad is thinking right now, I could solo kill this guy too, I bet.
I'll do it again.
Masu's like, you know what? Let me try my hand at it. I got a Trinity Force. See if I can land some poke on this guy.
Yeah.
How long on his flash? Let me see. I want to do it too.
Yeah, maybe he needs a rocket belt of his own. You know, get in there. Maybe that's the key.
Yeah, get in there. Maybe Darkwings needs one. Get out of there.
Yep. Everybody needs one these days. And Cryogen has a McHale's. Definitely an obvious rush this game when you're playing at Ash Sejuani as well.
I think it's starting to thunder outside right now.
Stun. It's pretty much guaranteed you're going to get some good value.
Like it.
Yeah. Honestly, my question right now, too, is...
All right, 2.2K gold lead at 14 minutes. Pretty
like,
big
FlyQuest,
for
they got to get some, good early leads.
No, they got to win this first big fight.
Fighting, the synergy between these champs is going to be
14
really
minutes does not mean that you can just automatically win this game.
When they get their full 5-on-5 front to back. Currently, I am actually convinced. I think that FlyQuest have done enough so far to get a really good early lead onto Aurora burst damage is critical. You want to be able to burst down Ashe or Seraphine. If you can take those out early on in the fight, you take so much, of the synergy down. And that with Ambessa also getting a kill, those are 2 really big weapons to kill them. So this makes it a very exciting game for me, because it's not just going to be like, oh, dang, this Sentinels team, like with an early lead, gets to just group up at dragon after dragon team fight. No, FlyQuest have done a very good job getting their early lead on some of these carry champs.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, they've set themselves up in a good position here. But we have to remember, it was who we got to hear the listen in on when they were in a much worse spot.
So fun fact, I was going to be missing my first week of, or the second week of golf lessons
come down to just one fight. They found that
this
fight,
week,
came back in that game.
And
And we'll see if they can do
It just
that
got rained
here
out
once
because of
again,
rain
as
tomorrow.
Griffin missed on the
Oh,
ulti.
big
They're gonna
fight.
win, though. Rahel
Big
in
play from
trouble
Quad.
already. Quad flashes forward.
Okay,
Ezreal is
but
pumping
can
out
Griffin
the
live?
damage. Gakkos has got to try to get involved. The two-man
It's a big
charm
Seraphine
is gonna mean
ult.
Griffin falls.
That's
It's a
not
shutdown
good.
there for Darkwings. Gakkos flashing forward. Darkwings flashing out. Hombok is low, as is Darkwings. The poke landing here
that's
from
not
FlyQuest,
great.
but they can't lock down any more members.
That's not
to
great
get some
for
more kills.
FlyQuest.
Yeah, you can kind of see it already. So part 1 was good. FlyQuest, though.
Quad could be in some trouble here. Is going to pop the weirding, goes across the veil, kiting back.
Oh, look at-
Gakkos arrives. Who here
good
to
poke.
try to shield up and protect the team. Sentinels at the end of the day kind of coming out
Yeah,
on top. As far
Sentinels
as the
definitely
health
walks
is
out of that one
concerned.
better than
And the
most.
Herald wins the Sentinels as well.
Yeah, getting the objective here. That's going to be some, guaranteed turret plate money for them later somewhere. But they do exactly, FlyQuest are going to assassinate Rahel. Eyeballs on Rahel here. This Ashe in the middle is trying to volley. Boom. Griffin goes in on him. Aurora goes in on him. They get the burst damage. So they do take out one of the squishies. It's the exit afterwards. You still see the power of the Seraphine here. Huhi able to follow up
Seraphine ult
there.
was
Got a good
clean from
ultimate
Huhi.
through on them. And then they heal and shield.
Not bad. They use TP too.
Exactly. They used TP
bad.
and got the Herald and get the
Gakkos,
1-for-1
don't die here,
still.
brother.
And it's still pretty early on in the game.
Gakkos could be in some trouble here. The Herald going to get dropped. Hombak and Huhi are behind him. Cryogen is moving down. We'll see if they can actually defend
they get here in time?
in the 2v3. If he'll be here in time, it's going to be started off there by Hombak, but he's just going to run
he got
for the
out.
hills.
That's
pops
fine.
The
That's
Ghost
work.
Blade as the
Hell
TP's
yeah.
coming in from Impact. So they are going to lose this tower. It should be first tower there for Sentinels, unless Quad is about to kill the top lane one, but that's going to be a nice little injection of gold.
Okay.
Interesting that they're going to give up 2 lanes to do this, though. Mid lane and
Yeah,
top
they're
lane.
giving up a lot.
So
I don't think it's ultimately
yeah,
worth.
both of those are actually going to fully go down. Top lane, I'd say, yeah. I mean, what is Quad is
nearly
quite
got him.
dangerous. So Impact.
Yeah, that's overall net
positive
positive for FlyQuest
like, save
there.
that tower or anything. But investing
Could've
that
watched it.
Yeah, investing. You could have watched it happen in person. Be the
reporter,
in-field reporter.
Yeah.
This next fight is big.
Instead, though, now
Like,
you're
Sentinels
at a
are already close
TP
in this
deficit
fight. If you're
for the
FlyQuest, you
matchup with
have to
Jace.
slam the
Dark
door
Wings,
open
on the
here.
other hand, has his TP back now, so they can have.
You need to
the,
make sure that you're able to close the
Mel
door.
Instead, kind of catch waves on the side and offer that teleport.
If you give them
assistance.
time, if you like stacking, whether it's
So there's
stacking
gonna be a
dragons
try to answer there. FlyQuest
or
though,
just a lost
just wanna
fight,
continue
does not
stacking
matter.
dragons. As long as
Cannot
they're
give
in
them
control
room.
of the dragons, they are going to be able to make Sentinels come to them, and that is where, the lack of engage is not really going to matter if they force their way in. But remember, the LCS Spring Finals are going to be taking place in Mullet Arena at ASU from June 13th to 14th. The tickets are available now. There's the QR code right on your screen. Scan it up, grab your tickets, and we will see you there. Spoilers,
Yep.
we're going to be there.
Woo!
Arizona State
Azale
University,
gonna
baby.
Be there in person, live reporting.
Where are the afters? That's the important question. Games are going to be fun. Awesome. Who's hosting the afters and who's DJing?
All right.
That's my
Honestly,
question.
With Dragon only 18 seconds away, I thought the investment would be a little bit heavier here in trying to get the vision or the priority down, but looks like FlyQuest are going to have full control of the setup. So they've got full vision control. Maybe it's an angle.
I mean, if you're Sen, I think you just give this up, personally.
Let's just save most of these resources. Well, teleport invested here for Gakkos. Interesting bot side flank from Impact 2. Renekton walking up just to watch here as well. Hombok does
FlyQuest
have
gave
the
way too
ultimate.
much time. This is a
Gakkos
good
is
collapse
down
angle
there
for
with
Sentinels.
him. Hombok,
This is
though,
a
pushing forward
problem.
onto Masu. Cryogen looking for the tether onto Hombok. There's a battle on the side. Quad going to go forward across the world here.
Okay, they get it. Just get out. Just get out.
Not gonna
Oh,
be able to
that's
find too much, though, as Griffin
aggro.
gets in on the back
But
line,
he
and
got
Huhi
it.
just
Oh,
gets
okay.
shredded. Quad on
There you go.
Rahel,
Never mind.
and Rahel is gone. With the Ashe
There you
falling,
go.
the Seraphine
That's what we
falling,
wanted to see.
FlyQuest grab the dragon, and they got their eyes on the Baron. They're clicking all in, pinging over there. Are they going to try to do it on spawn?
Yeah, you should. Do it on
That was one
spawn.
of the most awkward
No,
contests I've seen in a long time. Sentinels were late to it. Then they have the front line on the bottom side. Then the Sejuani in the middle there. And FlyQuest just dissect them. Beautiful stuff. They are starting that Baron. They're going to try and burn it
This
down.
is risky, but I like it.
Renekton
Like,
can't
again.
come. No teleport.
Oh, Hombok is so.
Both the
Yeah,
soul laners
no,
are
he's
not
forced
moving,
out.
so they're going
Nice.
to have to give this up. We'll see if Hombok wants to just try to get in there and trade his life for it.
Humbug's
Darkwings
really
has
trying
now
to force
moved over
this?
who
Really?
he is coming
Brother,
now.
you can't get it.
But it's down to 4K. Gakkos is on the side.
Oh, they're
trying to
going
threaten them.
for
They
it.
get vision on it with the hawk shot, but Hambach just cannot get in. The Encore is going to
Down,
whip.
just
The
get
Baron
out.
is going to be secured. And FlyQuest, maybe they
Oh my
wanna
God,
fight
they're
now.
winning the follow-up
Hambach
fight,
gonna try to
too.
jump over the wall. Quad looking with the Weirding, cannot connect. They do get a bounty
Get
on the
out,
bot side
you're
with
good.
that tier 2 tower being taken there by Impact. To get
Cool, you
some
gave over
gold
bot
back
tier 2 to
in their
Renekton? Who
pockets, but
cares? Guess
FlyQuest
what? You now have
with a
Baron.
huge series of plays.
Push this
Yeah, I mean,
all the way
props to
down their throats.
Griffin for continually assassinating one of these squishies. But I also think we saw some poor setup from Sentinels as Impact going to be able to slice and dice games.
Kind of an interesting flash, I must say.
For now, getting back, he did spend his flash. He has the dominance in a couple seconds. Should not die there. Griffin covering.
Oh,
Quad. They're
what
gonna
an
TP, and
ult from
Griffin's gonna go for
Griffin.
the fight, but he's getting
But is it
CC'd
enough?
up heavily here. They're
Oh,
turning
no,
around
that's not
onto
good.
Griffin. Can they finish off the kill? They can. Impact
Oh,
arrives on the teleport.
what?
Quad is in trouble. Pops a Weirding, trying to kite it out, but can't do it. A couple of big kills there for Sentinels on the top side, and they should be able to grab this tower as well.
I actually love that. They don't want to let FlyQuest just push all lanes with Baron buff, so they fully commit. Overload topside, send all 5 people. Our greatest strength is the synergy with full 5, and they just fully attack a side lane here. You're still going to take losses from the Baron-empowered sieges of the other lanes, but
That's
that
a
is going to
negative
give you a
1,200
lot
gold
back.
power play, by the way,
Even a
whenever
full
the death did
negative
not
Baron
come
power
immediately
play
after
here.
getting Baron.
So good amount
That's
of gold
crazy.
recouped by Sentinels with a smart
And it wasn't a
call
steal.
to fully overload
Like
the
all the
top side,
conditions that
all
you would
5
think would
people
normally
go.
allow for like
Look
a
how many
12 or
wards
like a negative
all sprinkled
Baron
around
power
up there,
play.
and
None of them
getting a bunch
existing
of gold
here.
back here
They
into
just
this
straight up
massive
lost
synergy
fight.
of team fighting for this squad. If they're here on time and they set up their battle lines for the Dragon Soul fight, it's going to look real good. So Griffin does go in again on one of the squishies, but all of Sentinels arrive here. The teleports come in.
The
and
worst part
everybody's
is
able
Quad
to
did a
complete the
ton of
extra
damage
kill
in that
plus
fight,
the
but it's just
tower
not
after.
enough.
So huge shutdown money going through, money off the tower as well. And that's going to fund a lot of these item completions for Sentinels.
This is looking
See everybody basically with
pretty
at
decent
least
if you're
2
Sen.
items for themselves.
And holy, the Baron power play, negative 1,500, and is now
even
just
worse,
hovering around that 2K advantage for Fly. But at 22 minutes, that's not really that big of a deal. We were at a bigger gold lead. Like
oh,
15
you're
minutes
100%
ago.
right.
And especially, right before the next, the Dragon, for the Dragon Soul here, a minute and a half, you're already thinking about
You got to
the
use
setup
this
over
last
there,
30
and
seconds to push it.
Now it's, almost
Or
even
not.
3 items for Darkwings.
Wow.
With the Shadow Flame almost going to be completed for the Mel too. So
Wow,
they
wow,
certainly
wow.
have plenty of fighting capabilities here. You group up. you
Hey,
got
Jay
Sejuani ult,
Manslam.
Ashe
Thank you
arrow,
for the raid.
Seraphine ult. It's
Thank you for
definitely
the
gonna
raid.
take some good positioning.
Hope you guys are enjoying a
from
good day of
FlyQuest,
LCS.
and some good skill shots hitting as well. They got to make some Jace and Ezreal poke
All right.
count. For
Yeah.
sure. It's
Minute
just so
until
hard
this
because
dragon.
you try to go
Vision-wise,
for your poke,
2 wards up on blue
the
side on
engage
their
is just
own.
so easy.
Red
Ashe
side, they
arrow,
got the Scuttle
Sejuani
Crab, and then
ult,
one towards the
Seraphine ult,
top.
so you have to be
No
very
reason why
good at hitting
FlyQuest
your
should
poke
lose this
and
fight
dodging.
at all.
Absolutely. You got to control that space, make it difficult. Try to soften up Hambach and Impact. They're going to be the ones walking in first, with the rest of the team behind
League
them.
permanently,
And
man?
If you
I
can
know.
get them low enough on the entrance that
I'd be
you
willing to
can
trade them
dissuade
out
from
for
looking for that engage. But
another squad.
it's like you said,
is
they
what
are
I
quite
would say.
strong. Darkwings for sure is going to have gold for his 3rd item. You'd have to think before this dragon spawns, but maybe not at this point. Is not going to complete that Shadow Flame, I guess, because it's only 20 seconds until it spawns. They can't go back now. FlyQuest are in the area here. Both teams sending all 5, of course, for this fight.
All right, here we go.
They know may decide. If Sentinels wins this fight, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. Quad has not yet spotted
Hambach is
and
now
he looking
beefy. You
on
got to
the
be
side
careful of
here.
him.
A little bit of poke coming out there from
If you can't
Darkwings
get
as
any
Masu
poke
is
down onto
trying
him,
to
it's going to be a
fight
problem.
and get this damage
Moss
down
is not
on
landing
Hambach.
any
Just
Qs right now, which is
sidestepping
a bit of an
everything.
issue.
Yep. They've
Can't
got
hit
a,
'em.
they've got a good setup this time around.
This is not good.
Good front line here, pushing bot wave.
No
Griffin
poke
gonna
has landed from
start some
FlyQuest
damage
yet.
on this dragon, though.
Yeah, well, I don't think we've seen a single missing
Masu's
shot
a little
connect, and
bit
now
far
Masu
up.
taking quite a bit of damage there.
Masu
And
now has to
Impact
play
is gonna
really
be
safe.
Spotted by Quad. They're going to try to get in. It's going to be a flip potentially here. The Mikhails is used,
Oh,
and it's taken
no.
away by Hambach. Masu is put low. FlyQuest can't win the fight, and Hambach takes the steal.
I like how they
Oh,
just back
no.
off afterwards, too. They're like, that's all we needed. We just needed to deny this soul. Now we can regroup, set up again.
You needed,
We already invested our
absolutely
Sejuani, Ashe, and
needed
Seraphine ults.
somebody
No
to hit a
need to
freaking
do
ability
anything
prior to that,
further
and
here,
nobody
so
hit
Sentinels
anything.
accomplished their goal. Man, all right, let's take a look at this. Is it just straight up pretty even? Yeah, I mean, not like you got a lot of burst on Sejuani or anything. That's just good smiting right there.
Yep.
Good, clean smiting.
I mean, they both used smite. I saw it at 2,500 or so, and then it was dead.
Yeah.
So that thing just got deleted. They both pressed smite, and Hambach, I guess, pressed it second. He does end up getting it. Serpent's Fang completed now for Griffin. Also got to say, I mean, FlyQuest just couldn't hit any poke as they were walking in.
Be somewhere
Also
else,
felt
not
like
wrong.
missed about 10 missing shots in a row. Didn't feel like Gakkos was able to hit any shock blasts.
No.
Quad was kind of zoned out by impact the whole time. So Sentinels handled it really,
This will
really
be the
nicely.
closest match, by the way, ShyKnock, while you
it's
line me
like,
up.
oh,
The
Bell
worst part
probably
is,
has
this
reflect.
is the
Seraphine's
closest
got
match.
Shields for people. It's gonna start.
It
to
can
get rough for them. You
objectively
gotta get
still
real
be the
creative in how
closest
you
match
approach
while
these
also a
fights, and
smash.
Maybe FlyQuest can hope
Think about
for
it.
another fight
Last
like they saw
series,
at the third
was there
Dragon,
any point in which we
where
were
it was
worried
like,
that C9
weird
wasn't going to
setup
win
from
it?
Sentinels where they had
No.
their front line kind of split from two
Not at all.
sides, and then Sentinels were probably also trying to think too much about the steal instead of
Technically, this is the
position
closer
there for,
series.
like Rahel and Huhi, but I don't necessarily think we're going to see more fights where either Ashe or Seraphine does get blown up. We've seen a few of those this game. You know, Quad had
Masu,
good
we got to
burst
hit
damage early,
a
and,
mystic shot here.
Griffin had
Hey,
some
there we go.
good
That's
ults onto
one.
them.
Okay.
But it gets
Now we
more
start
and more
shooting like
difficult
Kobe.
to pull that off later into the game with the battle lines pretty easily set up, and then the protection here for Sentinels. So Sentinels stabilizing in this game and really threatening the 2-0, I think. Even though they're still down in gold and they're still significantly down in dragons, which could lead to another Dragon Soul fight in almost 3 minutes.
You see how nervous they got there from Griffin, because once Rahel was hugging the wall, he knew he wouldn't be able to dodge the public execution, so Hui popped his heal to give him more move speed, even though he's at full health. And
They are
engage
not
hadn't come.
doing Baron on
So they were
spawn,
definitely
right?
sweating that engage could be coming through, and now Hambach maybe going to look for one of his own. Man, these sidesteps from Hambach are ridiculous. He's just not letting Masu hit him with anything.
Griffin also has the
All right, there we go.
Serpent's Fang here.
There
to cut
we
through
go.
shields,
Finally,
reduce
Masu.
the effectiveness of the Seraphine shields. Maybe it's going to help. Some poke lands now.
Jace is bot lane, so Sentinels have to decide, do we go for a hard engage or do we send someone to respond as Quad taking a little bit of poke? Now, Gakkos is going to be the one
I think
calling
this is
off.
fine
He
if
will
you're
be
Fly for
looking
now.
for the base as Quad trying to get around on the side. The Reflect going to be used here by Darkwing, so he will be much more
Still
vulnerable
fine.
now, and FlyQuest do get some control here.
As long as Masu
around
doesn't
that
get
top side
caught,
Baron.
it's technically fine.
All right. Retaining mid-wave control, retaining vision control over Baron. But at the very least there for Sentinels, Impact is able to spend his time bottom, and the rest of the team doesn't get caught. That was a little dangerous period there where they're like, okay, Impact, got to go take care
Next
of the wave on
Dragon's
bottom
up,
side.
minute 40.
and the
Everybody's
rest of
just
the
kind
team
of
has to
chilling
play a
till
little
that point,
defensively
which
and deny the
easily favors
engage
Sentinels,
again.
by the way.
Did you like the call from Gakkos to base there? I kind of feel like he should have just pushed the tier 2. You know, you already saw all 5 members from Sentinels. No one's responding to him. You're struggling to actually make anything
Fly's
happen
playing way too
in
passive
these, like,
right now.
5v5
I agree.
standoffs. So I feel like if he was able to force someone to respond, then you can maybe group and try to make a play on the other side. But just wanted to base.
Yeah, maybe they need to invest in a little bit more, like a warding pattern that would see the arrow come down. Maybe he's worried about, like, oh, if I get hit by an arrow, then Impact can kill me.
All right, keep pushing
and then,
bot
like,
side.
The rest of the team still couldn't, like, rush Baron.
Yeah.
But that's pretty hard to do, too.
Yeah,
so
he's backing again.
Honestly, FlyQuest, it is difficult at this point because you have so many things to work around that Sentinels had, but keep on pushing. They did get the Serelda's Grudge just completed now for Gakkos. So maybe that will make the poke more substantial and the slow can help out.
You can see Rahel now has his BT completed, which is going to make it that much more difficult to knock him down. Poke is going to matter a lot less. And obviously does have that
Masu,
Seraphine
fine.
there
There
to
we go,
protect him.
Masu.
This time Masu landing a lot of poke there onto Hambach. Gets a good amount of damage out onto him. Nice sidestep there, but actually he's back into the root. Thankfully, he will be staying pretty healthy, and it's Aurora pushing topside, trying to force a
Masu
response.
now, by the way, has Last
wards.
Whisper.
He has so many wards here that could come in for teleports for the Aurora. One behind Raptors, one behind their own jungle. He's going for the Gromp ward.
Yep, he's going
Yeah,
in
Ghost
very
gets some
far
poke
behind
down.
them, and he hasn't been spotted just yet. Hombach getting low. Impact arrives with
Behind
the
him.
TP shield, and here he
Oh,
comes.
good
and
arrow.
Instantly Ash arrowed. He
What
does get into the zone.
amazing
The
stopwatch.
encore across everyone, though. Look at the damage coming in on Quad. He is sent running. It's all up to Masu.
Great
Hombach is trying to
stopwatch.
protect Rahel, but Griffin flashes
Well
in
done.
on him, and down goes Rahel.
Oh.
And no matter how resilient they were, Sentinels cannot get it across the finish line in this one. They made FlyQuest work for it, but that flank from Quad is going to seal
That
the deal in
stopwatch
game 2.
was
Ooh, they destroyed
perfect.
it right there. FlyQuest gonna grab a win. Push us to another one.
They're going to push on the base here. It's just up to these two members. Can they cut the wave? Hombach is not that
All right,
tanky
Fly.
in the middle of 5.
You played a difficult draft well.
Knocked down the first
Kudos
Nexus
to
tower,
you.
knocked down the second, and will push us to a game 3 here against Sentinels.
That's what
we
I'm
are in
talking
for a treat.
about.
Woo! Quad and Griffin were really
That's what I'm
ripping
talking
in
about.
that last
Come
one.
on.
I like the move. No hesitation for FlyQuest. Immediately jump on them.
We said we
even
wanted a
with
close
the Asher
series.
right
Guess
in
what
the
we're getting?
face. It just opens up space for the other
Exactly
carries there.
that.
All right, analyst test. How do you feel about that? We're going to a bonus game.
Oh, we're feeling
Finally.
fantastic. We're feeling good over here. This was what.
All right,
we
manager
expected to be the
predictions.
closest series coming into the weekend.
Twitch chat
It's
did not have
delivering.
faith in
After
FlyQuest,
that
but you
first
know
game, it
what?
felt like Sentinels
The two
brought
lucky
out the
people that
world,
voted
but,
for him,
FlyQuest,
they
what a
got it.
turnaround.
And what a way to do it. You get Ezreal Karma, you
Yeah.
get the best of jungle there for Griffin. Pretty much like, even though Ezreal Karma is just the best, I feel like
People make
duo,
changes.
right now in the meta. It's also
I have not
Masu
seen
and
people say to make
Cryogen's
changes
best
on FlyQuest, to
pair.
be honest.
So like, you get
That's the
all of
one
that in
team
the
that I
draft,
have
and it
not
looks
seen many
incredibly good
people
in all
say
those team fights.
to do
I'm
that,
going
which
Brett
makes
Brett
sense
Brett.
because,
Brett
as you
for
said,
bowling staff.
3 rookies.
For Masu, mainly because usually when you are picking this Ashe Seraphine, you do ban the Karma to take away this kind of prio bot lane. This was Masu's forward percentage, CSD at 14, and goal difference at 14. He had no kills at this time. This
Yeah.
is pure, raw lane only.
Yeah.
And it shows you why, again, when you're trying to go for this Ashe Seraphine bot lane, which is like unbeatable
Yeah.
unless
Okay.
there's natural karma up.
And well, let's talk about a lot
Thank
of the
Christ.
other things.
Let's go.
Actually,
Thank
perfect
Christ.
segue.
Hey,
A
look,
lot of the other
and one of the
things.
points that we were saying,
A lot of it is just the team.
one of the
fight.
points
So
that we
what
were
actually
saying
kind of
prior to
focus
this game
on
was we literally looked into
team fight
Masu's
here.
early
Going
leads.
for you guys so you don't have to see this.
And
Perfect.
the counterpoint for game 1 was that it felt like
For third
he
dragon.
looked a
Yeah,
little bit
really
like,
important
you know,
for
some of the
Sentinels
struggles
at
that we
this
saw
stage in
from
the
America's
game
Cup.
to at least contest for it. They were behind
And
in a
he
lot of
stepped
ways,
up
so
massively.
actually
Now, there was the
helped
one fight where he wasn't hitting an ability, but
game
hey, you
for
get some leniency if you still win the game.
But
It's fine.
Gecko's TPs.
Also,
They have,
JG, thank you for the 2 community gifted subs.
In Line Bush and Banana Bush.
No
They have a lot
shit.
of, perfect control, and Ezreal Karma is also really good at securing push in lane. So even
FlyQuest is
though
always so fun. It
Sentinels
feels
are
like a young
sending
Hunter.
four
No, I
men
agree. It
to,
feels like early
contest the push,
2024
they're
Hunter
gonna
Thieves.
be
I get that
basically
same
really
exact
close to it.
impression.
But they're gonna try nonetheless. And Griffin has already gotten a head start on the Dragon itself. The good news for Sentinels is they have a
Quad
spot.
deserves that player of the game 100%. He opened up the lead
Impact is just
twice
chilling here,
in
being
mid
like,
lane
guys,
that
I
allowed
know
them to do
what
that.
the HP on the Dragon is. Speed your butts
And he
up.
gets the game-winning
And so
flank on
Sentinels
them.
end up walking through the line bush as a team. And now this is really ballsy to just kind of like sit right here in front of 4 people. But Masu is an incredibly good Ezreal player to basically like recognize and challenge them. Hey, if you're gonna throw a Sejuani ulti, I'm going to E out. Like I'm gonna blink out. There's no way. Like, if you want to try it, try it.
Cryogen also has Mikhail's.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Exactly. There's a lot going there. And so Gakkos on the right side of the fight is marking Impact, and even though he is going to eventually like lose the fight and back away from it, it makes it so Impact never gets an angle on the flank. And on top of that, just take a look at this engage. The Ambessa gauge is actually excellent. And Quad is at a perfect angle to just zero in on Rahel.
Blast watching
who's in
streams.
no man's
But
land.
Griffin
Is
genuinely is
basically
one of my
targeting him
favorite
from
players in the
this
league right
angle.
now. He just brings a young energy that we've
No way for them to
needed
be
for
able
a
to catch
bit.
up. And so as we play out the
Been a
fight,
FlyQuest fan since they started up.
incredible
Nice.
engage,
Back in
and
the
even though
well,
the initial
back in the
ulti from Quad was not really
what was
effective,
it? Was
was
it? No,
basically
it wasn't
the
Kit Kat.
follow-up
What was
to
it?
then pincer Rahel that made it all
What
the
was the
easier.
chocolate bar that
a great team fight, great laning phase. That's kind of what we expected.
Oh,
in game 1, but it
what?
came
No,
to
who
an
was
end.
it? Snickers. That's what it was. Snickers. No, it was Snickers.
Tough start to game number 1.
FlyQuest was sponsored by Snickers back at the time, or back in the
And there
day.
were multiple other fights later, like that last fight at the Dragon Soul. He's just like unkillable.
Good times.
But I'm happy you brought up the quad point.
Good times.
Quad. This was his first career Aurora game.
Okay.
And I actually want to take a look because he did a couple really cool things in game. So
That he
Raz,
did.
I said when it happened live, did you see that? You're like, no, I'll catch
I
replay.
didn't see it.
And I said, did you catch replay? He said, no, that's what
That's
it
what
did.
happened. That's
Look
what
at how
happened.
cool that was.
That was pretty cool.
I love it when players are able to highlight some of their mechanical skills, especially when it's a first-time stage game for quad. And then this,
Here,
the
Snickers
question
are
the
hanging.
casters pose. Emily, what do you think?
You're not you when you're hungry. Eat a Snickers.
Because it's just a karma shield. That's all that's coming in here.
I mean,
And then what percentage of assist is this?
That's not a solo kill.
They said it was like, what, a half a solo kill or something?
Bro, Ezreal actually outdamaged Aurora?
Man
That's
behind
shocking.
you saying
Yeah.
if anyone interrupts this, I'll punch him in the mouth. That is not a solo kill.
Okay, just the presence is
The
enough.
presence is all
Yeah,
you need. He's a
true.
get-out mechanic. Then he gave
Zoning
him confidence.
assist. That was-
Don't feed, get
Confidence
fed.
is
We got
so
some,
crazy.
look, we got some pretty good taglines, I
But
will
let's take
say.
a look at our player of the game.
It's Quad.
For me, it was initially Quad, but it is Griffin. I switched at the end as well.
Wow,
But who- Oh,
Azale
Azale's
has
still
been
Quad.
the only one who has been not voting in the past.
Huh?
It's actually kind of messed up.
Come
that
on,
you
high
decided.
mentality, Azale.
No, that's on you.
That's on me.
Nah, fam. There's no way we're robbing Griffin. We're robbing Quad like that.
Listen to us too much.
What happened to the
What?
You guys don't have that like that anymore?
No, that was Freak's thing. That was Freak's thing with Azale.
Wait, Emily's wearing a Boston Bruins jersey? What the? Emily, I used to like you too. You used to be my favorite analyst for a bit. You and Jack.
Those were cool, man. And when you're
But the
talking about
Bruins?
just, like,
Nah, that's a
style
level I
points,
can't
think
tolerate.
Quad can win it, but team fight execution, Griffin. I
Go
think-
Pens, baby. Let's go Pens.
Well, I'm just gonna double down on shaming Kangas because, like, not only did he
becoming a
do
broadcast
Azale wrong,
standard. Yeah.
you did the fans wrong. Can you apologize to all of them
Solo cam on me.
now?
I'm
Get
sorry,
'em.
fans. I'm sorry for letting you down. I'm sorry for letting my bald brother Azale down. And Quad, I'm sorry for letting you down. But I don't think that you care what I think about you. I think that you care that the fans were behind you, and you had a great Aurora game. So good job, Quad. What do you want from me? I just did it live.
You served your sentence.
Can't please anybody.
That was a good one. That was
Can't
good.
please everybody for sure.
We know you're going to Boston to watch the
But
Bruins?
turn around, now
No.
it's a close series.
Absolutely
So do we have any
not.
flip-floppers? I went Sentinels 2-1. You still both said
I'm
FlyQuest.
remaining
This is your
firm.
chit, Raz. Come on.
Not now.
This
I like
is your
how you
thing.
identified him as the weak target.
Yeah, I believe that you would stick with your guns.
I'm sticking with my guns.
Okay.
Who did he
All right,
pick?
You know what? Honestly, respect.
Shout out.
Respect for that. The first time ever. Quad, first time Aurora. Raz, first time sticking with his predictions. There we go. But
There's at least one other time he stuck with your prediction.
I don't know. I'm just going for it.
Nope.
I'm trying
No,
to
he
be
hasn't.
over here.
That's
All right,
cap.
reminder that during LCS Spring Split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends.
That is
event
cap.
like
I
this
can't believe
Spring
Raz is staying the
Final.
course.
Save your MasterCard as your card on file.
Think he
You
chose
can
Sen? That
purchase
makes
from the
sense.
in-client
That would
store
entirely
for
make
a
sense as to
chance
why he's
to
holding.
win. We got a game 3 ahead
Holding
of us.
true to it.
As Sentinels and FlyQuest both pick one. We'll see ya after this break.
Oh my god. I'm boosted.
All right, repeat after me.
This is tough.
If I'm like disqualified, I might as well say no. That's so
No.
Now we just do the magic.
Jin. No. Jin. In case we need it spelled out. No Jin. That's it.
Am I looking fight or do you want to keep poking?
No Jin. Hang on. Can I just do this? Can I? Can I bold it? There we go. We bolded it. We'll italicize it too. No Jin. And repeat. No Jin. Please. Please. No Jin.
Work for it, but that flank from Quad is gonna seal the deal in game 2.
How to fix your golf swing. I need a video of your golf swing. If you post your golf swing to Twitter, post it to Twitter, tag me. I will review it right now. I do need to vacuum, though, real quick around the apartment before Emily gets home. Otherwise, I will get in trouble, and I wasn't expecting this. I probably should have done it a little bit earlier. But, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. You don't have Twitter? Post it in the general chat. If you use !Discord, put it in the sports chat. I'll pull it up on stream.
Welcome back to the LCS here. Remember, tickets for the spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena on June 13th and 14th are now on sale.
Ooh.
Head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code to book your tickets today. We, though, for now, we're not there just yet, so hold your horses. We're going to wrap this series up.
Could be there.
They could.
All
they both could be
possibilities.
there. Maybe this is the finals.
Oh, yeah, could be.
Would be surprising, but it could be.
Certainly would be. Honestly, really good series so far, though. You know, FlyQuest bouncing back. As we said, you can watch them get blasted. Doesn't matter. They could easily do the blasting in the next game. Okay? Nice.
Unfazed.
Yeah, unfazed. No hesitation either. Big damage on this comp. You know, both Quad and Griffin starting to do a lot of output really early on with some of those kills. And Masu and Cryogen making really good use of the Ezreal Karma despite the nerfs. Just exact same gameplay. Keep on pushing, keep on poking them down. And now that brings us to our final determining game between the youngsters and the Unks with FlyQuest and Sentinels.
The youngsters and the youngsters.
The youngsters and the youngsters. That's good.
All right, well, it is going to be Orianna, Nocturne, Annie all banned out. So targeting Quad a little bit more. You talked about Annie as kind of that prime engaged champ that he does have. That was his first ever
now
career.
He's got the Aurora in there, too. He's got Aurora card.
I voted for him. He got the 2 solo kills now because I'm changing it to 2. It's not 1.9 anymore because it works for my argument.
Yeah.
He got the 2 solo kills. He had the big flanks.
Yeah.
I think he played a really, really great game. But we'll see how he's going to be able to perform here in this next game.
I'm back.
I mean, FlyQuest, I didn't like their draft game too, you know, but they had to get those early advantages, and they were able to get them. So, you know, it did work out. Sentinels, though, they are becoming a very resilient
let me put up the
team,
gamble.
even when they're in these tough spots. I like when we're getting to highlight Huhi, and he's talking about, you know, keeping their eyes on the prize, right? Like, you know,
all right, gamble is up over on Twitch,
different situations,
on YouTube. Let me
possible chance to win or at least be competitive, and we're seeing that. I feel like more and more.
Game 3 predictions.
Vayne has actually been so popular as a top lane.
Fly versus
Sen.
Sen.
Jet for bottom lane too. But I think that is more person specific with his history on the champion.
But do you see, like, do you think Gakkos is a Vayne guy? I feel like that has not been his role for this team at all.
He's an Aurelia guy, so he could be a Vayne guy. I feel like Aurelia guys and Vayne
sports,
guys
I don't see anything in there yet.
They live on the same street at the very least.
They're neighbors.
Yeah, for sure.
You can go knock on his door.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
all right, we're good.
You bring over some eggs, you're discussing the matchups and stuff. Yeah, you know what? They're close enough.
What are you bringing up those eggs for?
Yeah, it's about baking cookies.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're good. Had to find it. Gosh, take your time. Take your time. I'm not going to be able to review it during the game anyways because we have to be focused on this. A Nivea first pick for Sentinels. Interesting.
Speaking of flexes, as we were intending to do.
The old Anthony Fantano transition.
The beloved triple flex for very highly likely in
Transition.
support, semi-likely in top lane, and also
If it's Jhin
semi-likely
Nico, I
in
swear to
mid lane.
God.
They're all
No.
very, very likely, you know, and viable flex positions. You technically could still do it in AD carry. I'm going to say you technically can't do it in jungle because you get reported in 100% of those
Why?
games. Yeah, very effective as
Why?
counter pick for either solo lane. And then support here is going to have to go into Jhin and Nico. And I was going to bring up Jhin at the beginning here for Masu because these have been his preferred carries. He has had a strong preference for the Jhin, Ezreal, and Corki.
Sucks.
And that's what they're putting time in on yet again. And they go right into it. Huge CC bottom lane here with the Nico Jhin. But speaking of CC, you get the Vi, so you always start to think about Talia or Ahri types of mid laners to pair with it.
And they went Vi
Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa.
That angle, 'cause that would reveal the flex of the Anivia. This way you can keep full value triple flex with the Anivia. They don't have to reveal anything. All that they reveal is, hey, we have a bit of a dive comp with a Vi and
A lot of it.
and a Kai'Sa.
You know what would actually be really interesting? I don't think we would get it for anyone except, you know, APA or something like that, but I feel like Deco mid is actually reasonable.
I
in
hate
some of
my
these,
life.
And I feel like when you're playing into hard dive, Renata goes so crazy. So, you know, having the ability
It
to
would be worth it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to me. But, you know, I feel like APA would probably be the
I don't
only
even
guy
know who
that
you.
could come in and
How do you round
so
this
I don't think
out?
that's gonna
Like,
happen or
what do you
anything.
do?
Kai'Sa, obviously, as you said, you know, is going to be kind of tipping your hand. You already had the Vi. You are going to be playing dive. Kai'Sa not really a strong laner if you can't find those all-ins, though, so I do kind of worry a little bit about how the 2v2 will
Aatrox,
go.
fine.
So I'm finding myself reevaluating how I'm looking
wanna?
at Anivia, because obviously Anivia, you know, is a stronger laner than I think I initially gave her credit for. You know, the 2v2 can be quite powerful, but I haven't seen as many pairings where it's like Anivia plus weak laner. It's usually Anivia plus Caitlyn, Anivia plus, you know, like Ezreal. I'm seeing those kind of things, more, you know, lane dominant style. So it'll be interesting to see how this works.
Yeah, I think it could have some pretty good.
I mean, the Ahri ban, honestly, I also need to.
And again,
Let's
I would
boost
more,
the.
more weight on the Anivia support.
Let's make the slide.
As, FlyQuest, of course, are going to have to reveal a bit more before the full necessary, and they're banning top laners. So Aatrox wins, so they are not believing in the impact of Anivia. And if you're looking at the individual players, think about how flexible
There we go.
are the individual players. You know, the champion Anivia is really flexible.
Yeah.
But what's the likelihood of impact playing Anivia? It's probably decently low.
I agree with you, but the funny
Azir
thing
ban,
is, he won
Gwen
most
ban.
fearless in lockout.
What in
He
the
had
world
most
do you
different
go
champions
here?
Played, but you know, I still would not see him as. I would not believe that he is playing Vayne. I would not believe that he is playing Anivia. Maybe I'd be wrong, but I wouldn't believe it until he actually does lock it in, and you know, we get in game and find out it wasn't an Aatrox Guardian incident or something.
Okay.
We have thrown out a number of bans up towards top side. Obviously, Vayne was a ban over on the
Scion,
side.
fine.
Gwen as well as Aatrox, both good protection bans for the Scion.
Need magic damage.
Yeah, and I like this
And a
because
lot of
now
it.
their top lane bans just say, okay, fine. Even if it is an impact Anivia,
who cares?
Now you can't flex it to not impact it. You know,
Oh, I
Anivia
love
and
Rel.
bully us with an Aatrox
Oh, I
or
love
Gwen.
who he Rel
And it
so
gives us
much.
a really easy and good Scion pick.
Oh, I love who
we
he
do
Rel.
get our, we do get our Rel. So who he Rel. This has been something that even before these last buffs, which I think went really under the radar, Rel is super, super underrated. Really came back in a big way.
Agreed.
With the previous patch buffs, not even this most recent
Oh,
one.
that's disgusting.
But Huya is one who jumps back on it really early, and he's always
Oh,
been amazing
that's
with the big engage. So,
disgusting.
there's gonna be, Dark Wings with his Anivia, who was always, you know, good history with him on the champion, and had
Impact
confidence
Shen,
in
I
Dark
love
when
this
he was on
draft.
DSG,
Syndra,
and had a lot of confidence
ugh.
with it. So I think this looks very comfortable for Sentinels. Impact's history on Shen.
I mean, the
also
knockback is
here,
honestly not bad into Sentinel's comp.
at internationals even, and so
It's
I
not.
do like all these flexes and the threats from Sentinels, and they end up with their players.
All right, this
on the
might be a
champions
hot
that they're
take.
Super insanely comfortable.
This might be a
on. So,
really
yeah,
hot take.
they could have,
I think the
moved things around and
cohesion
maybe
of
feel
Sentinel's
a little bit more
draft
comfortable with a
is
little bit
awesome.
of different champions, but
Is
they do
really,
find their
really
places
awesome.
into
And I agree,
how
as Rum in a Bottle pointed out,
perfect for
the
Dark Wings,
Anivia
perfect for
wall
Impact,
shuts down
and And
the Scion
I think
engage
that's
very,
actually
very
a
well.
really smart draft that they have pulled off.
I agree. I guess
That
the question
said,
is, will you be able to
lot of
dive
tools
through
on
the Zen, the
FlyQuest
Scion, the
part
Nico, right? That
to
is
be
kind
able
of
to
the difficulty
counter
here.
some of
They
the
have a very
engage,
cohesive
or like the dive
Maybe
onto
it's the
it.
one piece
You
that's
have
a
the
little bit
Xin
kind
Zhao,
of
which
like
can
out of
push
left
people
field,
back. You
obviously
have the
depends how
knockback on
engages are
Syndra as
falling
well.
someone off.
Jin can
looking
stay
for
safe
it
from
that
a pretty
way.
long
Shen is a
distance.
great
Nico can
matchup
knock
in
up.
Scion, though.
Now,
He's
does that
actually
mean that you're
really
going to be able to
annoying for
kill
Scion.
them?
You went out in
That
the
I
early
don't
scraps.
know.
As long as you
I
pull
don't
the
know if
Keyblade
you
from
send
this time
everybody
constantly,
in if
you
there's
can
enough
actually
to
break
push
the
back
Soul Shield before you
Sentinels to
can
the
pop it
point where
almost every time.
FlyQuest
You can
wins.
taunt to cancel
It
his
feels like
decimating smash.
Sentinel
It is
should
a
still
very
be able
nice
to
matchup, and I'm a
overpower
big
them.
fan of Shen in general, so I think that is
But-
really cool, and you can obviously be using the Stand United on the Vi or the Kaisa or whoever as they're diving in.
We'll
And
see.
not only
YouTube
that,
chat
but
came in.
He's also gonna
5
have a hard
votes.
time in team fights. I love that
80%
Divya
over to
always
Sentinels,
hits Scion
20%
too,
over to
because
FlyQuest.
Now you gotta watch where you're driving. Like
I think there's an
really,
avenue
really
for FlyQuest to
difficult
win
when
this,
the
even
enemy
though
team
I
has
prefer
terrain
Sentinels comp
creation
at the moment.
and can just block you like that. So they've got a lot of good answers. It also makes Nico's job really difficult.
Also, why would you pick
because
Rel here? Because who he's Rel,
can
like,
be difficult
this
to
is
get
one
a
of
really
those things
good,
where
Nico
it
ult
might
in
sound
this
like,
game,
oh,
especially if the lane does not go well.
there's other better
And
picks
in order to try and get a little
Rel
bit
right
of
now.
of
Who he
sneak
is so
advantage.
good on
A lot of teams
Rahel
have been doing
that is
where
worth
mid
it.
laner, just walk out bottom
100%.
with your bottom
It is
lane.
absolutely worth
You
it.
know, see if you can get any early trade or action or advantage that way, but is going to have to walk back to mid lane at second here, and Quad gets the push.
Going to be interesting to see how the jungle matchup goes this game, because we had an incredible game 1 from Hambach, really strong game 2 from Griffin. And
similar to last game, you need to see Quad getting ahead here.
Against Cryo, that really was a big story of this series.
It certainly was. I mean, we talked about it in the first game where we had a similar situation as bottom lane gets very competitive there too. But
okay.
Yeah, as you see on the screen, just walked into Rappers and he was confident going 50-50 smites here. And he won like 3 in a row, and then his smite was upgraded first too because he was winning these smites on his invades early and completely snowballed and punished the Skarner very heavily. So Griffin has had some games that
This is
really,
okay, I
really
was
good,
not expecting
super
chat to be
snowball,
so
super
heavily
strong.
FlyQuest
And
favored
also,
on this draft.
sometimes at the hands of either
Not gonna lie.
Blabber or Inspired, especially been on the
I was
receiving
not.
end or of some very big jungle snowball games and invades. And this time around, he's on Xin into the Vi, which is
Oh my God,
super good
what
for
a
you
route.
early on. And you can force some skirmishes. You can force towards some nice objectives, especially if you've got pushing lanes like the bottom lane that we're seeing. And both junglers for the 3rd game in a row all pathing towards those bottom
bad.
lanes. So we very well might actually see that. So Xin always has a super nice time in the early duels there.
Man, Rahel is just really struggling to get any of this farm. I mean, the wave is pushed in, but they're actually harassing him as he's trying to pick up the CS quite a bit here. So still going to be able to maintain a full
I don't think the
wave
dive's going to be on
advantage
Masu, to be
down that
honest.
bot
I
side
think
with
the dive's
the
going to be on
minions now
Syndra.
equalized. So that is pretty significant here early on. Rahel is also
I think
used
Syndra
his
is the first
potion.
one you target in these fights.
You know, they use the heal on Huhi as well.
Also, depending on what Masu builds. If Masu builds damage, then maybe. But like,
so we'll see if they can
I think Quad's going to be the bigger problem.
To get some more levels. Impact did lose the push early on. Obviously, one of the big weaknesses of
You could
Shen,
also
and
go
a
in
lot
on
of times when I
Cryogen
talk to
on the
pro
Nico.
players,
Just
and
take
I
the
ask
Nico
about,
out of the fight,
Shen's
but I
really
think
strong
that might
right
be
now
a
in
fool's
solo queue,
mission.
you know,
But
you guys consider, they always reference the wave clear is too weak. And we are going to see this
Oh
connected on.
my
It's gonna
God.
be the Vi going down pretty much for free. Walked in, claims the scuttle, but just kind of stood there and took it.
That is a very dangerous crab to go for when your bottom lane is getting pushed in like that.
And your mid lane.
And your mid lane as well. And your
Like,
losing jungle matchup.
Vi versus the Xin.
Interesting.
And he wants to stick around
sure.
and make sure he gets this smite correct, which allows Cryogen to get a really good snare. And so props to
Look at
Cryogen
Cryogen
on
putting
the
down some
Nico,
damage
already
onto
getting the
these
Nico
guys.
value, so he snared him off the crab, and it's tale as old as time.
I mean, that was good CC.
Jungler death for a crab.
Maybe he thought, hey, it's worth using my flash for this. I'll just smite it, and then I'll flash
Masu,
over the
this is
wall.
a lot
But
of minion
he
damage,
gets
brother.
rooted, then Deadly Flourish, then Scatter, Knock Up. Like, you know, all this stuff is coming through. I don't even know if the Flash Scatter connected before he died, but all
I
the
think
other CC
Masu is
was
going
there.
Hex Optic.
And the problem, Masu got first blood, so Umbach might not have to deal with that, but their bot lane was already losing. The wave is frozen on them very heavily now, and Masu has double buffs in an already
That's a pickaxe
winning
first.
lane,
That is not a
and
Yomu's
that
build
wave
from Masu.
positioning is terrible Rahel is going to have no choice but to just base, but you base here, you are denying that entire next wave because there is a cannon. So you're going to lose those 6 minions. You're already down 4, so now you're going to be even further behind as Masu just decides, you know what, I can actually stay around, have a little bit of regen from that red buff, and he feels like he's in a decent enough position and didn't want to miss the cannon.
Oof. Yeah, I mean,
fine spot.
It is going to be painful
really fine spot
there.
if you're FlyQuest bot side.
Masu's going to have really big burst damage.
So last weekend was Sven build it. I know Sven was like one of the first ones we've seen actually do that.
Meaning useless. But
I know Berserker went Stormrazor when he played it,
especially
and
with
it won.
The Nico
but
lane. Going to have some really potent pick potential. I'm still thinking, though, about the crab fight as we see another little trail on jungle
crab
here.
On your brain.
Got crab on the brain. We'll discuss it later, though.
This is interesting from FlyQuest. Masu again did not back, so...
If FlyQuest can push them back,
oh my god.
Griffin is getting knocked down so fast. Rahel picks up the kill, and that was important as Rahel.
For those questioning why Rel was picked, that's why Rel was picked.
It's just a great
Huhi on Rel is
this game
freaking
is just support's
good.
beating up on junglers, man. That support is OP. They're trashing us out there. Cryogen just wrecked Hambach in the first play. Now Huhi completely annihilates Griffin in the second one as he jumps out after his jungler is able to get the dragon too. So, I mean, that
good
was a
play for
beautiful
Sen to
Q
get us
flash
back
from
into
Huhi
this.
And grabs the flash from Griffin as Griffin flashes to try and get away from it. Boom, right into it, and he gets the stun. So, nice supports versus junglers, and supports are 2-0, bro.
Yep, and now Vi is level 6 here. He's going to go back in, and in comes the Stand United. They want to fight for this. He's going to be able to claim it. Griffin dies again. Can't get the smite. Even if he did, he would have died regardless, but at least he'd be going home with something.
Sure.
Well, got the crab.
Yeah, and you're going to get a plate at the very least on top side.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that Stand United is worth it, because Impact has no TP. You have to be really careful with your Shen ults, because sometimes you're doing great in lane, you ult away. He's down 21 CS. You ulted away from a pushing wave.
Shen is getting absolutely
you are going to be down a lot.
boned
He got the
this
kill,
game.
or he would be mega down.
So this wave at the very least is a cannon wave. Okay, he loses the cannon, but because it's cannon wave and that took so many turret shots, you know, at least gets back for these.
But 400 gold down off of a
Masu's just trying to back for like the first time in this game.
Very
feels
painful.
like.
It's a huge resource investment because the cooldown, like you're saying, cooldown's insanely long early on here for the Shen, but you know, it's worth throwing a lot at these crab fights because the crab fights have a lot of mental that go with them as well.
Nice. Good poke from
Can't
Quad.
put a price on the destroyed mental.
That is a Hex Optic build. Uh-oh, that's not good.
The stun is there to follow it up. Quad is in trouble. He will burn down, but not before he gets one back.
That's worth.
That is double flash and all committed.
That's worth for Quad, in my opinion.
Not bad from Quad.
Yeah, and yeah, Hambach full sent it here. You have to think that he knew. He was like, okay, yeah, this guy has flash, but it's all good. I'll just die for it. And he's like, I'm gonna full commit and die for this fight anyway. It'll be worth us like denying some minions.
I mean, that allows Griffin to get back
and trading
pretty much
flashes,
even.
Does go down and
Tempo's up on his side.
They do get at least the counter kill. Of course, the assisted kill always extra.
Masu is putting Rahel in a body bag right now.
Plate, so.
I think I would have agreed if it was just the Vi flash, but Darkwings had to flash to follow up with the stun.
Yeah,
so with the Anidia flashing too, that makes it a lot more tough. And Impact
might have the kill here.
The pull through on that second Q, and doesn't want to commit to it just yet. Griffin is in the area, so if he overchases, he could be in trouble, but is able to deny this cannon, I think, at the very least. So that should be annoying for Geckos.
All right, now that we have some time, I'd like to bring you back to the first crab fight and the theory behind it.
Get this crab off your brain.
Masu, if you would have saved that 4-shot, it's playable then.
Was not scared of the roam for bot lane up is that he literally did think that Nico was Jhin, and he was because he was wearing Masu's skin.
Yeah.
He was wearing Masu's skin. However, you should probably have seen that the
Don't
Nico
greedy
left
back,
the lane
Masu.
first and probably gonna be the first one up there. But that's what I have to think because
there we go.
That's why he was like, oh, I can finish the crab and then I get away because Jhin would have to auto or grenade me first and then deadly first. So that's the only real threat there. But because it was actually the Nico wearing the Jhin skin, he was able to hit him with the quick root. I think that
I could believe it.
I wonder if they'll still try it.
It's,
Usually people
No.
don't, but
don't usually get tricked, but it happens from
No.
time to time.
Maybe.
I mean, I could believe it's something like that, or I think it's that.
Level 6 for Huhi now. Level 6 for Rahel. Only level 5 for Cryogen.
Because he was hugging the wall, right? But then he just got CC chained full.
But
so
Masu is
maybe
ahead.
Just either way, obviously a miscalculation and a pretty big oopsie. The 2v2 going well again here for Masu and
1,000 gold up for FlyQuest. They're getting early game
Rahel hadn't
leads.
picked up that kill off of the engage.
They're
he would
getting
be
early game
way out of it.
leads.
So Sentinels is up that 1 kill, but still down about 1,000 gold as the lanes.
Oh, he got it.
Way
Nice.
better here for FlyQuest.
Yep. Hex optics.
I mean, if you're
completed.
Kai'Sa, you let that plate fall because they won't get the gold for it.
I like that so much more than the Ghostblade Rush, by the way. I know sometimes gym players feel like they
Yes.
need it for that move speed.
Oh
but
my God.
Going to open up the
Goodbye.
curtain call here as they are full sending out a
Flash
Dark
of
Wings.
Jin,
That is
man.
that missing flash. They're going to pop the Pop Blossom to try to knock him down here. Will be able to finish him off as out goes Gakkos. He is just
Gakkos, where you going,
ulting
brother?
through to the enemy base where he could probably look for a recall here. I think he has time.
Yeah, should be able to do it right through the minions. VIQ.
Oh, it's gonna be so close.
He doesn't have flash and doesn't
My
want to go.
God. He got out.
Ulti or anything, couldn't get there in time. So nice
You're
escape.
inside a ladder
from
jacket?
Gakkos,
Yeah.
But man, the timing on the bot lane reset. So
I mean, our
what
apartment's like
happened
70
here is
degrees, but
bot lane kind of pressure is leaking. They get their reset.
I don't
from
get
Cryogen and
hot
Masu, and they run
all that much.
straight
I enjoy
up
warm
through mid
temperatures.
lane, right into the range for the deadly flourish, into the ultimate, pops him. And then you get.
There's
you
also
go
a very
up.
light
They
leather
wanna have a
jacket.
leaky
Like a
bot lane.
very, very light leather jacket.
Terrible.
It's leaking all over the map, man.
Gotta call your jungler. Plug that thing up. Fix that bot lane.
Jungler's on dragon, dealing with the dragons.
Can't get down there. It's gonna keep leaking. Impacts up towards the top
Hex
side.
Tech
He's going
Soul
for
with
that
Hex
Titanic
Optic.
rush
I
here.
mean,
pretty much as expected. Sometimes people will just kind of go full tank. There is a lot of debate amongst the Shen one tricks on, should you go Titanic? Is it too expensive? Is it more effective to just go full tank and, build a little bit of wave clear here with Sunfire or Hollow Radiance, as a lot of people do prefer.
And then there's the debate of, do you want more damage as we have a fight, though?
Yep, here comes the Stand United. They're going to full send it onto Griffin. His same place,
Okay.
Deja Vu
Oh,
in the middle of
Huhi.
everyone. And
My
Huhi
God.
finds a monster engage. The Magnet Storm hitting everyone there as FlyQuest have to run. The Stand United got interrupted, but honestly, that's probably better for Impact.
Yeah, it definitely is. His presence was unnecessary, but the shield
Huhi's
and the
Rel
reset
is just
for the
special,
fight
man.
there is beautiful for
It's
Sentinels.
just
Huhi Rel,
special.
man, is really, really useful. Able to get the big clump on the re-engage. I mean,
How do you
Sentinels
hate
here
that?
have 2 dragon stacking, and they keep getting these bottom side plays going in their favor.
And look at all the CDR that Huhi has already. Rush the Lucidity Boots, grab the Kindle Gem. So he's got the early CDR, and back-to-back, his flashes have been fantastic. But Griffin is just kind of on these solo missions, right? And sometimes, he's able to get these leads and really create massive advantages because he goes for these kind of aggressive plays. But this is
Top-wise,
a couple times now that he has been
Shen
punished.
has been able to
And,
slowly
I
uncover
mean,
the gap.
It can be hard to fight
which is pretty
around
nice.
this bottom lane because, yes,
Quad is up
Shen
in mid.
ultimate, the top side
Masu
always has
still
something
remains to be up
extra
about
they can
16.
give to
Oh
it.
my God.
Also, wait a second. Now Impact under tower getting.
Impact could be in some trouble.
Oh, Impact
Gakkos
just
gonna be able
dies.
to flash out as they knock down Impact, and now they can set up for
Huhi
a
tried to
redive
help
here
him,
onto
but-
Huhi. You can see Hambach is moving up, as is Darkwings, and Hambach is going to be spotted. Griffin's
Oh my
just
God,
running
Hambach
straight
might be
in
dead.
onto him, and he's going to have to flash back over the wall as he went for the Vault Breaker over the side. Now going to be rooted up there by the Jin. Masu on point with the curtain call, trying
My
to get the kill, but
God,
instead it will
FlyQuest
go to
is just blowing
Cryogen.
this out of the water.
FlyQuest with a great play on the top side, knocked down a couple. and
Poor
they're
Huhi,
trying to
not
threaten
his
for
fault.
first hour.
Man, they really good responses here from them too. I mean, we're getting maximum value out of a lot of these deadly flourishes. The range here from Masu really coming in clutch, following up on so many plays. The mid lane play where Quad hit the stun, bot side play where Cryogen hits the snare. Top side here, they're going to get the tower as well, and that is first tower
Yeah, that's
bonus
not good.
gold for
That's not good.
FlyQuest, pushing the lead to 2.3K, despite the dragon stacking coming from Sentinels.
Yeah, that is a big gold lead for them. And as you said, Sentinels, their advantage really is just
The
dragon
dragons.
stacking. So we'll see
But
if they can try to maintain
hey,
control over there.
don't
Push towards
underestimate
goal
the
if
dragon
they have to start
advantage here.
giving it up. Impact now has that Titanic completed, but will not be that tanky without any resistances just yet. And Sentinels, I think, are just going to have to try to keep making plays around Huhi and this Stand United.
Oh, yeah. What I was going to say is,
I mean,
after
Huhi
Titanic,
can keep making plays.
Can I raise you
We
even
know
more
that.
damage, Dusk and Dawn, baby? Oh, man.
You can raise me. I'm down for it.
I'm so addicted. It is so fun.
Oh, Jin's dead.
In a lot of trouble. Cease and desist is thrown out, and he is knocked down through the barrier. No chance to survive there. Didn't have the flash.
Not good.
Hell has just been picking up a lot of these kills left, right, and center off of his teammates' great engages.
Yeah, follow-up here really good. Kaisa ultimate. Some of the bot side plays able to answer here.
These team fights are going to be
Wait a second,
fun.
he does get hit with the stun. Can he get fully outplayed with the R button? Not quite yet.
It's about a 90% of the outplay there as Quad getting pretty strong. He's not on a Ludens though. Did go for that black fire torch. And
yeah, he's only at 70 splinters now, so he doesn't have his 100 upgrade for the execute, or that would be full outplay.
Yep, would have absolutely destroyed.
Scion just
doing
playing his own little game down here.
Tower. Darkwing's just going for the pretty standard New Age Roa rush, but we'll see if he is going to be going in towards Leandry second. I always am a pretty big fan of it, but it does not look like
Gakkos
it with
is
the
dead.
Mana Crystal. And now they're trying to set up a potential dive here. In comes Masu to try
Wall
to
to stop him. Good.
Darkwings is just
Ooh.
tanking this
Although,
up. There has the
hang on.
passive. It takes them a while, but they do eventually
Never
knock
mind.
down Gakkos, are able to pull off the dive.
And look at that. It was moments ago we were talking about the FlyQuest over 2,000 gold lead. Immediately chopped down here. Some good plays from Sentinels. And they still
Rahel?
have a Shen ult
He's
they
dead,
can try
though.
and use to save for health.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any way to save him now. He has no flash. They pop the Stand United. He does reposition himself and blast cones out to safety. Beautifully done there. Barely getting out. Impact is going to be in some trouble. The Herald going to
There's no
here.
way.
Darkwing's not in position to be able to actually wall this one off, so the charge will come through. I cannot believe he survived. The Stand United, the Killer Instinct, the Mega Blast Cone,
crazy.
all working in tandem to keep him safe.
He stays alive.
Oh my God, Huhi might die
Can
here.
we say the
Yeah.
same for Huhi? Oh, we can.
You
What
can.
the-
Wait, Blackfire Torch?
Oh, he popped the pop.
Oh my gosh. That was almost a Blackfire Torch burn down. Quad barely misses out on the kill.
No way!
Oh my god.
Yo, Titanic, baby.
Oh
God,
my
the
god.
burst. The Griffin.
Wait, Griffin had no smite.
Yeah, no smite charge.
Did he use smite, I guess, in the fight? Oh.
I'll go investigate.
That is an unfortunate
There's
series
no
of events.
way.
I'll say that for FlyQuest.
They barely miss out on 2 kills.
Now they're looking for another potential redive, but Cryogen is here to defend. Impact will be able to sidestep the root.
Bro,
yeah,
what-
they barely miss out on 2
what
kills
is
back
this
to back,
game?
including one of a bounty, and then you lose the dragon to a Shen. Ouch.
This is awesome. This is, dude.
Kobe's reviewing.
I don't care what
So far,
anybody
my
says.
investigation is revealing
Anyways,
that
like,
we did
this
smite enemy
entertaining
raptors
League of
and
Legends
stole
right
them.
here.
Okay.
And I think that's the
Everybody
only
going
cause.
balls to the wall 24/7.
But he did get those raptors.
He did
That's
get the
my
Raptors.
region.
He did lose the dragon. The opponents are on soul point, but he got the Raptors.
And Impact, I'm sure, was laughing.
Yeah.
After he was able to steal that
And we
one.
talked about it, you know. Sometimes you're just willing to die for Raptors. And if you're willing to die for Raptors, you're definitely
Oh,
willing to
this
lose
is
the
an
game for
angle.
Raptors, you know?
Oh,
On
look at
now,
this.
He may be dying for this too, as Hombach.
Nope, never mind, it means nothing.
Gakkos. Good peel there by Gakkos, keeping the Vi out of range, so he was not able to get in for the cease and desist onto Quad. And
Masu gets
and Cryogen
free
are able to
mid tower.
push up and should knock down this tower.
Yep.
Second of the game is Griffin scrapping with Impact, but decides not to fully commit to it.
This
Okay,
is
bot side as
getting
well. They're
tense.
doing the trailing double solo laner tactic with Gakkos and Quad both having teleports. So they were trying to see if they could find anything there. Can't quite do it. And Gakkos just going to go for his reset now, back up to the
Oh,
other
that's
side
so
of the map.
clean.
Still doesn't have his ult,
There is
but,
nothing cleaner than a
they've got
good
both
Jhin
of
combo with the
teleports.
Q.
And here we go.
Ugh.
Look at the combo. Yeah, so Griffin doesn't have smite, so Q on Impact is really good for stealing jungle monsters already, and then boom. Able to use his Titanic proc. Yeah, Grayson's like, what?
I love Golden Glue so much.
He doesn't have a smite. Nice.
Oh,
I don't know what
that's
that
good
means,
job
but
by Hombach.
sure.
Track the enemy smite.
Did they ever ward on their own Raptors then and saw him
They must have.
use that?
They must have. I mean, he said he
We're
doesn't
gonna have another
smite, so
investigation.
Called it out. So well done there by Hombach, tracking the enemy smite. And I think it could also have just been that it got low, and he didn't smite
Yeah,
it,
he's
right?
waiting around. Yeah,
He was waiting around at 600, so he's like,
Oh,
hey, he doesn't have
Hambach.
it. Hambach gonna go back in. Nice bumper
This is
on
risky.
The scatter. The Stand United is coming through. It's the flash over
Oh,
the wall.
good,
and the Quad.
Nico.
Quad gonna be able to flash back over the wall, but in
But-
fact chasing him. Hambach is low as Gatgos arrives. Griffin battling in the midst of everyone, but
Rahel
Grindin
gets
has
the
been pushed
1v1.
back. Rahel has killed off Masu on the
Fly
side.
loses this.
And Sentinels are winning out in the fight again. Griffin
Bang.
doesn't have the juice to get the job done, and Gatgos has no damage left. Sentinels are going to take down all of FlyQuest. It's going to be a delayed ace.
No, bro.
I mean,
Rahel
with the 3 dragons,
is
Azael.
big.
Looks
Rahel's
like Sentinel's
really,
gonna wrap this
really
one up. Let's take a look at how
big.
it started. So, Vi in here immediately jumped on, immediately stunned, but a beautiful ultimate.
This is what I
on
meant.
him. He
Go
actually
on
mutes
Syndra.
the stun
She's
during
the one you need to be
ultimate.
on.
Then they get the follow-up. Even with Quad flashing over, they can't come back from that one. And Rahel jumped onto Masu.
Rahel played
the
that so well,
assassin
too.
in the back
Oh.
there. Able to take
Bro,
out
who
enemy
he's
AD
Rel is a
carry as
treat.
well.
To anybody that
Such a
ever
big difference.
disrespects his
Masu
Rel
just gets
again,
caught in
nah.
transition by Rahel.
It's
and
just
that
so
is not a
good.
1v1 you can win.
It's so
Once
good.
Rahel gets up onto that Jhin, so
The
able
only
to get
thing
that,
that's in
Rahel
my-
is getting
oh my
so
God.
fed at this point.
I mean, that was
The
just also
only
just a beautiful
champion that
smite with,
genuinely
or
is
smite
more
with the
fun to
W.
watch
You know,
for
it
who
wasn't
he
like,
than
oh,
Rel
Jhin had
is a
opened up on the
set.
ultimate and was a
When he pulls
stationary
out the
target. He
set
was still
support,
walking and
it's just,
hits him
oh,
with
it's
the
too
W,
good.
and
It's so
immediately
good.
Takes it in.
Yeah, I mean, they got smacked in the 2v2 pretty hard, but Rahel is up.
Him and FBI
1.7K,
used to pull out like the set
and,
Vayne every now and then.
That is a pretty damn good position. You can see Impact all time on the Shen. Shen has really fallen out of favor in the last quite a few years, but the early days of Impact, he was playing a ton of it. You know, was known for it even back in the T1 days before or excuse me, SKT1 days back in the day when they were still called that. So definitely has been a popular champion at times, and he goes Bandlepipe second. So he's saying, you know what, my carries are strong. We don't need more damage. I just need to apply slows, and the attack speed buff is going to get it done.
It's very good for Vi. It's very good for Kaisa. Of course, with the on-hit build, especially here for Rahel.
All right.
So
Sole
definitely
point.
a worthwhile investment. And he didn't even need a Dusk and Dawn to be able to steal the dragon, so
nope.
It's all good.
You
Titanic
gotta,
was
if you're
enough.
FlyQuest, you gotta
And it
try
for
and
sure
bait
was,
out the
you
engage
see a jungler walking around a low health dragon
before
that's below
anything happens
1400
here.
already. You're like, that guy for
Like
sure
you gotta
doesn't
find a way
have
to counter the engage, live, and then just clean
FlyQuest
it
trying
up.
to get their way in here. This would be Soul, and they are just rushing it down. Hambach and Rahel killing it quickly. Griffin going to be going in.
This is a good start. Gakkos is going to be able to frontline. Can they do more damage? They're not putting out a lot right now.
Low yet, so they're just going to have to back off because Darkwings is crushing them on the side. Gakkos incredibly low. Griffin's going to go back in. Pops the Crescent Guard.
Oh,
The pop
good
loss
Nico.
across multiple members.
But
Who's
not
in
enough.
Trouble. Rahel is dominating those. He knocks down Cryogen. Griffin's still alive, but not for long. The killer instinct from
look at
goes to the
Rahel.
backline. They're
Look
focusing
at
down
Rahel.
Quad is going to get knocked down. Rahel barely survives time and time
Jhin
again.
did no damage.
FlyQuest cannot finish off these low health bars. Sentinels walk away from the fight with blinking HP, but only one death in the curtain call can
I'm
find
just
nothing.
saying.
Beautiful again from
Pick
Sentinels.
Jhin,
These
get
team
hit.
Fights. You have Anivia on the side, creating so much space. They burn down the front line first, force Gakkos to actually try and walk away. Anivia wall and ulti creating so much space, and then Rahel is able
Sucks
to
to
burn down
suck.
the isolated targets there. Here, take a look at it. So walls them off. Then force the other ones, huge zone. With
Watch
the
Jhin
ultimate.
here.
Even with
Watch
the
him deal his
engage over
damage.
the top,
Nothing.
he knows he's safe
Blocked.
because he still has
Okay,
legs. So they
awesome.
walk up,
Again,
as Gakkos goes to
nothing.
the engage,
Shield,
and
nothing.
they can
Q,
create this
nothing.
zone.
Force shot
But
gets like
Gakkos is walking
maybe
out
a
slowly,
fifth of
taking
the
so much
fifth of
damage.
impact
Meanwhile,
something.
Impact
Another
over there,
auto. Another
with the
auto.
Shen able to use the dog zone, and then
Auto on the
even
Rel
during
did
the
nothing.
re-engage, they're just able
Force
to
shot
really
on the Rel,
pop Cryogen
tickled.
afterwards. Support
That's it.
Nico, goes down. They turn back to the dragon for a second, while the only counter kill goes through due to the Syndra ult. And Rahel's like, all right, we got the dragon. I'm in. Ulti into the backline. You always love to see these killer
Unbelievable.
instincts into the backline to finish off these kills. And escapes with his life.
Don't you just
with
love
the Dragon
Jhin?
Soul acquired.
And despite
He's
that
so
great
good.
start, from the Jhin, it's just looking in these fights like they just don't have the damage to actually knock down that front line.
He went
The
instead of
Syndra
going
machine
Hex
really
Optic. By the way,
struggling to
he
do
went
it
Hex
at
instead of going
all with the
Hex
Shen.
Optic IE. He goes Hex Optic Rapid Fire Cannon, and then we sit here and wonder,
in a lot of these
why is
games,
he
I
not
just feel
doing
like
any
it's not
damage?
Really getting that much? Yeah,
Well,
you
may
have
never
the
know.
move,
Meanwhile,
but
Kaisa,
I
Kraken
feel like that
Slayer,
little dash is not worth
Ginzu's,
the amount of
Rage
sacrifice you
or
have in damage.
Nashor's
He's
Tooth.
No spell pen, and it feels like they can't kill frontline.
If you only have 4 shots on
Maybe
Jin,
don't
and
build
Jin
rapid
can
fire.
block some of them.
Yep.
And it is Omega already hard to get through that. And we saw how much work, the Anivia is kind of just like burning down the opposing front.
Don't look
front
Scion
line, and they're
items?
working
Oh,
through
God.
it a lot easier. So yeah, that plus
What the hell is he
it's
going
a lot
second?
about burst with Jin
What in
and
the
with
world?
Nico. And Nico now is like, wow, you can have some moments where you can get an ultimate, but you're so squishy, you're probably just going to die right after. And if you guys aren't going to be able to burst the enemy, which you're certainly not going to with Chemtech Soul as well on top of it, and already was going to be a difficult task, then seems like Sentinels have a very easy route to try and finish out this game. With Baron and the Dragon Soul, just push all 3 lanes here. You've got a Shen ultimate ready. It doesn't matter that,
Should be able to get mid lane. I mean, dude, this gold lead has ballooned up so fast.
And try
Dear
and
God.
go bursty on somebody.
6.5K now.
Or something like that, because your response time is very short. No matter what lane people are coming from.
Is it bad that I didn't even
You're
realize that
very
Sentinels have
durable, so you
Baron?
can create a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, the Quad just...
I don't
came
even
over
remember
and
it
did the
happening.
damage. Quad was basically going just trying to wave clear against that Shen. Gakko's being able to hold this top side pretty
17
effectively.
versus
but
14
Sentinels
mid. Oh my
have
God.
battled back again. They get themselves into these deficits, but they're really playing well from a deficit. They were down
Why
2.5K
would I?
around, I don't know, 13.
You're
15
asking the
minutes,
guy
something like that.
co-streaming the
And they are
LCS
in
if he
full
thinks that it's
control.
okay for the
About
LCS
10
to
minutes
disappear.
later,
Think about
looking
what we're
like
asking
the game
here.
is going to end soon for
What?
them.
Nice long team fights from Sentinels.
Like-
And very important Dragon take, too. The steal from Impact ends up being critical here. So props all around to the entire team, and we get to play our game of, who deserves the player of the game the most? Now, I know a lot of people are going to say Rahel, because of the Kaisa, getting a lot of kills.
I think
I
Huhi
think that
should
would
get
be
it.
valid.
No,
But
I think
there's a lot-
Huhi.
There's a lot of other good options too. I mean, Huhi had some very nice rel engages. I think this time around I am, leaning towards the Rahel crowd. Even though the previous one I went for Huhi, but definitely liked it. All right, here we go with the attempt
flash
for
from
the side
Shen.
lane play. And this is one of those attempts where you're just like, but we
that's
gotta
a little
try
far.
something, guys. And so,
It's a little
I mean,
far.
you can say, you didn't get it, but
Yeah, I mean, even if
Wanted
Griffin
to
caught
try.
up, are they really going to kill him? I mean, they're down, even your top laner is down 3 levels, and Hambach going to be pushing in here.
Look, all I'm saying
say,
is I
gotta
like
try
Sentinel's Game
something.
2 draft as well.
It is
I
gonna
just
be a
don't think they
slow
played it well.
bleed. And this game definitely looking like it is going in that direction. May I offer up
He had
an
FlyQuest
impact
getting ahead
consideration as well?
in the early game of Game 2, and luckily they closed it out. But
he stole the dragon. He made
I
nonstop,
just don't like this.
Standing United plays down towards the bot side.
Okay.
I think
No,
he's played pretty darn well. and he's front-lining effectively.
what question?
It's
Are you
always,
trying? I'm timing
nice
you out.
to see Impact back in form. Timing that parry really well in the 5v5s
Don't ask
on the
stupid
4
questions.
shot from Masu, and he's playing it out.
We all know the answer. Don't ask stupid
There's a lot of
questions.
good options, I feel like, this game for Sentinels.
definitely agree. Darkwing, good zone control, good Nivea play so far. Let's see how they finish though. And honestly, only 30 seconds on the Elder Dragon.
Rahel has
That
not
might be
died.
the
3.5K gold lead
because
ahead.
Their defensive siege is okay. With the Nivea, you can always wave clear. But their offensive siege and hitting the towers is very slow for Sentinels. So it might be a Elder Dragon angle for them.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, it's all about
Stopwatch
the
on Kaisa, so you can't go. You can't go onto Kaisa.
It's so dangerous to walk up and just try to hit that thing. Remember, after the broadcast, head on over to the Cloud9 YouTube and Twitch channels for the scene. Oh, we're gonna find the
Oh, wait a minute, that Nico. Wait a minute.
Rahel maybe went too far. He goes into the stasis. He could be in a lot of trouble here. Flashing
Wait a
out
minute.
the safety for now, though. Impact getting low. The curtains
Oh.
are gonna get called. Rahel is gonna get knocked down. He has been
close.
finally killed off. Gakko's flashes out. Cryogen is incredibly low. It will just be the trade of kills, but
Rahel went a
FlyQuest
little bit too
finally getting
far.
one back.
Rahel in an arm guard, he really wanted to use it and make a super cool play, but he invests so much getting so deep in there and has to flash out
The
afterwards,
problem, though,
doesn't
is
get
you have
damage
Griffin dead
off,
for 24
and
seconds as well.
That is the biggest
so-
advantage that they have. Regardless of that, though, regardless of it, they still have control of the dragon setup. They're still going to go for that Elder Dragon. Now, it is no Smite FlyQuest on the approach. Griffin,
you have
10
to try and get
seconds
on
his
Hambach.
death
He has
timer.
no
He would
GA.
also
He
have
is
to
your
walk
only
all the way
chance.
from base. So, FlyQuest, they're trying to push them off anyway. They want to go for the fight and make sure that during the time where they have no jungler, at least Sentinels don't take the Elder Dragon, and Sentinels will respect the move.
Big for Rahel, though. He had enough gold for the Zonias. So he uses the Seekers, but now he has it up and ready to go once again here. FlyQuest will
Comeback
knock down
mechanic.
a tower on the bot side, claim that bounty.
Look at that bounty. Look at it.
Does pull the Elder. Humbach has based, and he has a GA now, so he's coming
Jhin
back
now has
from
LDR,
base
by
here.
the way.
Quad completed the death
No
cap, and
IE,
he's
but
gonna be
LDR.
teleporting back in to join the team. Huhi, though, looking for a flank.
Uh-oh.
He's not been spotted, and Huhi could be getting in the back line now.
All right, they know who he's there now.
Humbach gonna get
But
involved
FlyQuest is
on
in a
this.
really iffy
Does vault
spot.
over the wall. Crygen looking for the pop blossom, but Rahel is just gonna
Not
pop the
good.
Zonias. Masu's
Not
in trouble
good.
on the side.
They're not
As he
gonna-
gets
nope.
flashed on there by Huhi and stunned up, and Masu is gonna get
Yeah.
knocked down by Humbach. FlyQuest have no damage. It's a
Damn.
double for Rahel. Masu is not going to be able to survive. Quan has to flash to safety, but it's a 1v5.
Rahel back got
and this
stopwatch,
should do
which
it
was
for
perfect for that, then
Great
ulted back
stuff
out
from
behind
Sentinels.
it.
Nice
That was so well
approach
done.
there. This time around, Rahel knows, all right, just the Nico and the Scion on my side, there's not a lot of damage there. I can definitely go for the full engage. Uses the upgraded Zonias, and Sentinels
Shove it down mid,
cleanly
baby.
are going to end out this game.
Going to be able to march it down here and finish it off. Sentinels going to get their first series win of the split here. Move themselves
There we go,
to
Sentinels.
1 and 2. People were favoring
There we go.
FlyQuest in this one. We'll see if FlyQuest
That's
can
helping
hold
my
on.
preseason
Their
prediction of
respawns
having
are
them
coming
third.
through here very shortly, but Rahel
That's
is just
helping a
focusing
lot.
down the towers. Masu is back up. Quad is still here. There's a lot of low health
No.
bars. The curtains are going to get called, and there's going to be the GA popped already. Darkwings is running for the hills. Cryogen trying to get back up. Hombach going to turn and fight and might just kill Cryogen. Can't quite do it. The Elder and the Baron are both alive, and the jungler is dead. They could try to rush out here and get more. Griffin is going to look at the devastation on the face of Golden Glue. He knows this is a problem. How much can FlyQuest get, though? And remember, their Nexus is very exposed.
I always like Elder because then Elder, you can, like, for sure go
Yeah,
get the
you
Baron
100% go
afterwards.
Elder first.
Wait, Rahel is Rahel by himself up there?
Is he soloing the Baron?
Oh, no, they're going to get Baron.
So they can take the Baron with the
Oh,
Shen shield
no.
up there to Rahel. So it's going to be a trade. And you do, again, you're still going to want the Elder for the combat power. But at least for Sentinel's sake, they're able to trade. Rahel goes up there, plenty of damage. And so Sentinels at least are going to be able
I
to
think
dominate
that's the
there.
better trade.
I would still like to retract my previous statement of the clean part, though, for the end for Sentinels.
That's fair.
But I think you
Redacted.
got to try and force
Yeah,
a fight, though.
exactly. You know, we can scrub that out. But FlyQuest, hold on. I do think, you know, yes, the Elder is more powerful, but Sentinels can just delay with the Baron. You've got a Nivea, you've got Baron,
Yeah.
you don't need to fight. There's nothing else on the map for them to take, so it was really important that Sentinels did get the Baron from that spot. Of course, FlyQuest do
All right,
survive.
minute
and will be looking
50.
to try to hard force
I
a
don't
fight.
think there's going to be
Let's see
much
if
you
they
can get. But the
find
good thing is,
anything,
minute
because
50,
fights are
so
gonna
there's
be
what, a
heavily
30-second
in their
desync
favor. And now
between
with this
Elder and
additional
Baron,
power that they
which is
have,
fine.
and they
The
are
biggest
gonna
thing
push
is
it
you
up,
get,
but yeah, this is all
you
Sentinels
should
really has
do
to
enough
Just
to be able to
Baron
get
empower
Jhin
these
IE.
minions, clear out the waves, and just refuse
Once
to
Jhin
interact
has
for the
Infinity
next
Edge,
minute
then
and
maybe
30
it's playable
seconds.
fights. Maybe he'll be able to deal enough
and
damage to the
now
point
you're
where
starting to get
this
a lot
could
of
be
the extra AP
contestable.
for Rahel too, so the W's are going to be super annoying.
Ouch.
Those things keep landing too, so he just gets more and more. All right.
FlyQuest, though, maybe going to try to force here. Gakkos moving forward is going to get walled off. They're knocking down the tower. Tombok is on the side. Sentinels intelligently just back it up, but Gakkos is going to try to just force it down. They know this
I
might
don't
be their
know about
only
forcing
chance
this
to try to
further.
make something happen. Impact on the
You
side.
got a
is gonna
minute,
get jumped on,
although
knocked out,
Impact-
scattered. Impact has
Okay.
to shadow dash back over the wall. Will stay safe. Next wave coming in now for FlyQuest. They are really trying to force here.
Wave clear from Anivia
Yep,
is
still 40
very
seconds.
difficult to deal with, and the walls, just the wall spam, wave clear. Look how much damage the tower has taken.
That's fine,
Almost
though.
None. They're, like, put a
That's
tiny
fine
scratch
though,
on that
honestly.
thing.
They you're back in a
Anivia,
good
wave
spot.
clear's
You got
already,
IE now on Jhin
famous
whenever he backs.
Worldwide has been for decades, but also with a Baron buff, yeah, pretty hard to make any inroads into the
All right,
Sentinels.
Jhin IE. Here we go.
There,
4-item Jhin.
They are able to stall off during the Elder Dragon buff, but
100%
I guess
crit.
another negative Baron power
If
point
Jin's
because
allowed
of
to
it.
deal damage, this could be a problem.
Super random from Gakkos. I'm not going to lie. We already have Titanic, but maybe that's all he can compete. Masu does have his Infinity Edge, so now Jin starts to actually become real. People make fun of Jin early game, mid game. Yeah, I do think the damage is quite low, but this champion does scale really, really effectively. He has a pot in his inventory. He has the Infinity Edge. You do get to a point where your burst is
Jin,
real.
if he four-shots
we'll see
Kaisa,
if
might be able to
FlyQuest
one-shot her.
can make anything happen. The Baron buff is about to expire here. 20 seconds. Impact pushing heavily on the
Shen
bot
is like
lane.
the one person that they
FlyQuest,
can't
not
kill
sure if they want to
because
go
he's
for it.
able to block
Impact
so
just
much
wants
of
the safety and will stay
Masu's
safe.
They can't really
abilities.
siege with Baron that crazy.
Okay,
True.
sure, why
Not
not?
a good siege comp. That definitely has been established throughout the game. They haven't really been able to push. It's really just two teams looking for fights, right? That has been what this has been all about. You can see a lot of defensive itemization is done now. Rahel has obviously had the Zonies for a long time. Now he has the Banshees on top. The GA is almost back for
Nice.
Hanbok as well, which is going to be a big one.
All right. Man, this is a
How
lot
do they?
longer than
I'm
we
trying
were
to think.
looking
Okay,
at,
you got GA on
or
Vi.
expecting here
You've got
previously.
full
So now it's gonna be
Zonias
about
that
the
is
setup.
up
Can you actually
on
make,
Kaisa.
Any sort of a pick here with your defensive
I guess you
vision
got to go on
already up.
Anivia. Like
Sentinels
she's
so
got to be the
far
first person you
doing a
try
good
and
job
get,
clearing it out
assuming you have
methodically, waiting
space.
for the
But I
rest
guess
of
you just
the
chunk
team
down
here,
the
support plus,
front line
jungle, move in, make
of
sure they have
Sentinels.
plenty
Like
of
now that
vision
you
to
have the
support
damage,
split
you can
push,
just chunk
so
her
you can
down.
Get your 4-1 split push, apply your pressure.
Also, Masu's sitting on a red
Mid-wave
pot that he
already
has
super
not
minions with the inhibitor
activated
down,
yet. That he's
so
going to
you
right
have
before the
this
fight.
extra line. They can try and walk down, and
Anivia
Shen
is close to
ultimate
death cap.
is
You're not,
ready here
yeah, so I
for
think
impact.
Anivia's got to be the play you go.
So setting it up once again, and again, you don't want to make any big blunders because in 2 minutes, the Elder and the Baron are both going to be back on the map.
Masu
So
deals damage right
it is
now.
nice if you see something present itself, but you don't want to check into too much darkness. And defensive vision here with a small map is actually, easy for FlyQuest to just, all right, we're going to
Death cap on
We've got a
Syndra.
couple minutes before
Syndra
the
full
big
for
objectives
full
to
4
get here.
items.
So Sentinels are like,
So
you know what?
if
All right,
Rahel gets
fine.
caught at all, Rahel can
Nobody's gonna
die
stick their
real
head
quick.
out. We'll just take the conservative, easy extra advantages of your jungle camps, keep you pinned inside your base so that we know any of the wards that you previously had would have expired, and we have found all of the pink ones
Geckos
already.
level 17
So
to
the approach
20
for
on
you,
Shen. Jesus.
FlyQuest, is going to be
16 on
very
Griffin to
dangerous
17 on
if they will go
Hanbok.
out of the base,
Quad
into
17
full
to
darkness once
Darkwing's
it does happen.
18.
But because it is a
Masu
chem-
just hit
chem
17.
soul rift,
Kaisa is
you do
like
get the
1
extra
minion away
plants,
from
and those
18.
can
There
actually
it
help
is.
a lot in some of these contests later. The plentiful Scryer's blooms cover a large area. So maybe that will be the key for them to find the opening.
Look at this from Masu. He picks up the Seekers, which I actually think is a pretty intelligent buy. With 1,600 gold, what are you going to get that's better at this point in the game?
Yeah, Immune of Vial or something.
Exactly. Immune of Vial that's coming in, that is going to be really powerful. Maybe that buys time, for Hell Killer Instincts in and you pop that for your team to try to turn around on her, because
I
a
don't
BT or
mind
whatever
that
is
at
not going
all.
to save you in that position. And he is going to be having the Vamp ready, probably from Runes. Obviously, he has Fleet Forward, but also has the Potion still in inventory. So I do think it's a pretty intelligent
Cryogen's
buy
got to find a
here,
way to get out.
though it is not a common
Ooh.
one. They're going to be able to land the Deadly Flourish over onto Huhi. All the teams know this is likely a one-fight game, probably going to come down to this Elder, and it is going to be Sentinels in the area starting it up immediately. And we'll see how FlyQuest can
I don't
try
know
to
how you
approach.
get in if you're
It's gonna be
FlyQuest here.
difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is. Walls off mid. Gecko's trying to run straight through those.
Yeah, it's still the Shen just pushing through bot, trying to put the pressure on. This Dragon is getting incredibly low. And Griffin is not able to get
Oh my
there.
God,
They're
Rel's
claiming
engage
it. In
was
comes the
clean.
Stand United. Hanbok is into the backline. Griffin is bursting down. He pops the Crescent Guard, trying to stay alive. Hui trying to get in there to finish him off. Flash forward from Darkwings. The first kill is going to go their way. The Pop Blossom is there.
Yeah,
for Hells
that's
in the
just
backline
game.
with the Stasis Pop. Everyone
game.
on FlyQuest is falling. They got there too late, and it was far too little. Geckos
Really
will try to
disjointed
buy
team
some
fight from
time, but they
FlyQuest.
got away
There we go.
bot. It doesn't even matter.
All right.
Sentinels finally will seal
GG,
the
Sen.
deal with a teleport down to bot lane. They're going to take the series.
Thank you
knock
for
down
punishing the Jin.
FlyQuest,
I greatly
and
appreciate
finally
it.
claim their first victory of the split with a monster performance from Rahel on the Kaisa, looking good in this one.
Beat his ass.
Congratulations to Sentinels. They worked for it.
Damn.
And they get the dub. Quad at the end.
Fun series.
Hit to try and get a miracle
Fun,
on the Elder.
fun,
Hanbok
fun
fight is
series.
Good. And so are Sentinels chances of success in the series.
Real quick, stayed back. He was in the middle, so it didn't matter. I mean, I just don't think, like, the problem is when Sentinels decide to blow somebody up, it's just over. There's nothing you can do about it.
All of us here on the.
Yeah, we're not gonna show our cards just like that because you asked, buddy.
No matter what it is, Nebula Wall split the fight. Oh, 100. I mean, the Nebula Wall split the fight, but honestly, just Rahel playing, other than the one oopsie that he had in bot lane where he like really dove in with just Seekers, they played that so well. Did I see Jin? Yeah, I saw the Seekers on Jin.
I was right. 2-1 Sentinels. Let's go.
Yeah, I saw it.
That actually is a cloud. That was the first time you've been right about
First time I've been right all year, I'm pretty sure.
We did not flip flop.
You did not flip flop. I gave you the chance,
won.
Rez. Anything to say for yourself?
We're just sinking on the ship.
Yeah.
This is the
I
Titanic.
mean, honestly,
This
so
right
many of my
chair.
predictions thus far have been absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
Who are they going to have on the
Pretty
broadcast?
low percentage so far this year.
Yeah.
All right.
Are they having 3 people?
I think that we were right about one thing, though. All of us agreed it was going to be a close series.
Yeah.
Player of the game, honestly, I'd still be willing to give to Huhi.
For the post-game interview. Got Hamburg and welcome, guys.
Welcome. A full house.
Translator.
I think you give it to Huhi.
Multiple jobs in game, out of game.
The first question is kind of for both of you, but actually more for you, Jay, which is in the final fight, you guys had a really great Rel like Shen ult combo, and it was really well set up. So just talk me through
I
your
agree.
pre-fight setup around that ulter.
I mean, last fight, like we kind of had a mistake previous Elder, so we kind of learned, guys, like just let them come in more, and we just have to like hit the objective, let them like get in more, and then we can look. So I think we kind of adapted pretty well from the mistakes, but those are the things that we are aware that we're doing even in scrims, and I think it's good to make those kind of mistakes even on stage and be.
Look at that Rel engage.
Oh yeah, I have a question for you, Hambach. My thought process is just, this is the first time we're hearing from you.
Yeah.
How's it been so far in North America?
무슨
미국이 지금 어떠냐고 지금 미국 생활.
I just my life is so funny because I just prefer enjoy the game or NA life too. So yeah, I'm fun.
Hell yeah.
Nice. I got another question for you. Skarner. What is it about Skarner that makes you so good at this champion and want to play him so much?
I think when I was SK last year, SK junglers good as Skarner, I think, like Lucid or any junglers too. So I learned the Skarner that much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I play well Skarner now.
Okay, I got a good question for you because like there's a big ramp up in Split 1.
Yeah.
And then I feel like you guys are already back to ramping up again.
How about
just
LCS? He
how's
was
it
with
been kind of coordinating with the team as a whole.
Wait,
Because
why
you
am I
guys are a
forgetting?
very aggressive team. It seems like
Was
you
it
guys
Bro?
have kind of put yourself in a pigeonhole as like a great team
Was it
fighting
Bro?
team.
Yeah, it was Bro. Okay, yeah.
So how has it been so far this split?
I was gonna say it was both him and Morgan
I think
that were bro,
honestly it's kind
and
of
then
going
came over.
similar to like the first split, like you mentioned. I feel like when we first came back after the break, like we kind of forgot like where we were, so we had to like kind of relearn about each other. Hambak wants to play really aggressive, and I think me and Rahal are like kind of on the safe side, so we always like talk about each other like after the game. So
Fighting.
Yeah. So that's been pretty fun, but I think we
Hi,
have
Hambak, I
great
respect that.
personalities that even though like we have frustrations, we still talk it out.
Yeah.
Like in the end, like I think great coaching staff, great system overall in general with Theos and Golden Glue as well. So yeah, it's just I feel like we are aware of what problems we're having, and it's just totally up to us if you want to fix those things.
So
Yeah.
Hambach, and Jay might have to translate this for you. At the beginning of the year, he said part of his job was to help you be aggressive. So how much is
Be
Jay helping
aggressive.
you
Be
able to be
aggressive.
aggressive in team fights?
그러니까 만들어준다는 거 아니야?
아니 너가 좀 공격적이게 하고 싶은데 내가 그 연초에 너가 좀 공격적이게 할 수 있게 도와주려고 하는데 지금 뭐 그게 잘 되고 있는지.
Yeah, I wanna just.
Bro, who he's a
second
smurf
rank
for being able to
or
translate like that, by the
Dragon
way.
or Herald. Only that's it. I just play for normal, and then I wanna play team fight 50-50 fight,
Yeah.
then I think we have advantage for them. Yeah, so yeah, I want to just normal play, and then I carried it. No.
There's some disagreement already.
That's the conversation we're having. He sees it as 50-50, and for me, I want to make it like, more favored towards us. And I can kind of see both points, and that's why it's important to hear it out, because there's so many ways to play League of Legends, and the most important thing at the end of the day is to play as a team and as a unit. So.
True. Yeah. Well, speaking of playing as a unit and as a team, that's how you got that win. But it's close on player of the game. It's actually a tie right now from the broadcast. It's a tie between Rahel and Huhi.
It's
So I
Huhi.
believe that means we're going to take
Bro,
a look at the fan
it's
vote
Huhi.
while we're pulling that up. Hambach, who do you think carried harder that last game, Huhi or Rahel?
It's Huhi.
그 플레이 오브 더 게임 그 MVP가 나나 라헬 둘 중 하나거든. 누구인 것 같아?
Last game?
Last game. Yep.
Third game, right?
Third game.
Also, you can just say, hell no, it's me.
You can say that. Yeah, I think Impact.
Impact!
Okay.
He's getting the fan vote too.
He is getting votes, but the tie is between only Rahel and Huhi.
Dang.
So only your votes for Rahel
I
or
think you give it
Huhi
to
are going to count.
I think you give it to Huhi.
So we need to let Twitch chat know that. But yeah, it looks like Huhi's pretty.
Huhi's nailing this one down.
But Hambach, I was on your side. I think that Impact had a very, very solid performance.
I mean, he loved the penalties,
I like Shenalty, but I think in draft.
Impact is most fan
he
votes,
said,
not
Shen,
the broadcast analyst vote.
Shen
or Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Shen or Mordekaiser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he chose Shen.
Yeah.
Then we focus on second crab. Then he ulti and killed the Shinjao.
Yeah.
Then my mind is still
so
win.
happy.
Congratulations, Huhi.
Congratulations.
Hey, there it is.
Well done. Picking it up. I wanted to ask you, Hambach, this question because in an interview a few weeks ago, you say how your playstyle is different from North American junglers' playstyle, that like they farm a lot, but you want to gank a lot and take 2v2s, 3v3s. How do you, if you want to tell the fans, how do you view your playstyle? Like, how do you want to play the game?
I want to scare for enemy laner.
Yeah.
Laners. Yeah, I want to make him. They scared me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
The Hambach could be anywhere.
Yeah, like that. Junglers thinking Hambach is not good jungler. I think they can.
Hey, if you guys are heading out, y'all have a great night, okay?
I think.
I'll see you all on. I'll probably be live again on maybe Tuesday. I think is likely going to be because I'll be in Boston tomorrow and Monday.
He cares. He thinks that laners will think that he's really annoying, that he's really good.
Yeah.
Finding those angles.
That makes a lot of sense. When you were saying that, I was like, yeah. I think the moment anyone has to go up against, actually, even hearing from junglers, they always think it's like,
I know.
You're unpredictable. Like you can you could be anywhere. You could be like, missing a camp just to like go for a gank mid or something.
Yeah. Like that.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
And you're going to be up against Team Liquid next week, so I want to hear your thoughts about Jose Deodo.
Big match.
He's been impressing a lot of us here.
Big match
on
next
the
week.
Broadcast. What do you think?
TL should win it, but
jungle opponent?
I think Jose Deodo is good
overrated as fuck.
This meta, I think. I think a lot of things similar me.
Yeah.
Play style, I think. So yeah, I wanna play him.
You're the better him, right? You're better than him?
I will better.
Yeah, a little better. Let's look at today's pods, though. I'm interested to see what the player of the games are looking like today. I already know who two of them are. Huhi winning both of them from Sentinel side, Griffin taking one in the middle, and of course, Sven and Blabber for the Cloud9 series that they had, the 2-0. So that's fun. Interested to see if that continues on. I want to see the end-of-day standings, though.
Yeah, end-of-day standings. Also, Huhi, no pressure, but winning 2 player of the games might be player of the week. You know, I don't want to set expectations too high, but I mean, that's pretty impressive. But yeah, let's take a look at the standings overall for the LCS right now. Sentinels, you got your first win. Congratulations. You got a couple game wins. Now a 1 on the series score and 4 and 5 overall. Cloud9, meanwhile, have taken first place now, being 3-0 with a clean 2-0 win. We'll see if Team Liquid's able to overtake them tomorrow. Speaking of, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule because we got games on Sunday. It's Lion versus Shopify Rebellion.
Big games tomorrow. By big games, I mean big blowouts,
Lion
hopefully.
Shopify might be the
I ain't going to be here,
one.
so I'm
a lot
hoping
of
for
teams have been
the
kind of beating
biggest
up on
stomps
Dig. So
you've
what
ever
do you think
seen.
about tomorrow's matchups? Are either of these going to be upsets?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
But I do think in LCS there's like we have strengths against each other, like team versus team.
Sure.
So I do think we're just stronger versus Shopify in general. So like that's why, in my opinion, when I'm playing versus those two, Lions feels much harder than Shopify. But you know, who knows? Like they might be winning in scrims when they were playing against. So yeah, I definitely think they have better chance than the second match.
That is just Scream.
Just scrims, just scrims. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, you two. That was awesome.
I disagree. I think TL Dig is
Again,
a much bigger
That's it for
gap.
us. We'll be raiding Cloud9 for their C9 Kia Championship Arena show match with players
These
from
guys will be
Sentinels.
there.
These two will be casting it, so make
True.
sure to check that out. And we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. ET.
All right,
1
we'll
p.m.
raid
Pacific
C9
time
too.
For Lion versus Shopify Rebellion. That's it for the
We'll do
Saturday
that as well. All right,
broadcast.
I got to get videos up. I got to prep. I'm going to have the highlights from the Jamada conversation out for Monday. And then I think that's pretty much going to be it. I'll address anything further on Wednesday. But I think that pretty much covers everything. If you're over on YouTube, you can check out the... Hold up. Let me... Wait, is the Cloud9 thing not... Is Cloud9 not live? Didn't they just say that Cloud9 was not? Where's Cloud9? No? Nothing?
It's before the infamous... Wait. Oh, here we go.
Screw it. We'll raid Sentinels.
Something got screwed up.
Why not?
Figured out.
All right. Y'all have a great night, okay?
Maybe I just...
Make sure you let them know that that ShyKnock sent you there, okay?
All right. Let's see here. Let's just try it over here. Armory. Oh, what's happening in the G2 match, by the way? Here we go. Knock.
Y'all have a great night. There's that.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
There's that.
Let's see. Am I supposed to call you on Discord first? Let's see. Let me try that. Let's go on